Hello, and welcome to Bitesized Audio on YouTube. I'm Simon Stanhope, actor, audiobook narrator, and curator of this channel. On the channel, I narrate classic short stories, mostly from the Victorian and Edwardian eras, including vintage ghost stories, detective stories, and other classic tales of mystery and suspense. I put notes in the video description with some background information on the authors and the stories if you'd like to read more, and you'll also find links to playlists and podcast series, as well as some compilation videos if you'd like a longer listen. If you enjoy this content, please subscribe, like, share, leave a comment if you'd like to, and thank you for listening. Max Carrados Stories by Ernest Bramah. Read by Simon Stanhope. The Coin of Dionysius. It was 8 o'clock at night, and raining, scarcely a time when a business so limited in its clientele as that of a coin dealer could hope to attract any customer. But a light was still showing in the small shop that bore over its window the name of Baxter, and in the even smaller office at the back the proprietor himself sat reading the latest Pall Mall. His enterprise seemed to be justified, for presently the doorbell gave its announcement, and throwing down his paper, Mr. Baxter went forward. As a matter of fact, the dealer had been expecting someone, and his manner as he passed into the shop was unmistakably suggestive of a caller of importance. But at the first glance towards his visitor, the excessive deference melted out of his bearing, leaving the urbane, self-possessed shopman in the presence of the casual customer. "Mr. Baxter, I think," said the latter. He had laid aside his dripping umbrella, and was unbuttoning overcoat and coat to reach an inner pocket. "You hardly remember me, I suppose? Mr. Carlyle, 2 years ago I took up a case for you." "Oh, to be sure, Mr. Carlyle, the private detective." "Inquiry agent," corrected Mr. Carlyle precisely. "Well," smiled Mr. Baxter, "for that matter, I am a coin dealer, and not an antiquarian or a numismatist. Is there anything in that way that I can do for you?" "Yes," replied his visitor. "It is my turn to consult you." He had taken a small wash-leather bag from the inner pocket, and now turned something carefully out upon the counter. "What can you tell me about that?" The dealer gave the coin a moment's scrutiny. "There is no question about this," he replied. "It is a Sicilian tetradrachma of Dionysius." "Yes, I know that. I have it on the label out of the cabinet. I can tell you further that it's supposed to be one that Lord Seastoke gave £250 for at the Bryce sale in '94. "It seems to me that you can tell me more about it than I can tell you," remarked Mr. Baxter. "What is it that you really want to know?" "I want to know," replied Mr. Carlyle, "whether it is genuine or not." "Has any doubt been cast upon it?" "Certain circumstances raised a suspicion, that is all." The dealer took another look at the tetradrachma through his magnifying glass, holding it by the edge, with the careful touch of an expert. Then he shook his head slowly in a confession of ignorance. "Of course, I could make a guess—" "No, don't," interrupted Mr. Carlyle hastily. "An arrest hangs on it, and nothing short of certainty is any good to me." "Is that so, Mr. Carlyle?" said Mr. Baxter, with increased interest. "Well, to be quite candid, the thing is out of my line. Now, if it was a rare Saxon penny, or a doubtful noble, I'd stake my reputation on my opinion, but I do very little in the classical series." Mr. Carlyle did not attempt to conceal his disappointment as he returned the coin to the bag and replaced the bag in the inner pocket. "I had been relying on you," he grumbled reproachfully. "Where on earth am I to go now?" "There is always the British Museum." To be sure, thanks. But will anyone who can tell me be there now?" "Now? No fear," replied Mr. Baxter. "Go round in the morning." "But I must know tonight," explained the visitor, reduced to despair again. "Tomorrow will be too late for the purpose." Mr. Baxter did not hold out much encouragement in the circumstances. "You can scarcely expect to find anyone at business now," he remarked. "I should have been gone these 2 hours myself, only I happened to have an appointment with an American millionaire who fixed his own time." Something indistinguishable from a wink slid off Mr. Baxter's right eye. "Offmanson he's called, and a bright young pedigree hunter has traced his descent from Offa, King of Mercia. So he, quite naturally, wants a set of offers as a sort of collateral proof." "Very interesting," murmured Mr. Carlyle, fidgeting with his watch. "I should love an hour's chat with you about your millionaire customers, some other time. Just now, look here, Baxter, can't you give me a line of introduction to some dealer in this sort of thing who happens to live in town? You must know dozens of experts." "Why, bless my soul, Mr. Carlyle, I don't know a man of them away from his business," said Mr. Baxter, staring. "They may live in Park Lane, or they may live in Petticoat Lane, for all I know. Besides, there aren't so many experts as you seem to imagine, and the 2 best will very likely quarrel over it. You've had to do with expert witnesses, I suppose?" "I don't want a witness. There will be no need to give evidence. All I want is an absolutely authoritative pronouncement that I can act on. Is there no one who can really say whether the thing is genuine or not?" Mr. Baxter's meaning silence became cynical in its implication, as he continued to look at his visitor across the counter. Then he relaxed. "Stay a bit. There is a man, an amateur, I remember hearing wonderful things about some time ago. They say he really does know." "There you are!" exclaimed Mr. Carlyle, much relieved. "There always is someone. Who is he?" "Funny name," replied Baxter. "Something Wynne, or Wynne something." He craned his neck to catch sight of an important motor car that was drawing to the curb before his window. "Wynne Carrados. You'll excuse me now, Mr. Carlyle, won't you? This looks like Mr. Offmanson." Mr. Carlyle hastily scribbled the name down on his cuff. "Wynne Carrados, right. Where does he live?" "Haven't the remotest idea," replied Baxter, referring the arrangement of his tie to the judgment of the wall mirror. "I have never seen the man myself. Now, Mr. Carlyle, I'm sorry I can't do any more for you. You won't mind, will you?" Mr. Carlyle could not pretend to misunderstand. He enjoyed the distinction of holding open the door for the transatlantic representative of the line of Offa as he went out, and then made his way through the muddy streets back to his office. There was only one way of tracing a private individual at such short notice, through the pages of the directories, and the gentleman did not flatter himself by a very high estimate of his chances. Fortune favoured him, however. He very soon discovered a Wynne Carrados living at Richmond, and, better still, further search failed to unearth another. There was, apparently, only one householder, at all events, of that name, in the neighbourhood of London. He jotted down the address and set out for Richmond. The house was some distance from the station, Mr. Carlyle learned. He took a taxicab and drove, dismissing the vehicle at the gate. He prided himself on his power of observation and the accuracy of the deductions which resulted from it, a detail of his business. "It's nothing more than using one's eyes and putting 2 and 2 together," he would modestly declare, when he wished to be deprecatory rather than impressive, and by the time he had reached the front door of the Turrets, he had formed some opinion of the position and tastes of the man who lived there. A manservant admitted Mr. Carlyle, and took in his card, his private card, with the bare request for an interview that would not detain Mr. Carrados for 10 minutes. Luck still favoured him. Mr. Carrados was at home, and would see him at once. The servant, the hall through which they passed, and the room into which he was shown, all contributed something to the deductions which the quietly observant gentleman was half unconsciously recording. "Mr. Carlyle," announced the servant. The room was a library or study. The only occupant, a man of about Carlyle's own age, had been using a typewriter up to the moment of his visitor's entrance. He now turned and stood up, with an expression of formal courtesy. "It's very good of you to see me at this hour," apologized the caller. The conventional expression of Mr. Carrados's face changed a little. "Surely my man has got your name wrong," he exclaimed. "Isn't it Lewis Calling?" The visitor stopped short, and his agreeable smile gave place to a sudden flash of anger or annoyance. "No, sir," he replied stiffly. "My name is on the card which you have before you." "I beg your pardon," said Mr. Carrados, with perfect good humour. "I hadn't seen it, but I used to know a Calling some years ago, at St. Michael's." "St. Michael's?" Mr. Carlyle's features underwent another change, no less instant and sweeping than before. "St. Michael's? Wynne Carrados? Good heavens! It isn't Max Wynne, old Winning Wynne?" "A little older and a little fatter, yes," replied Carrados. "I have changed my name, you see." "Extraordinary thing, meeting like this," said his visitor, dropping into a chair and staring hard at Mr. Carrados. "I have changed more than my name. How did you recognize me?" "The voice," replied Carrados. "It took me back to that little smoke-dried attic den of yours, where we—" "My God!" exclaimed Carlyle bitterly. "Don't remind me of what we were going to do in those days." He looked round the well-furnished, handsome room, and recalled the other signs of wealth that he had noticed. "Well, at all events, you seem fairly comfortable, Wynne." "I am alternately envied and pitied," replied Carrados, with a placid tolerance of circumstance that seemed characteristic of him. "Still, as you say, I am fairly comfortable." "Envied I can understand. But why are you pitied?" "Because I am blind," was the tranquil reply. "Blind?" exclaimed Mr. Carlyle, using his own eyes superlatively. "Do you mean literally blind?" "Literally. I was riding along a bridle path through a wood about a dozen years ago with a friend. He was in front. At one point a twig sprang back. You know how easily a thing like that happens. It just flicked my eye. Nothing to think twice about." "And that blinded you?" "Yes, ultimately. It's called amaurosis." "I can scarcely believe it. You seem so sure and self-reliant. Your eyes are full of expression, only a little quieter than they used to be. I believe you were typing when I came. Aren't you having me?" "You miss the dog and the stick?" smiled Carrados. "No, it's a fact." "What an awful infliction for you, Max. You were always such an impulsive, reckless sort of fellow, never quiet. You must miss such a fearful lot." "Has anyone else recognized you?" asked Carrados quietly. "Ah, that was the voice, you said," replied Carlyle. "Yes, but other people heard the voice as well. Only I had no blundering, self-confident eyes to be hoodwinked." "Well, that's a rum way of putting it," said Carlyle. "Are your ears never hoodwinked, may I ask?" "Not now. nor my fingers, nor any of my other senses that have to look out for themselves." "Well, well," murmured Mr. Carlyle, cut short in his sympathetic emotions. "I'm glad you take it so well. Of course, if you find it an advantage to be blind, old man—" He stopped and reddened. "I beg your pardon," he concluded stiffly. "Not an advantage, perhaps," replied the other thoughtfully. "Still, it has compensations that one might not think of. A new world to explore, new experiences, new powers awakening, strange new perceptions, life in the fourth dimension. But why do you beg my pardon, Lewis?" "I am an ex-solicitor, struck off in connection with the falsifying of a trust account, Mr. Carrados," replied Carlyle, rising. "Sit down, Lewis," said Carrados suavely. His face, even his incredibly living eyes, beamed placid good nature. "The chair on which you will sit, the roof above you, all the comfortable surroundings to which you have so amiably alluded, are the direct result of falsifying a trust account. But do I call you Mr. Carlyle in consequence?" "Certainly not, Lewis." "I did not falsify the account," cried Carlyle hotly. He sat down, however, and added more quietly, "But why do I tell you all this? I have never spoken of it before." "Blindness invites confidence," replied Carrados. "We are out of the running. Human rivalry ceases to exist. Besides, why shouldn't you? In my case, the account was falsified." "Well, of course, that's all bunkum, Max," commented Carlyle. "Still, I appreciate your motive." "Practically everything I possess was left to me by an American cousin, on the condition that I took the name of Carrados. He made his fortune by an ingenious conspiracy of doctoring the crop reports and unloading favourably in consequence. And I need hardly remind you that the receiver is equally guilty with the thief. But twice as safe. I know something of that, Max. Have you any idea what my business is?" "You shall tell me," replied Carrados. "I run a private inquiry agency. When I lost my profession, I had to do something for a living. This occurred. I dropped my name, changed my appearance, and opened an office. I knew the legal side down to the ground, and I got a retired Scotland Yard man to organise the outside work." "Excellent," cried Carrados. "Do you unearth many murders?" "No," admitted Mr. Carlyle. "Our business lies mostly on the conventional lines, among divorce and defalcation." "That's a pity," remarked Carrados. "Do you know, Lewis, I've always had a secret ambition to be a detective myself. I have even thought lately that I might still be able to do something at it if the chance came my way. That makes you smile?" "Well, certainly the idea—" "Yes, the idea of a blind detective, the blind tracking the alert. Of course, as you say, certain faculties are no doubt quickened," Mr. Carlyle hastened to add considerately. "But, seriously, with the exception of an artist, I don't suppose there is any man who is more utterly dependent on his eyes." Whatever opinion Carrados might have held privately, his genial exterior did not betray a shadow of dissent. For a full minute he continued to smoke as though he derived an actual visual enjoyment from the blue sprays that travelled and dispersed across the room. He had already placed before his visitor a box containing cigars, of a brand which that gentleman keenly appreciated, but generally regarded as unattainable, and the matter-of-fact ease and certainty with which the blind man had brought the box and put it before him had sent a questioning flicker through Carlyle's mind. "You used to be rather fond of art yourself, Lewis," he remarked presently. "Give me your opinion of my latest purchase, the bronze lion on the cabinet there." Then, as Carlyle's gaze went about the room, he added quickly, "No, not that cabinet, the one on your left." Carlyle shot a sharp glance at his host as he got up, but Carrados's expression was merely benignly complacent. Then he strolled across to the figure. "Very nice," he admitted. "Late Flemish, isn't it?" "No, it is a copy of Vidal's Roaring Lion." "Vidal?" "A French artist." The voice became indescribably flat. "He, also, had the misfortune to be blind, by the way." "You old humbug, Max," shrieked Carlyle. "You've been thinking that out for the last 5 minutes." Then the unfortunate man bit his lip, and turned his back towards his host. "Do you remember how we used to pile it up on that obtuse ass Sanders, and then roast him?" asked Carrados, ignoring the half-smothered exclamation with which the other man had recalled himself. "Yes," replied Carlyle quietly. "This is very good," he continued, addressing himself to the bronze again. "However did he do it? With his hands? Naturally, but I mean, how did he study his model? Also with his hands? He called it seeing near. Even with a lion? Handled it? In such cases he required the services of a keeper, who brought the animal to bay, while Vidal exercised his own particular gifts. You don't feel inclined to put me on the track of a mystery, Lewis?" Unable to regard this request as anything but one of old Max's unquenchable pleasantries, Mr. Carlyle was on the point of making a suitable reply, when a sudden thought caused him to smile knowingly. Up to that point he had, indeed, completely forgotten the object of his visit. Now that he remembered the doubtful Dionysius and Mr. Baxter's recommendation, he immediately assumed that some mistake had been made. Either Max was not the Wynne Carrados he had been seeking, or else the dealer had been misinformed. For, although his host was wonderfully expert in the face of his misfortune, it was inconceivable that he could decide the genuineness of a coin without seeing it. The opportunity seemed a good one of getting even with Carrados by taking him at his word. "Yes," he accordingly replied, with crisp deliberation, as he recrossed the room. "Yes, I will, Max. Here is the clue to what seems to be a rather remarkable fraud." He put the tetradrachma into his host's hand. "What do you make of it?" For a few seconds Carrados handled the piece with the delicate manipulation of his fingertips, while Carlyle looked on with a self-appreciative grin. Then, with equal gravity, the blind man weighed the coin in the balance of his hand. Finally he touched it with his tongue. "Well?" demanded the other. "Of course I have not much to go on, and if I was more fully in your confidence I might come to another conclusion." "Yes, yes," interposed Carlyle, with amused encouragement. "Then I should advise you to arrest the parlour-maid, Nina Brunn. Communicate with the police authorities of Padua for particulars of the career of Helena Brunesi, and suggest to Lord Seastoke that he should return to London to see what further depredations have been made in his cabinet." Mr. Carlyle's groping hand sought and found a chair, onto which he dropped blankly. His eyes were unable to detach themselves for a single moment from the very ordinary spectacle of Mr. Carrados's mildly benevolent face, while the sterilized ghost of his now forgotten amusement still lingered about his features. "Good heavens!" he managed to articulate. "How do you know?" "Isn't that what you wanted of me?" asked Carrados suavely. "Don't humbug, Max," said Carlyle severely. "This is no joke." An undefined mistrust of his own powers suddenly possessed him in the presence of this mystery. "How do you come to know of Nina Brunn and Lord Seastoke?" "You are a detective, Lewis," replied Carrados. "How does one know these things? By using one's eyes and putting 2 and 2 together." Carlyle groaned and flung out an arm petulantly. "Is it all bunkum, Max? Do you really see all the time? Though that doesn't go very far towards explaining it." "Like Vidal, I see very well at close quarters," replied Carrados, lightly running a forefinger along the inscription on the tetradrachma. "For longer range, I keep another pair of eyes. Would you like to test them?" Mr. Carlyle's assent was not very gracious. It was, in fact, faintly sulky. He was suffering the annoyance of feeling distinctly unimpressive in his own department, but he was also curious. "The bell is just behind you, if you don't mind," said his host. "Parkinson will appear. You might take note of him while he is in." The man who had admitted Mr. Carlyle proved to be Parkinson. "This gentleman is Mr. Carlyle, Parkinson," explained Carrados the moment the man entered. "You will remember him for the future." Parkinson's apologetic eye swept the visitor from head to foot, but so lightly and swiftly that it conveyed to that gentleman the comparison of being very deftly dusted. "I will endeavour to do so, sir," replied Parkinson, turning again to his master. "I shall be at home to Mr. Carlyle whenever he calls. That is all." "Very well, sir." "Now, Lewis," remarked Mr. Carrados briskly when the door had closed again, "you have had a good opportunity of studying Parkinson. What is he like?" "In what way?" "I mean, as a matter of description. I am a blind man. I haven't seen my servant for 12 years. What idea can you give me of him? I asked you to notice." "Well, I know you did, but your Parkinson is the sort of man who has very little about him to describe. He is the embodiment of the ordinary. His height is about average." 5'9", murmured Carrados. "Slightly above the mean." "Well, scarcely noticeably so. Clean-shaven, medium brown hair, no particularly marked features, dark eyes, good teeth." "False," interposed Carrados. "The teeth, not the statement." "Well, possibly," admitted Mr. Carlyle. "I am not a dental expert, and I had no opportunity of examining Mr. Parkinson's mouth in detail. But what is the drift of all this?" "His clothes?" "Well, just the ordinary evening dress of a valet. There is not much room for variety in that." "You noticed, in fact, nothing special by which Parkinson could be identified?" "Well, he wore an unusually broad gold ring on the little finger of the left hand." "But that is removable. And yet Parkinson has an ineradicable mole, a small one, I admit, on his chin. And you a human sleuth-hound. Oh, Lewis!" "At all events," retorted Carlyle, writhing a little under this good-humoured satire, although it was easy enough to see in it Carrados's affectionate intention, "at all events, I dare say I can give as good a description of Parkinson as he can give of me." "That is what we are going to test. Ring the bell again." "Seriously?" "Quite. I am trying my eyes against yours. If I can't give you 50 out of 100, I'll renounce my private detectorial ambition forever." "It isn't quite the same," objected Carlyle, but he rang the bell. "Come in and close the door, Parkinson," said Carrados when the man appeared. "Don't look at Mr. Carlyle again. In fact, you had better stand with your back towards him. He won't mind. Now, describe to me his appearance as you observed it." Parkinson tendered his respectful apologies to Mr. Carlyle for the liberty he was compelled to take by the deferential quality of his voice. "Mr. Carlyle, sir, wears patent leather boots of about size 7 and very little used. There are 5 buttons, but on the left boot 1 button, the third up, is missing, leaving loose threads and not the more usual metal fastener. Mr. Carlyle's trousers, sir, are of a dark material, a dark grey line of about 1/4 of an inch width on a darker ground. The bottoms are turned permanently up, and are, just now, a little muddy, if I may say so." "Very muddy," interposed Mr. Carlyle generously. "It is a wet night, Parkinson." "Yes, sir, very unpleasant weather. If you will allow me, sir, I will brush you in the hall. The mud is dry now, I notice. Then, sir," continued Parkinson, reverting to the business in hand, "there are dark green cashmere hose. A curb-pattern key-chain passes into the left-hand trouser pocket." From the visitor's nether garments, the photographic-eyed Parkinson proceeded to higher ground, and with increasing wonder Mr. Carlyle listened to the faithful catalogue of his possessions. His fettered and link Albert of gold and platinum was minutely described. His spotted blue ascot, with its gentlemanly pearl scarf-pin, was set forth, and the fact that the buttonhole in the left lapel of his morning coat showed signs of use was duly noted. What Parkinson saw he recorded, but he made no deductions. A handkerchief carried in the cuff of the right sleeve was simply that to him, and not an indication that Mr. Carlyle was indeed left-handed. But a more delicate part of Parkinson's undertaking remained. He approached it with a double cough. "As regards Mr. Carlyle's personal appearance, sir—" "No, enough," cried the gentleman concerned hastily. "I am more than satisfied. You are a keen observer, Parkinson." "I have trained myself to suit my master's requirements, sir," replied the man. He looked towards Mr. Carrados, received a nod, and withdrew. Mr. Carlyle was the first to speak. "That man of yours would be worth £5 a week to me, Max," he remarked thoughtfully. "But, of course—" "I don't think that he would take it," replied Carrados, in a voice of equally detached speculation. "He suits me very well, but you have the chance of using his services, indirectly." "You still mean that? Seriously?" "I notice in you a chronic disinclination to take me seriously, Lewis. It is really, to an Englishman, almost painful. Is there something inherently comic about me, or the atmosphere of the turrets?" "No, my friend," replied Mr. Carlyle, "but there is something essentially prosperous. That is what points to the improbable. Now, what is it?" "It might be merely a whim, but it is more than that," replied Carrados. "It is, well, partly vanity, partly ennui, partly—" Certainly there was something more nearly tragic in his voice than comic now. "Partly hope." Mr. Carlyle was too tactful to pursue the subject. "Those are 3 tolerable motives," he acquiesced. "I'll do anything you want, Max, on one condition." "Agreed. And it is?" "That you tell me how you knew so much of this affair." He tapped the silver coin, which lay on the table near them. "I am not easily flabbergasted," he added. "You won't believe that there is nothing to explain? That it was purely second sight?" "No," replied Carlyle tersely. "I won't." "You are quite right. And yet the thing is very simple." "They always are, when you know," soliloquized the other. "That's what makes them so confoundedly difficult when you don't." "Here is this one, then. In Padua, which seems to be regaining its old reputation as the birthplace of spurious antiques, by the way, there lives an ingenious craftsman named Pietro Stelli. This simple soul, who possesses a talent not inferior to that of Cavino at his best, has, for many years, turned his hand to the not unprofitable occupation of forging rare Greek and Roman coins. As a collector and student of certain Greek colonials, and a specialist in forgeries, I have been familiar with Stelli's workmanship for years. Latterly, he seems to have come under the influence of an international crook, called, at the moment, Dompierre, who soon saw a way of utilizing Stelli's genius on a royal scale. Helena Brunesi, who in private life is, and really is, I believe, Madame Dompierre, readily lent her services to the enterprise. "Quite so," nodded Mr. Carlyle, as his host paused. You see the whole sequence, of course." "Not exactly, not in detail," confessed Mr. Carlyle. "Dampierre's idea was to gain access to some of the most celebrated cabinets of Europe, and substitute Stelli's fabrications for the genuine coins. The princely collection of rarities that he would thus amass might be difficult to dispose of safely, but I have no doubt that he had matured his plans. Helena, in the person of Nina Brunn, an anglicised French parlour-maid, a part which she filled to perfection, was to obtain wax impressions of the most valuable pieces, and to make the exchange when the counterfeits reached her. In this way, it was obviously hoped that the fraud would not come to light until long after the real coins had been sold, and I gather that she has already done her work successfully in several houses. Then, impressed by her excellent references and capable manner, my housekeeper engaged her, and for a few weeks she went about her duties here. It was fatal to this detail of the scheme, however, that I have the misfortune to be blind. I am told that Helena has so innocently angelic a face as to disarm suspicion, but I was incapable of being impressed, and that good material was thrown away. But one morning my material fingers, which of course knew nothing of Helena's angelic face, discovered an unfamiliar touch about the surface of my favourite Euclidias, and although there was doubtless nothing to be seen, my critical sense of smell reported that wax had been recently pressed against it. I began to make discreet inquiries, and in the meantime my cabinets went to the local bank for safety. Helena countered by receiving a telegram from Angers, calling her to the deathbed of her aged mother. The aged mother succumbed. Duty compelled Helena to remain at the side of her stricken patriarchal father, and doubtless the turrets was written off the syndicate's operations as a bad debt. "Very interesting," admitted Mr. Carlyle. But at the risk of seeming obtuse, his manner had become delicately chastened. "I must say that I fail to trace the inevitable connection between Nina Brunn and this particular forgery, assuming that it is a forgery." "Set your mind at rest about that, Lewis," replied Carrados. "It is a forgery, and it is a forgery that none but Pietro Stelli could have achieved. That is the essential connection. Of course, there are accessories. A private detective coming urgently to see me, with a notable tetradrachma in his pocket, which he announces to be the clue to a remarkable fraud. Well, really, Lewis, one scarcely needs to be blind to see through that." "And Lord Seastoke? I suppose you happened to discover that Nina Brunn had gone there?" "No, I cannot claim to have discovered that, or I should certainly have warned him at once when I found out, only recently, about the gang. As a matter of fact, the last information I had of Lord Seastoke was a line in yesterday's Morning Post, to the effect that he was still at Cairo. But many of these pieces—" He brushed his finger, almost lovingly, across the vivid chariot race that embellished the reverse of the coin, and broke off to remark, "You really ought to take up the subject, Lewis. You have no idea how useful it might prove to you some day." "I really think I must," replied Carlyle grimly. £250 the original of this cost, I believe. Cheap, too. It would make £500 in New York today. As I was saying, many are literally unique. This gem by Cayman is. Here is his signature, you see. Peter is particularly good at lettering, and as I handled the genuine tetradrachma about 2 years ago, when Lord Seastoke exhibited it at a meeting of our society in Albemarle Street, there is nothing at all wonderful in my being able to fix the locale of your mystery. Indeed, I feel that I ought to apologize for it all being so simple." "I think," remarked Mr. Carlyle, critically examining the loose threads on his left boot, "that the apology on that head would be more appropriate from me." The Tragedy at Brookbend Cottage. "Max," said Mr. Carlyle, when Parkinson had closed the door behind him, "this is Lieutenant Hollier, whom you consented to see." "To hear," corrected Carrados, smiling straight into the healthy and rather embarrassed face of the stranger before him. "Mr. Hollier knows of my disability?" "Mr. Carlyle told me," said the young man. "But, as a matter of fact, I had heard of you before, Mr. Carrados, from one of our men. It was in connection with the foundering of the Ivan Saratov." Carrados wagged his head in good-humoured resignation. "And the owners were sworn to inviolable secrecy," he exclaimed. "Well, it is inevitable, I suppose. Not another scuttling case, Mr. Hollier?" "No, mine is quite a private matter," replied the lieutenant. "My sister, Mrs. Creek— But Mr. Carlyle will tell you better than I can. He knows all about it." No, Carlyle is a professional. Let me have it in the rough, Mr. Hollier. My ears are my eyes, you know." "Very well, sir. I can tell you what there is to tell, right enough. But I feel that when all's said and done, it must sound very little to another, although it seems important enough to me." "We have occasionally found trifles of significance ourselves," said Carrados, encouragingly. "Don't let that deter you." This was the essence of Lieutenant Hollier's narrative. "I have a sister, Millicent, who is married to a man called Creek. She is about 28 now, and he is at least 15 years older. Neither my mother, who has since died, nor I cared very much about Creek. We had nothing particular against him, except perhaps the moderate disparity of age, but none of us appeared to have anything in common. He was a dark, taciturn man, and his moody silence froze up conversation. As a result, of course, we didn't see much of each other." "This, you must understand, was 4 or 5 years ago, Max," interposed Mr. Carlyle officiously. Carrados maintained an uncompromising silence. Mr. Carlyle blew his nose and contrived to impart a hurt significance into the operation. Then Lieutenant Hollier continued. "Millicent married Creek after a very short engagement. It was a frightfully subdued wedding, more like a funeral to me. The man professed to have no relations, and apparently he had scarcely any friends or business acquaintances. He was an agent for something or other, and had an office off Holborn. I suppose he made a living out of it then, although we knew practically nothing of his private affairs, but I gather that it has been going down since, and I suspect that, for the past few years, they have been getting along almost entirely on Millicent's little income. You would like the particulars of that?" "Please," assented Carrados. "When our father died, about 7 years ago, he left £3,000. It was invested in Canadian stock, and brought in a little over 100 a year. By his will, my mother was to have the income of that for life, and on her death it was to pass to Millicent, subject to the payment of a lump sum of £500 to me. But my father privately suggested to me that if I should have no particular use for the money at the time, he would propose my letting Millicent have the income of it until I did want it, as she would not be particularly well off. You see, Mr. Carrados, a great deal more had been spent on my education and advancement than on her. I had my pay, and, of course, I could look out for myself better than a girl could." "Quite so," agreed Carrados. "Therefore, I did nothing about that," continued the lieutenant. 3 years ago I was over again, but I did not see much of them. They were living in lodgings. That was the only time since the marriage that I have seen them until last week. In the meanwhile, our mother had died, and Millicent had been receiving her income. She wrote me several letters at the time. Otherwise we did not correspond much, but about a year ago she sent me their new address. Brookbend Cottage, Mulling Common, a house that they had taken. When I got 2 months' leave, I invited myself there as a matter of course, fully expecting to stay most of my time with them. But I made an excuse to get away after a week. The place was dismal and unendurable, the whole life and atmosphere indescribably depressing. He looked round with an instinct of caution, leaned forward earnestly, and dropped his voice. "Mr. Carrados, it is my absolute conviction that Creek is only waiting for a favourable opportunity to murder Millicent." "Go on," said Carrados, quietly. "A week of the depressing surroundings of Brookbend Cottage would not alone convince you of that, Mr. Hollier." "I'm not so sure," declared Hollier doubtfully. There was a feeling of suspicion and, before me, polite hatred that would have gone a good way towards it. All the same, there was something more definite. Millicent told me this the day after I went there. There is no doubt that a few months ago Creek deliberately planned to poison her with some weed killer. She told me the circumstances in a rather distressed moment, but afterwards she refused to speak of it again, even weakly denied it, and, as a matter of fact, it was with the greatest difficulty that I could get her at any time to talk about her husband or his affairs. The gist of it was that she had the strongest suspicion that Creek doctored a bottle of stout which he expected she would drink for her supper when she was alone. The weed killer, properly labelled, but also in a beer bottle, was kept with other miscellaneous liquids in the same cupboard as the beer, but on a high shelf. When he found that it had miscarried, he poured away the mixture, washed out the bottle, and put in the dregs from another. There is no doubt in my mind that if he had come back and found Millicent dead or dying, he would have contrived it to appear that she had made a mistake in the dark, and drunk some of the poison before she found out. "Yes," assented Carrados. "The open way. The safe way." "You must understand that they live in a very small style, Mr. Carrados, and Millicent is almost entirely in the man's power. The only servant they have is a woman who comes in for a few hours every day. The house is lonely and secluded. Creek is sometimes away for days and nights at a time, and Millicent, either through pride or indifference, seems to have dropped off all her old friends and to have made no others. He might poison her, bury the body in the garden, and be 1,000 miles away before anyone even began to inquire about her. What am I to do, Mr. Carrados?" "He is less likely to try poison than some other means now," pondered Carrados. "That having failed, his wife will always be on her guard. He may know, or at least suspect, that others know. No, the common-sense precaution would be for your sister to leave the man, Mr. Hollier. She will not?" "No," admitted Hollier. "She will not. I at once urged that." The young man struggled with some hesitation for a moment, and then blurted out, "The fact is, Mr. Carrados, I don't understand Millicent. She is not the girl she was. She hates Creek, and treats him with a silent contempt that eats into their lives like acid. And yet she is so jealous of him that she will let nothing short of death part them. It is a horrible life they lead. I stood it for a week, and I must say, much as I dislike my brother-in-law, that he has something to put up with. If only he got into a passion like a man and killed her, it wouldn't be altogether incomprehensible." "That does not concern us," said Carrados. "In a game of this kind, one has to take sides, and we have taken ours. It remains for us to see that our side wins. You mentioned jealousy, Mr. Hollier. Have you any idea whether Mrs. Creek has real ground for it?" "I should have told you that," replied Lieutenant Hollier. "I happened to strike up with a newspaper man whose office is in the same block as Creek's. When I mentioned the name, he grinned. 'Creek,' he said. 'Oh, he's the man with the romantic typist, isn't he?' "Well, he's my brother-in-law," I replied. "What about the typist?" Then the chap shut up like a knife. "No," he said. "I didn't know he was married. I don't want to get mixed up in anything of that sort. I only said that he had a typist. Well, what of that? So have we. So has everyone." There was nothing more to be got out of him, but the remark and the grin meant, well, about as usual, Mr. Carrados. Carrados turned to his friend. "I suppose you know all about the typist by now, Lewis?" "We have had her under efficient observation, Max," replied Mr. Carlyle, with severe dignity. "Is she unmarried?" "Yes, so far as ordinary repute goes, she is." "That is all that is essential for the moment. Mr. Hollier opens up 3 excellent reasons why this man might wish to dispose of his wife. If we accept the suggestion of poisoning, though we have only a jealous woman's suspicion for it, we add to the wish the determination. Well, we will go forward on that. Have you got a photograph of Mr. Creek?" The lieutenant took out his pocket-book. "Mr. Carlyle asked me for one. Here is the best I could get." Carrados rang the bell. "This, Parkinson," he said, when the man appeared, "is a photograph of a Mr. What first name, by the way?" "Austin," put in Hollier, who was following everything with a boyish mixture of excitement and subdued importance. "Of a Mr. Austin Creek. I may require you to recognize him." Parkinson glanced at the print and returned it to his master's hand. "May I inquire if it is a recent photograph of the gentleman, sir?" he asked. "About 6 years ago," said the lieutenant, taking in this new actor in the drama with frank curiosity. "But he is very little changed." "Thank you, sir. I will endeavour to remember Mr. Creek, sir." Lieutenant Hollier stood up as Parkinson left the room. The interview seemed to be at an end. "Oh, there's one other matter," he remarked. "I'm afraid that I did rather an unfortunate thing while I was at Brookbend. It seemed to me that, as all Millicent's money would probably pass into Creek's hands sooner or later, I might as well have my £500, if only to help her with afterwards. So I broached the subject and said that I should like to have it now, as I had an opportunity for investing." "And you think—" "It may possibly influence Creek to act sooner than he otherwise might have done. He may have got possession of the principal, even, and find it very awkward to replace it." "So much the better. If your sister is going to be murdered, it may as well be done next week as next year, so far as I am concerned. Excuse my brutality, Mr. Hollier, but this is simply a case to me, and I regard it strategically. Now, Mr. Carlyle's organisation can look after Mrs. Creek for a few weeks, but it cannot look after her forever. By increasing the immediate risk, we diminish the permanent risk." "I see," agreed Hollier. "I'm awfully uneasy, but I'm entirely in your hands." "Then we will give Mr. Creek every inducement and every opportunity to get to work. Where are you staying now?" "Just now with some friends at St. Albans." "That is too far." The inscrutable eyes retained their tranquil depth, but a new quality of quickening interest in the voice made Mr. Carlyle forget the weight and burden of his ruffled dignity. "Give me a few minutes, please. The cigarettes are behind you, Mr. Hollier." The blind man walked to the window and seemed to look out over the cypress-shaded lawn. The lieutenant lit a cigarette, and Mr. Carlyle picked up punch. Then Carrados turned round again. "You are prepared to put your own arrangements aside?" he demanded of his visitor. "Certainly." "Very well. I want you to go down now, straight from here, to Brookbend Cottage. Tell your sister that your leave is unexpectedly cut short, and that you sail tomorrow." "The Martian?" No, the Martian doesn't sail. Look up the movements on your way there, and pick out a boat that does. Say you are transferred. Add that you expect to be away only 2 or 3 months, and that you really want the £500 by the time of your return. Don't stay in the house long, please." "I understand, sir." "St. Albans is too far. Make your excuse and get away from there today. Put up somewhere in town, where you will be in reach of the telephone. Let Mr. Carlyle and myself know where you are. Keep out of Creek's way. I don't want actually to tie you down to the house, but we may require your services. We will let you know at the first sign of anything doing, and if there is nothing to be done, we must release you." "I don't mind that. Is there nothing more that I can do now?" "Nothing. In going to Mr. Carlyle, you have done the best thing possible. You have put your sister into the care of the shrewdest man in London." Whereat the object of this quite unexpected eulogy found himself becoming covered with modest confusion. "Well, Max," remarked Mr. Carlyle tentatively, when they were alone. "Well, Lewis?" "Of course it wasn't worth while rubbing it in before young Hollier, but, as a matter of fact, every single man carries the life of any other man, only one, mind you, in his hands, do what you will." "Provided he doesn't bungle," acquiesced Carrados. "Quite so. And also that he is absolutely reckless of the consequences." "Of course." "Two rather large provisos. Creek is obviously susceptible to both. Have you seen him?" "No. As I told you, I put a man on to report his habits in town. Then 2 days ago, as the case seemed to promise some interest, for he certainly is deeply involved with the typist, Max, and the thing might take a sensational turn any time, I went down to Mulling Common myself. Although the house is lonely, it is on the electric tram route. You know the sort of market garden rurality that about a dozen miles out of London offers, alternate bricks and cabbages. It was easy enough to get to know about Creek locally. He mixes with no one there, goes into town at irregular times, but generally every day, and is reputed to be devilish hard to get money out of. Finally, I made the acquaintance of an old fellow who used to do a day's gardening at Brookbend, occasionally. He has a cottage and a garden of his own, with a greenhouse, and the business cost me the price of a pound of tomatoes." "Was it a profitable investment?" "As tomatoes, yes. As information, no. The old fellow had the fatal disadvantage, from our point of view, of labouring under a grievance. A few weeks ago, Creek told him that he would not require him again, as he was going to do his own gardening in future." "That is something, Lewis." "If only Creek was going to poison his wife with hyoscyamin and bury her, instead of blowing her up with a dynamite cartridge and claiming that it came in among the coal." True. Still, however, the chatty old soul had a simple explanation for everything that Creek did. Creek was mad. He had even seen him flying a kite in his garden, where it was bound to get wrecked among the trees. A lad of 10 would have known better, he declared, and certainly the kite did get wrecked, for I saw it hanging over the road myself. But that a sane man should spend his time playing with a toy was beyond him. "A good many men have been flying kites of various kinds lately," said Carrados. "Is he interested in aviation?" "I dare say. He appears to have some knowledge of scientific subjects. Now, what do you want me to do, Max?" "Will you do it?" "Implicitly, subject to the usual reservations." "Keep your man on Creek in town, and let me have his reports after you have seen them. Lunch with me here now. Phone up to your office that you are detained on unpleasant business, and then give the deserving Parkinson an afternoon off. by looking after me while we take a motor run round Mulling Common. If we have time, we might go on to Brighton, feed at the Ship, and come back in the cool." "Amiable and thrice lucky mortal," sighed Mr. Carlyle, his glance wandering round the room. But, as it happened, Brighton did not figure in that day's itinerary. It had been Carrados's intention merely to pass Brookbend Cottage on this occasion, relying on his highly developed faculties, aided by Mr. Carlyle's description, to inform him of the surroundings. 100 yards before they reached the house, he had given an order to his chauffeur to drop into the lowest speed, and they were leisurely drawing past, when a discovery by Mr. Carlyle modified their plans. "By Jupiter!" that gentleman suddenly exclaimed. "There's a board up, Max. The place is to be let." Carrados picked up the tube again. A couple of sentences passed, and the car stopped by the roadside, a score of paces past the limit of the garden. Mr. Carlyle took out his notebook and wrote down the address of a firm of house agents. "You might raise the bonnet and have a look at the engines, Harris," said Carrados. "We want to be occupied here for a few minutes." "This is sudden. Hollier knew nothing of their leaving," remarked Mr. Carlyle. "Probably not for 3 months yet. All the same, Lewis, we will go on to the agents and get a card to view, whether we use it today or not." A thick hedge, in its summer dress, effectively screening the house beyond from public view, lay between the garden and the road. Above the hedge showed an occasional shrub. At the corner nearest to the car, a chestnut flourished. The wooden gate, once white, which they had passed, was grimed and rickety. The road itself was still the unpretentious country lane that the advent of the electric car had found it. When Carrados had taken in these details, there seemed little else to notice. He was on the point of giving Harris the order to go on, when his ear caught a trivial sound. "Someone is coming out of the house, Lewis," he warned his friend. "It may be Hollier, but he ought to have gone by this time." "I don't hear anyone," replied the other. But as he spoke, a door banged noisily, and Mr. Carlyle slipped into another seat and ensconced himself behind a copy of the Globe. "Creek himself," he whispered across the car, as a man appeared at the gate. "Hollier was right. He is hardly changed. Waiting for a car, I suppose." But a car very soon swung past them from the direction in which Mr. Creek was looking, and it did not interest him. For a minute or two longer he continued to look expectantly along the road. Then he walked slowly up the drive back to the house. "We will give him 5 or 10 minutes," decided Carrados. "Harris is behaving very naturally." Before even the shorter period had run out, they were repaid. A telegraph boy cycled leisurely along the road, and, leaving his machine at the gate, went up to the cottage. Evidently there was no reply, for in less than a minute he was trundling past them back again. Round the bend an approaching tram clanged its bell noisily, and, quickened by the warning sound, Mr. Creek again appeared, this time with a small portmanteau in his hand. With a backward glance he hurried on towards the next stopping-place, and, boarding the car as it slackened down, he was carried out of their knowledge. "Very convenient of Mr. Creek," remarked Carrados, with quiet satisfaction. "We will now get the order and go over the house in his absence. It might be useful to have a look at the wire as well." "It might, Max," acquiesced Mr. Carlyle, a little dryly. "But if it is, as it probably is, in Creek's pocket, how do you propose to get it?" "By going to the post office, Lewis." "Quite so. Have you ever tried to see a copy of a telegram addressed to someone else?" "I don't think I have ever had occasion yet," admitted Carrados. "Have you?" "In one or two cases I have perhaps been an accessory to the act. It is generally a matter either of extreme delicacy or considerable expenditure." "Then for Hollier's sake we will hope for the former here." And Mr. Carlyle smiled darkly, and hinted that he was content to wait for a friendly revenge. A little later, having left the car at the beginning of the straggling High Street, the two men called at the village post office. They had already visited the house agent and obtained an order to view Brookbend Cottage, declining, with some difficulty, the clerk's persistent offer to accompany them. The reason was soon forthcoming. "As a matter of fact," explained the young man, "the present tenant is under our notice to leave." "Unsatisfactory, eh?" said Carrados, encouragingly. "He's a corker," admitted the clerk, responding to the friendly tone. 15 months, and not a doit of rent have we had. That's why I should have liked—" "We will make every allowance," replied Carrados. The post office occupied one side of a stationer's shop. It was not without some inward trepidation that Mr. Carlyle found himself committed to the adventure. Carrados, on the other hand, was the personification of bland unconcern. "You have just sent a telegram to Brookbend Cottage," he said to the young lady behind the brasswork lattice. "We think it may have come inaccurately, and should like a repeat." He took out his purse. "What is the fee?" The request was evidently not a common one. "Oh," said the girl, uncertainly. "Wait a minute, please." She turned to the pile of telegram duplicates behind the desk, and ran a doubtful finger along the upper sheets. "I think this is all right. You want it repeated?" "Please?" Just a tinge of questioning surprise gave point to the courteous tone. "It will be 4pence. If there is an error, the amount will be refunded." Carrados put down a coin and received his change. "Will it take long?" he inquired carelessly, as he pulled on his glove. "You will most likely get it within a quarter of an hour," she replied. "Now you've done it," commented Mr. Carlyle, as they walked back to their car. "How do you propose to get that telegram, Max?" "Ask for it," was the laconic explanation. And, stripping the artifice of any elaboration, he simply asked for it and got it. The car, posted at a convenient bend in the road, gave him a warning note as the telegraph boy approached. Then Carrados took up a convincing attitude, with his hand on the gate, while Mr. Carlyle lent himself to the semblance of a departing friend. That was the inevitable impression when the boy rode up. "Creek, Brookbend Cottage?" inquired Carrados, holding out his hand. And, without a second thought, the boy gave him the envelope and rode away, on the assurance that there would be no reply. "Some day, my friend," remarked Mr. Carlyle, looking nervously towards the unseen house, "your ingenuity will get you into a tight corner." "Then my ingenuity must get me out again," was the retort. "Let us have our view now. The telegram can wait." An untidy workwoman took their order and left them standing at the door. Presently a lady, whom they both knew to be Mrs. Creek, appeared. "You wish to see over the house?" she said, in a voice that was utterly devoid of any interest. Then, without waiting for a reply, she turned to the nearest door and threw it open. "This is the drawing-room," she said, standing aside. They walked into a sparsely furnished, damp-smelling room, and made a pretence of looking round, while Mrs. Creek remained silent and aloof. "The dining-room," she continued, crossing the narrow hall and opening another door. Mr. Carlyle ventured a genial commonplace in the hope of inducing conversation. The result was not encouraging. Doubtless they would have gone through the house under the same frigid guidance, had not Carrados been at fault in a way that Mr. Carlyle had never known him fail before. In crossing the hall, he stumbled over a mat and almost fell. "Pardon my clumsiness," he said to the lady. "I am, unfortunately, quite blind. But," he added, with a smile, to turn off the mishap, "even a blind man must have a house." The man who had eyes was surprised to see a flood of colour rush into Mrs. Creake's face. "Blind!" she exclaimed. "Oh, I beg your pardon. Why did you not tell me? You might have fallen." "I generally manage fairly well," he replied. "But, of course, in a strange house—" She put her hand on his arm very lightly. "You must let me guide you, just a little," she said. The house, without being large, was full of passages and inconvenient turnings. Carrados asked an occasional question, and found Mrs. Creake quite amiable, without effusion. Mr. Carlyle followed them from room to room, in the hope, though scarcely the expectation, of learning something that might be useful. "This is the last one. It is the largest bedroom," said their guide. Only 2 of the upper rooms were fully furnished, and Mr. Carlyle at once saw, as Carrados knew without seeing, that this was the one which the Creakes occupied. "A very pleasant outlook," declared Mr. Carlyle. "Oh, I suppose so," admitted the lady, vaguely. The room, in fact, looked over the leafy garden and the room beyond. It had a French window opening onto a small balcony, and to this, under the strange influence that always attracted him to light, Carrados walked. "I expect there is a certain amount of repair needed," he said, after standing there a moment. "I am afraid there would be," she confessed. "I ask because there is a sheet of metal on the floor here," he continued. "Now that, in an old house, spells dry rot to the wary observer." "My husband said that the rain, which comes in a little under the window, was rotting the boards there," she replied. "He put that down recently. I had not noticed anything myself." It was the first time she had mentioned her husband. Mr. Carlyle pricked up his ears. "Ah, that is a less serious matter," said Carrados. "May I step out onto the balcony?" "Oh, yes, if you like to." Then, as he appeared to be fumbling at the catch, "Let me open it for you." But the window was already open, and Carrados, facing the various points of the compass, took in the bearings. "A sunny, sheltered corner," he remarked. "An ideal spot for a deck chair and a book." She shrugged her shoulders half contemptuously. "I dare say," she replied, "but I never use it." "Sometimes, surely," he persisted mildly. "It would be my favourite retreat. But then, I was going to say that I had never even been out on it, but that would not be quite true. It has 2 uses for me, both equally romantic. I occasionally shake a duster from it, and when my husband returns late without his latchkey, he wakes me up, and I come out here and drop him mine." Further revelation of Mr. Creake's nocturnal habits was cut off, greatly to Mr. Carlyle's annoyance, by a cough of unmistakable significance from the foot of the stairs. They had heard a trade cart drive up to the gate, a knock at the door, and the heavy-footed woman tramp along the hall. "Excuse me a minute, please," said Mrs. Creake. "Louis," said Carrados, in a sharp whisper, the moment they were alone. "Stand against the door." With extreme plausibility, Mr. Carlyle began to admire a picture, so situated that while he was there it was impossible to open the door more than a few inches. From that position he observed his confederate go through the curious procedure of kneeling down on the bedroom floor, and for a full minute pressing his ear to the sheet of metal that had already engaged his attention. Then he rose to his feet, nodded, dusted his trousers, and Mr. Carlyle moved to a less equivocal position. "What a beautiful rose-tree grows up your balcony," remarked Carrados, stepping into the room as Mrs. Creek returned. "I suppose you are very fond of gardening?" "I detest it," she replied. "But this glory, so carefully trained." "Is it?" she replied. "I think my husband was nailing it up recently." By some strange fatality, Carrados's most aimless remarks seemed to involve the absent Mr. Creek. "Do you care to see the garden?" The garden proved to be extensive and neglected. Behind the house was chiefly orchard. In front, some semblance of order had been kept up. Here it was lawn and shrubbery, and the drive they had walked along. Two things interested Carrados: the soil at the foot of the balcony, which he declared on examination to be particularly suitable for roses, and the fine chestnut tree in the corner by the road. As they walked back to the car, Mr. Carlyle lamented that they had learned so little of Creek's movements. "Perhaps the telegram will tell us something," suggested Carrados. "Read it, Lewis." Mr. Carlyle cut open the envelope, glanced at the enclosure, and, in spite of his disappointment, could not restrain a chuckle. "My poor Max," he explained, "you have put yourself to an amount of ingenious trouble for nothing. Creek is evidently taking a few days' holiday, and prudently availed himself of the meteorological office forecast before going. Listen. Immediate prospect for London, warm and settled. Further outlook, cooler but fine. Well, well, I did get a pound of tomatoes for my fourpence." "You certainly scored there, Lewis," admitted Carrados, with humorous appreciation. "I wonder," he added, speculatively, "whether it is Creek's peculiar taste, usually to spend his week-end holiday in London." "Eh?" exclaimed Mr. Carlyle, looking at the words again. "By gad, that's rum, Max. They go to Weston-super-Mare. Why on earth should he want to know about London?" "I can make a guess, but before we are satisfied I must come here again. Take another look at that kite, Lewis. Are there a few yards of string hanging loose from it?" "Yes, there are." "Rather thick string, unusually thick for the purpose?" "Yes, but how do you know?" As they drove home again, Carrados explained, and Mr. Carlyle sat aghast, saying incredulously, "Good God, Max! Is it possible?" An hour later he was satisfied that it was possible. In reply to his inquiry, someone in his office telephoned him the information that they had left Paddington by the 4:30 for Weston. It was more than a week after his introduction to Carrados that Lieutenant Hollier had a summons to present himself at the turrets again. He found Mr. Carlyle already there, and the two friends awaiting his arrival. "I stayed in all day after hearing from you this morning, Mr. Carrados," he said, shaking hands. "When I got your second message, I was all ready to walk straight out of the house. That's how I did it in the time. I hope everything is all right." "Excellent," replied Carrados. "You'd better have something before we start. We probably have a long and perhaps an exciting night before us." "And certainly a wet one," assented the lieutenant. "It was thundering over Mulling Way as I came along." "That is why you are here," said his host. "We are waiting for a certain message before we start, and in the meantime you may as well understand what we expect to happen. As you saw, there is a thunderstorm coming on. The Meteorological Office morning forecast predicted it for the whole of London, if the conditions remained. That was why I kept you in readiness. Within an hour, it is now inevitable that we shall experience a deluge. Here and there, damage will be done to trees and buildings. Here and there, a person will probably be struck and killed." "Yes." "It is Mr. Creake's intention that his wife should be among the victims." I don't exactly follow," said Hollier, looking from one man to the other. "I quite admit that Creake would be immensely relieved if such a thing did happen, but the chance is surely an absurdly remote one. Yet, unless we intervene, it is precisely what a coroner's jury will decide has happened. Do you know whether your brother-in-law has any practical knowledge of electricity, Mr. Hollier?" "I cannot say. He was so reserved, and we really knew so little of him." Yet, in 1896, an Austin Creake contributed an article on alternating currents to the American Scientific World. That would argue a fairly intimate acquaintanceship. "But do you mean that he is going to direct a flash of lightning?" "Only into the minds of the doctor who conducts the post-mortem and the coroner. This storm, the opportunity for which he has been waiting for weeks, is merely the cloak to his act. The weapon which he has planned to use, scarcely less powerful than lightning, but much more tractable, is the high-voltage current of electricity that flows along the tram-wire at his gate." "Oh!" exclaimed Lieutenant Hollier, as the sudden revelation struck him. "Sometime between 11 o'clock tonight, about the hour when your sister goes to bed, and 1:30 in the morning, the time up to which he can rely on the current, Creake will throw a stone up at the balcony window. Most of his preparation has long been made. It only remains for him to connect up a short length to the window handle, and a longer one at the other end to tap the live wire. That done, he will wake his wife in the way I have said. The moment she moves the catch of the window, and he has carefully filed its parts to ensure perfect contact, she will be electrocuted, as effectually as if she sat in the executioner's chair in Sing Sing prison." But what are we doing here?" exclaimed Hollier, starting to his feet, pale and horrified. "It is past 10 now, and anything may happen." "Quite natural, Mr. Hollier," said Carrados, reassuringly. "But you need have no anxiety. Creake is being watched. The house is being watched, and your sister is as safe as if she slept tonight in Windsor Castle. Be assured that whatever happens, he will not be allowed to complete his scheme. But it is desirable to let him implicate himself to the fullest limit. Your brother-in-law, Mr. Hollier, is a man with a peculiar capacity for taking pains." "He is a damned cold-blooded scoundrel," exclaimed the young officer fiercely. "When I think of Millicent 5 years ago—" "Well, for that matter, an enlightened nation has decided that electrocution is the most humane way of removing its superfluous citizens," suggested Carrados mildly. "He is certainly an ingenious-minded gentleman. It is his misfortune that in Mr. Carlyle he was fated to be opposed by an even subtler brain." No, really, Max," protested the embarrassed gentleman. "Mr. Hollier will be able to judge for himself when I tell him that it was Mr. Carlyle who first drew attention to the significance of the abandoned kite," insisted Carrados firmly. "Then, of course, its object became plain to me, as indeed to anyone. For 10 minutes, perhaps, a wire must be carried from the overhead line to the chestnut tree. Creake has everything in his favour, but it is just within possibility that the driver of an inopportune tram might notice the appendage. What of that? Why, for more than a week he has seen a derelict kite with its yards of trailing string hanging in the tree. A very calculating mind, Mr. Hollier. It would be interesting to know what line of action Mr. Creek has mapped out for himself afterwards. I expect he has half a dozen artistic little touches up his sleeve. Possibly he would merely singe his wife's hair, burn her feet with a red-hot poker, shiver the glass of the French window, and be content with that to let well alone. You see, lightning is so varied in its effects that whatever he did or did not do would be right. He is in the impregnable position of the body showing all the symptoms of death by lightning shock, and nothing else but lightning to account for it. A dilated eye, heart contracted in systole, bloodless lungs shrunk to a third the normal weight, and all the rest of it. When he has removed a few outward traces of his work, Creek might quite safely discover his dead wife and rush off for the nearest doctor. Or he may have decided to arrange a convincing alibi and creep away, leaving the discovery to another. We shall never know. He will make no confession. I wish it was well over, admitted Hollier. I'm not particularly jumpy, but this gives me a touch of the creeps. 3 more hours at the worst, Lieutenant, said Carrados cheerfully. Aha! Something is coming through now. He went to the telephone and received a message from one quarter, then made another connection, and talked for a few minutes with someone else. Everything working smoothly, he remarked between times over his shoulder. Your sister has gone to bed, Mr. Hollier. Then he turned to the house telephone and distributed his orders. So we, he concluded, must get up. By the time they were ready, a large closed motor car was waiting. The lieutenant thought he recognized Parkinson in the well-swathed form beside the driver, but there was no temptation to linger for a second on the steps. Already the stinging rain had lashed the drive into the semblance of a frothy estuary. All round the lightning jagged its course through the incessant, tremulous glow of more distant lightning, while the thunder only ceased its muttering to turn at close quarters and crackle viciously. One of the few things I regret missing, remarked Carrados tranquilly, but I hear a good deal of colour in it. The car slushed its way down to the gate, lurched a little heavily across the dip into the road, and, steadying as it came upon the straight, began to hum contentedly along the deserted highway. "We are not going direct?" suddenly inquired Hollier, after they had travelled perhaps half a dozen miles. The night was bewildering enough, but he had the sailor's gift for location. "No, through Hunscott Green, and then by a field path to the orchard at the back," replied Carrados. "Keep a sharp lookout for the man with the lantern about here, Harris," he called through the tube. "Something flashing just ahead, sir," came the reply, and the car slowed down and stopped. Carrados dropped the near window as a man in glistening waterproof stepped from the shelter of a lich-gate and approached. "Inspector Beadle, sir," said the stranger, looking into the car. "Quite right, Inspector," said Carrados. "Get in." "I have a man with me, sir." "We can find room for him as well. We are very wet." "So shall we all be soon." The lieutenant changed his seat, and the two burly forms took places side by side. In less than 5 minutes the car stopped again, this time in a grassy country lane. "Now we have to face it," announced Carrados. "The inspector will show us the way." The car slid round and disappeared into the night, while Beadle led the party to a stile in the hedge. A couple of fields brought them to the Brookbend boundary. There a figure stood out of the black foliage, exchanged a few words with their guide, and piloted them along the shadows of the orchard to the back door of the house. "You will find a broken pane near the catch of the scullery window," said the blind man. "Right, sir," replied the inspector. "I have it. Now, who goes through?" "Mr. Hollier will open the door for us. I'm afraid you must take off your boots and all wet things, Lieutenant. We cannot risk a single spot inside." They waited until the back door opened. Then each one divested himself in a similar manner and passed into the kitchen, where the remains of a fire still burned. The man from the orchard gathered together the discarded garments and disappeared again. Carrados turned to the lieutenant. "A rather delicate job for you now, Mr. Hollier. I want you to go up to your sister, wake her, and get her into another room, with as little fuss as possible. Tell her as much as you think fit, and let her understand that her very life depends on absolute stillness when she is alone. Don't be unduly hurried, but not a glimmer of a light, please." 10 minutes passed by the measure of the battered old alarum on the dresser shelf before the young man returned. "I've had rather a time of it," he reported, with a nervous laugh. "But I think it will be all right now. She is in the spare room." "Then we will take our places. You and Parkinson come with me to the bedroom. Inspector, you have your own arrangements. Mr. Carlyle will be with you." They dispersed silently about the house. Hollier glanced apprehensively at the door of the spare room as they passed it, but within was as quiet as the grave. Their room lay at the other end of the passage. "You may as well take your place in the bed now, Hollier," directed Carrados, when they were inside, and the door closed. "Keep well down among the clothes. Creek has to get up on the balcony, you know, and he will probably peep through the window, but he dare come no farther. Then, when he begins to throw up stones, slip on this dressing-gown of your sister's. I'll tell you what to do after." The next 60 minutes drew out into the longest hour that the lieutenant had ever known. Occasionally he heard a whisper pass between the two men who stood behind the window curtains, but he could see nothing. Then Carrados threw a guarded remark in his direction. "He is in the garden now." Something scraped slightly against the outer wall, but the night was full of wilder sounds, and in the house the furniture and the boards creaked and sprung between the yawling of the wind among the chimneys, the rattle of the thunder, and the pelting of the rain. It was a time to quicken the steadiest pulse, and when the crucial moment came, when a pebble suddenly rang against the pane, with a sound that the tense waiting magnified into a shivering crash, Hollier leapt from the bed on the instant. "Easy, easy," warned Carrados, feelingly. "We will wait for another knock." He passed something across. "Here is a rubber glove. I have cut the wire, but you had better put it on. Stand just for a moment at the window, move the catch so that it can blow open a little, and drop immediately. Now." Another stone had rattled against the glass. For Hollier to go through his part was the work merely of seconds, and with a few touches Carrados spread the dressing-gown to more effective disguise about the extended form. But an unforeseen, and in the circumstances rather horrible interval followed, for Creek, in accordance with some detail of his never-revealed plan, continued to shower missile after missile against the panes, until even the unimpressionable Parkinson shivered. "The last act," whispered Carrados, a moment after the throwing had ceased. "He has gone round to the back. Keep as you are." We take cover now." He pressed behind the arras of an extemporized wardrobe, and the spirit of emptiness and desolation seemed once more to reign over the lonely house. From half a dozen places of concealment, ears were straining to catch the first guiding sound. He moved very stealthily, burdened perhaps by some strange scruple in the presence of the tragedy that he had not feared to contrive, paused for a moment at the bedroom door, then opened it very quietly, and in the fickle light read the consummation of his hopes. "At last!" they heard the sharp whisper drawn from his relief. "At last!" He took another step, and two shadows seemed to fall on him from behind, one on either side. With primitive instinct, a cry of terror and surprise escaped him as he made a desperate movement to wrench himself free, and for a short second he almost succeeded in dragging one hand into a pocket. Then his wrists slowly came together, and the handcuffs closed. "I'm Inspector Beadle," said the man on his right side. "You are charged with the attempted murder of your wife, Millicent Creek." "You are mad," retorted the miserable creature, falling into a desperate calmness. "She has been struck by lightning." "No, you blackguard, she hasn't," wrathfully exclaimed his brother-in-law, jumping up. "Would you like to see her?" "I also have to warn you," continued the inspector impassively, "that anything you say may be used as evidence against you." A startled cry from the farther end of the passage arrested their attention. "Mr. Carrados!" called Hollier. "Oh, come at once!" At the open door of the other bedroom stood the lieutenant, his eyes still turned towards something in the room beyond, a little empty bottle in his hand. "Dead!" he exclaimed tragically, with a sob. "With this beside her! Dead! Just when she would have been free of the brute!" The blind man passed into the room, sniffed the air, and laid a gentle hand on the pulseless heart. "Yes," he replied. "That, Hollier, does not always appeal to the woman, strange to say." The Last Exploit of Harry the Actor. The one insignificant fact upon which turned the following incident in the joint experiences of Mr. Carlyle and Max Carrados was merely this, that having called upon his friend just at the moment when the private detective was on the point of leaving his office to go to the safe deposit in Lucas Street, Piccadilly, the blind amateur accompanied him, and for 10 minutes amused himself by sitting quite quietly among the palms in the centre of the circular hall, while Mr. Carlyle was occupied with his deed-box in one of the little compartments provided for the purpose. The Lucas Street Depository was then, it has since been converted into a picture palace, generally accepted as being one of the strongest places in London. The front of the building was constructed to represent a gigantic safe door, and under the colloquial designation of the safe, the place had passed into a synonym for all that was secure and impregnable. Half of the marketable securities in the west of London were popularly reported to have seen the inside of its coffers at one time or another, together with the same generous proportion of family jewels. However exaggerated an estimate this might be, the substratum of truth was solid and auriferous enough to dazzle the imagination. When ordinary safes were being carried bodily away with impunity, or ingeniously fused open by the scientifically equipped cracksman, Nervous bondholders turned with relief to the attractions of an establishment whose modest claim was summed up in its telegraphic address, impregnable. To it went also the jewel case between the ladies' social engagements, and when in due course the family journeyed north, or south, east, or west, whenever, in short, the London house was closed, its capacious storerooms received the plate chest as an established custom. Not a few traders also, jewellers, financiers, dealers in pictures, antiques, and costly bijouterie, for instance, constantly used its facilities for any stock that they did not require immediately to hand. There was only one entrance to the place, an exaggerated keyhole, to carry out the similitude of the safe door alluded to. The ground floor was occupied by the ordinary offices of the company. All the strong rooms and safes lay in the steel-cased basement. This was reached both by a lift and by a flight of steps. In either case, the visitor found before him a grille of massive proportions. Behind its bars stood a formidable commissionaire, who never left his post, his sole duty being to open and close the grille to arriving and departing clients. Beyond this, a short passage led into the round central hall, where Carrados was waiting. From this part, other passages radiated off to the vaults and strong-rooms, each one barred from the hall by a grille scarcely less ponderous than the first one. The doors of the various private rooms put at the disposal of the company's clients, and that of the manager's office, filled the wall space between the radiating passages. Everything was very quiet, everything looked very bright, and everything seemed hopelessly impregnable. "But I wonder," ran Carrados's dubious reflection, as he reached this point. "Sorry to have kept you so long, my dear Max," broke in Mr. Carlyle's crisp voice. He had emerged from his compartment and was crossing the hall, deed-box in hand. "Another minute, and I shall be with you." Carrados smiled and nodded, and resumed his former expression, which was merely that of an uninterested gentleman, waiting patiently for another. It is something of an attainment to watch closely without betraying undue curiosity, but others of the senses, hearing and smelling, for instance, can be keenly engaged, while the observer possibly has the appearance of falling asleep. "Now," announced Mr. Carlyle, returning briskly to his friend's chair and drawing on his grey suede gloves. "You are in no particular hurry?" "No," admitted the professional man, with the slowness of mild surprise. "Not at all. What do you propose?" "It is very pleasant here," replied Carrados tranquilly. "Very cool and restful, with this armoured steel between us and the dust and scurry of the hot July afternoon above. I propose remaining here for a few minutes longer." "Well, certainly," agreed Mr. Carlyle, taking the nearest chair, and eyeing Carrados as though he had a shrewd suspicion of something more than met the ear. "I believe some very interesting people rent safes here. We may encounter a bishop, or a winning jockey, or even a musical comedy actress. Unfortunately, it seems to be rather a slack time." "Two men came down while you were in your cubicle," remarked Carrados casually. "The first took the lift. I imagine that he was a middle-aged, rather portly man. He carried a stick, wore a silk hat, and used spectacles for close sight. The other came by the stairway. I infer that he arrived at the top immediately after the lift had gone. He ran down the steps, so that the two were admitted at the same time. But the second man, though the more active of the pair, hung back for a moment in the passage, and the portly one was the first to go to his safe." Mr. Carlyle's knowing look expressed, "Go on, my friend. You are coming to something," but he merely contributed an encouraging, "Yes." "When you emerged just now, Our second man quietly opened the door of his pen a fraction. Doubtless he looked out. Then he closed it as quietly again. You were not his man, Lewis. I am grateful, said Mr. Carlyle, expressively. What next, Max? That is all. They are still closeted. Both were silent for a moment. Mr. Carlyle's feeling was one of unconfessed perplexity. So far, the incident was utterly trivial in his eyes, but he knew that the trifles which appeared significant to Max had a way of standing out like signposts when the time came to look back over an episode. Carrados's sightless faculties seemed indeed to keep him just a move ahead as the game progressed. "Is there really anything in it, Max?" he asked at length. "Who can say?" replied Carrados. "At least we may wait to see them go. Those tin deed boxes now. There is one to each safe, I think." "Yes, so I imagine. The practice is to carry the box to your private lair, and there unlock it and do your business. Then you lock it up again and take it back to your safe." "Steady, our first man," whispered Carrados hurriedly. "Here, look at this with me." He opened a paper, a prospectus, which he pulled from his pocket, and they affected to study its contents together. "You were about right, my friend," muttered Mr. Carlyle, pointing to a paragraph of assumed interest. "Hat, stick, and spectacles. He is a clean-shaven, pink-faced old boy. I believe... Yes, I know the man by sight. He is a bookmaker in a large way, I'm told." "Here comes the other," whispered Carrados. The bookmaker passed across the hall, joined on his way by the manager, whose duty it was to counterlock the safe, and disappeared along one of the passages. The second man sauntered up and down, waiting his turn. Mr. Carlyle reported his movements in an undertone and described him. He was a younger man than the other, of medium height and passably well dressed, in a quiet lounge suit, green alpine hat, and brown shoes. By the time the detective had reached his wavy chestnut hair, large and rather ragged moustache, and sandy, freckled complexion, the first man had completed his business and was leaving the place. "It isn't an exchange lay, at all events," said Mr. Carlyle. "His inner case is only half the size of the other, and couldn't possibly be substituted." "Come up now," said Carrados, rising. "There is nothing more to be learned down here." They requisitioned the lift, and on the steps outside the gigantic keyhole stood for a few minutes discussing an investment, as a couple of trustees or a lawyer and a client who were parting there might do. 50 yards away, a very large silk hat with a very curly brim marked the progress of the bookmaker towards Piccadilly. The lift in the hall behind them swirled up again, and the gate clashed. The second man walked leisurely out and sauntered away without a backward glance. "He has gone in the opposite direction," exclaimed Mr. Carlyle, rather blankly. "It isn't the lame goat, nor the follow-me-on, nor even the homely but efficacious sandbag." "What colour were his eyes?" asked Carrados. "Upon my word, I never noticed," admitted the other. "Parkinson would have noticed," was the severe comment. "I am not Parkinson," retorted Mr. Carlyle, with asperity. "And, strictly as one dear friend to another, Max, permit me to add that while cherishing an unbounded admiration for your remarkable gifts, I have the strongest suspicion that the whole incident is a ridiculous mare's nest, bred in the fantastic imagination of an enthusiastic criminologist." Mr. Carrados received this outburst with the utmost benignity. "Come and have a coffee, Lewis," he suggested. "Mepmet's is only a street away." Mehmed proved to be a cosmopolitan gentleman from Mocha, whose shop resembled a house from the outside, and an oriental divan when one was within. A turbaned Arab placed cigarettes and cups of coffee spiced with saffron before the customers, gave salam, and withdrew. "You know, my dear chap," continued Mr. Carlyle, sipping his black coffee and wondering privately whether it was really very good or very bad, "speaking quite seriously, the one fishy detail, our ginger friends watching for the other to leave, may be open to a dozen very innocent explanations. So innocent that tomorrow I intend taking a safe myself." "You think that everything is all right?" "On the contrary, I am convinced that something is very wrong." "Then why—" "I shall keep nothing there, but it will give me the entree. I should advise you, Lewis, in the first place, to empty your safe with all possible speed, and in the second, to leave your business card on the manager." Mr. Carlyle pushed his cup away, convinced now that the coffee was really very bad. "But, my dear Max, the place, the safe, is impregnable." "When I was in the States 3 years ago, the head porter at one hotel took pains to impress on me that the building was absolutely fireproof. I at once had my things taken off to another hotel. 2 weeks later, the first place was burnt out. It was fireproof, I believe, but of course the furniture and the fittings were not, and the walls gave way." "Very ingenious," admitted Mr. Carlyle. "But why did you really go? You know you can't humbug me with your superhuman sixth sense, my friend." Carrados smiled pleasantly, thereby encouraging the watchful attendant to draw near and replenish their tiny cups. "Perhaps," replied the blind man, "because so many careless people were satisfied that it was fireproof." "Aha, there you are. The greater the confidence, the greater the risk, but only if your self-confidence results in carelessness. Now, do you know how this place is secured, Max?" "I am told that they lock the door at night," replied Carrados, with bland malice. "And hide the key under the mat to be ready for the first arrival in the morning," crowed Mr. Carlyle, in the same playful spirit. "Dear old chap. Well, let me tell you—" "That force is out of the question. Quite so," admitted his friend. "That simplifies the argument. Let us consider fraud. There again, the precautions are so rigid that many people pronounce the forms a nuisance. I confess that I do not. I regard them as a means of protecting my own property, and I cheerfully sign my name and give my password, which the manager compares with his record book before he releases the first lock of my safe. The signature is burned before my eyes in a sort of crucible there. The password is of my own choosing, and is written only in a book that no one but the manager ever sees, and my key is the sole one in existence." "No duplicate or master key?" "Neither. If a key is lost, it takes a skilful mechanic half a day to cut his way in. Then you must remember that clients of a safe deposit are not multitudinous. All are known more or less by sight to the officials there, and a stranger would receive close attention. Now, Max, by what combination of circumstances is a rogue to know my password, to be able to forge my signature, to possess himself of my key, and to resemble me personally? And finally, how is he possibly to determine beforehand whether there is anything in my safe to repay so elaborate a plant?" Mr. Carlyle concluded in triumph, and was so carried away by the strength of his position that he drank off the contents of his second cup before he realized what he was doing. "At the hotel I just spoke of," replied Carrados, "there was an attendant whose one duty, in case of alarm, was to secure 3 iron doors. On the night of the fire, he had a bad attack of toothache, and slipped away, for just a quarter of an hour to have the thing out. There was a most up-to-date system of automatic fire alarm. It had been tested only the day before, and the electrician, finding some part not absolutely to his satisfaction, had taken it away, and not had time to replace it. The night watchman, it turned out, had received leave to present himself a couple of hours later on that particular night, and the hotel fireman, whose duties he took over, had missed being notified. Lastly, there was a big riverside blaze at the same time, and all the engines were down at the other end of the city. Mr. Carlyle committed himself to a dubious monosyllable. Carrados leaned forward a little. All these circumstances formed a coincidence of pure chance. Is it not conceivable, Lewis, that an even more remarkable series might be brought about by design? Our tawny friend? Possibly, only he was not really tawny. Mr. Carlyle's easy attitude suddenly stiffened into rigid attention. He wore a false moustache. He wore a false moustache? Repeated the amazed gentleman. And you cannot see? No, really, Max, this is beyond the limit. If only you would not trust your dear blundering old eyes so implicitly, you would get nearer that limit yourself, retorted Carrados. The man carried a 5-yard aura of spirit gum, emphasized by a warm, perspiring skin. That inevitably suggested one thing. I looked for further evidence of making up, and found it. These preparations all smell. The hair you described was characteristically that of a wig, worn long enough to hide the joining, and made wavy to minimize the length. All these things are trifles. As yet we have not gone beyond the initial stage of suspicion. I will tell you another trifle. When this man retired to a compartment with his deed-box, he never even opened it. Possibly it contains a brick and a newspaper. He is only watching. Watching the bookmaker. True, but it may go far wider than that. Everything points to a plot of careful elaboration. Still, if you are satisfied— I am quite satisfied, replied Mr. Carlyle gallantly. I regard the safe almost as a national institution, and, as such, I have an implicit faith in its precautions against every kind of force or fraud. So far, Mr. Carlyle's attitude had been suggestive of a rock. But at this point he took out his watch, hummed a little to pass the time, consulted his watch again, and continued, I am afraid there were 1 or 2 papers which I overlooked. It would perhaps save me coming back again tomorrow if I went back now. Quite so, acquiesced Carrados with perfect gravity. I will wait for you. For 20 minutes he sat there, drinking an occasional tiny cup of boiled coffee, and to all appearance placidly enjoying the quaint atmosphere which Mr. Mehmed had contrived to transplant from the shore of the Persian Gulf. At the end of that period, Carlyle returned, politely effusive about the time he had kept his friend waiting, but otherwise bland and unassailable. Anyone with eyes might have noticed that he carried a parcel of about the same size and dimensions as the deed-box that fitted his safe. The next day, Carrados presented himself at the safe deposit as an intending renter. The manager showed him over the vaults and strong-rooms, explaining the various precautions taken to render the guile or force of man impotent. The strength of the chilled steel walls, the casing of electricity-resisting concrete, the stupendous isolation of the whole inner fabric on metal pillars, so that the watchman, while inside the building, could walk above, below, and all round the outer walls of what was really, although it bore no actual relationship to the advertising device of the front, a monstrous safe. And, finally, the arrangement which would enable the basement to be flooded with steam within 3 minutes of an alarm. These details were public property. The safe was a showplace, and its directors held that no harm could come of displaying a strong hand. Accompanied by the observant eyes of Parkinson, Carrados gave an adventurous but not a hopeful attention to these particulars. Submitting the problem of the tawny man to his own ingenuity, he was constantly putting before himself the question, "How shall I set about robbing this place?" And he had already dismissed force as impracticable. Nor, when it came to the consideration of fraud, did the simple but effective safeguards which Mr. Carlyle had specified seem to offer any loophole. "As I am blind, I may as well sign in the book," he suggested, when the manager passed to him a gummed slip for the purpose. The precaution against one acquiring particulars of another client might well be deemed superfluous in his case. But the manager did not fall into the trap. "It is our invariable rule in all cases, sir," he replied courteously. "What word will you take?" Parkinson, it may be said, had been left in the hall. "Suppose I happen to forget it. How do we proceed?" "In that case, I am afraid that I might have to trouble you to establish your identity," the manager explained. "It rarely happens." "Then we will say conspiracy." The word was written down, and the book closed. "Here is your key, sir. If you will allow me, your key ring." A week went by, and Carrados was no nearer the absolute solution of the problem he had set himself. He had, indeed, evolved several ways by which the contents of the safes might be reached, some simple and desperate, hanging on the razor edge of chance to fall this way or that, others more elaborate, safer on the whole, but more liable to break down at some point of their ingenious intricacy. And setting aside complicity on the part of the manager, a condition that Carrados had satisfied himself did not exist, they all depended on a relaxation of the forms by which security was assured. Carrados continued to have several occasions to visit the safe during the week, and he watched with a quiet persistence that was deadly in its scope. But from beginning to end, there was no indication of slackness in the business-like methods of the place, nor, during any of his visits, did the tawny man appear in that or any other disguise. Another week passed. Mr. Carlyle was becoming inexpressibly waggish, and Carrados himself, although he did not abate a jot of his conviction, was compelled to bend to the realities of the situation. The manager, with the obstinacy of a conscientious man who had become obsessed with the pervading note of security, excused himself from discussing abstract methods of fraud. Carrados was not in a position to formulate a detailed charge. He withdrew from active investigation, content to await his time. It came, to be precise, on a certain Friday morning, 17 days after his first visit to the safe. Returning late on the Thursday night, he was informed that a man giving the name of Draycott had called to see him. Apparently, the matter had been of some importance to the visitor, for he had returned 3 hours later on the chance of finding Mr. Carrados in. Disappointed in this, he had left a note. Carrados cut open the envelope and ran a finger along the following words. "Dear Sir, I have today consulted Mr. Lewis Carlyle, who thinks that you would like to see me. I will call again in the morning, say at 9 o'clock. If this is too soon, or otherwise inconvenient, I entreat you to leave a message, fixing as early an hour as possible. Yours faithfully, Herbert Draycott. P.S. I should add that I am the renter of a safe at the Lucas Street Depository. H.D." A description of Mr. Draycott made it clear that he was not the West End bookmaker. The caller, the servant explained, was a thin, wiry, keen-faced man. Carrados felt agreeably interested in this development, which seemed to justify his suspicion of a plot. At 9:05 the next morning, Mr. Draycott again presented himself. "Very good of you to see me so soon, sir," he apologised, on Carrados at once receiving him. "I don't know much of English ways. I'm an Australian, and I was afraid it might be too early." "You could have made it a couple of hours earlier, as far as I am concerned," replied Carrados. "Or you either, for that matter, I imagine," he added, "for I don't think that you slept much last night." "I didn't sleep at all last night," corrected Mr. Draycott. "But it's strange that you should have seen that. I understood from Mr. Carlyle that you, excuse me if I'm mistaken, sir, but I understood that you were blind." Carrados laughed his admission lightly. "Oh, yes," he said. "But never mind that. What is the trouble?" "I'm afraid it means more than just trouble for me, Mr. Carrados." The man had steady, half-closed eyes, with the suggestion of depth which one notices in the eyes of those whose business it is to look out over great expanses of land or water. They were turned towards Carrados's face with quiet resignation in their frankness now. "I'm afraid it spells disaster. I am a working engineer from the Mount Magdalena district of Coolgardie. I don't want to take up your time with outside details, so I will only say that about 2 years ago I had an opportunity of acquiring a share in a very promising claim. Gold, you understand, both reef and alluvial. As the work went on, I put more and more into the undertaking. You couldn't call it a venture by that time. The results were good, better than we had dared to expect, but from one cause and another the expenses were terrible. We saw that it was a bigger thing than we had bargained for, and we admitted that we must get outside help." So far, Mr. Draycott's narrative had proceeded smoothly enough, under the influence of the quiet despair that had come over the man. But at this point, a sudden recollection of his position swept him into a frenzy of bitterness. "Oh, what the blazes is the good of going over all this again?" he broke out. "What can you or anyone else do, anyhow? I've been robbed, rooked, cleared out of everything I possess." And tormented by recollections, and by the impotence of his rage, the unfortunate engineer beat the oak table with the back of his hand, until his knuckles bled. Carrados waited until the fury had passed. "Continue, if you please, Mr. Draycott," he said. "Just what you thought it best to tell me is just what I want to know." "I'm sorry, sir," apologised the man, colouring under his tanned skin. "I ought to be able to control myself better, but this business has shaken me. 3 times last night I looked down the barrel of my revolver, and 3 times I threw it away. Well, we arranged that I should come to London to interest some financiers in the property. We might have done it locally, or in Perth, to be sure, but then, don't you see, they would have wanted to get control. 6 weeks ago I landed here. I brought with me specimens of the quartz and good samples of extracted gold, dust and nuggets, the clearing up of several weeks' working, about 240 ounces in all. That includes the Magdalena lodestar, our lucky nugget, a lump weighing just under 7 pounds of pure gold. I had seen an advertisement of this Lucas Street safe deposit, and it seemed just the thing I wanted. Besides the gold, I had all the papers to do with the claims, plans, reports, receipts, licenses, and so on. Then, when I cashed my letter of credit, I had about £150 in notes. Of course, I could have left everything at a bank, but it was more convenient to have it, as it were, in my own safe, to get at any time, and to have a private room that I could take any gentleman to. I hadn't a suspicion that anything could be wrong, Negotiations hung on in several quarters. It's a bad time to do business here, I find. Then, yesterday, I wanted something. I went to Lucas Street, as I had done half a dozen times before, opened my safe, and had the inner case carried to a room. Mr. Carrados, it was empty.
Quite empty?
No. He laughed bitterly. At the bottom was a sheet of wrapper paper. I recognised it as a piece I had left there, in case I wanted to make up a parcel. But for that, I should have been convinced that I had somehow opened the wrong safe. That was my first idea.
It cannot be done.
So I understand, sir. And then there was the paper with my name written on it, in the empty tin. I was dazed. It seemed impossible. I think I stood there without moving for minutes. It was more like hours. Then I closed the tin box again, took it back, locked up the safe, and came out.
Without notifying anything wrong?
Yes, Mr. Carrados. The steady blue eyes regarded him with pained thoughtfulness. You see, I reckoned it out, in that time, that it must be someone about the place who had done it.
You were wrong, said Carrados.
So Mr. Carlyle seemed to think. I only knew that the key had never been out of my possession, and I had told no one of the password. Well, it did come over me, rather like cold water down the neck, that there was I, alone, in the strongest dungeon in London, and not a living soul knew where I was.
Possibly a sort of up-to-date Sweeney Todd's.
I'd heard of such things in London, admitted Draycott. Anyway, I got out. It was a mistake, I see it now. Who is to believe me as it is? It sounds a sort of unlikely tale. And how do they come to pick on me? To know what I had? I don't drink, or open my mouth, or hell round. It beats me.
They didn't pick on you. You picked on them, replied Carrados. Never mind how. You'll be believed all right. But as for getting anything back— The unfinished sentence confirmed Mr. Draycott in his gloomiest anticipations.
I have the numbers of the notes, he suggested, with an attempted hopefulness. They can be stopped, I take it.
Stopped? Yes, admitted Carrados. And what does that amount to? The banks and the police stations will be notified, and every little public house between here and Land's End will change one for the scribbling of John Jones across the back. No, Mr. Draycott, it's awkward, I dare say, but you must make up your mind to wait until you can get fresh supplies from home. Where are you staying?
Draycott hesitated. I have been at the Abbotsford in Bloomsbury up to now, he said, with some embarrassment. The fact is, Mr. Carrados, I think I ought to have told you how I was placed before consulting you, because I see no prospect of being able to pay my way. Knowing that I had plenty in the safe, I had run it rather close. I went chiefly yesterday to get some notes. I have a week's hotel bill in my pocket, and— He glanced down at his trousers. I've ordered one or two other things, unfortunately.
That will be a matter of time, doubtless, suggested the other, encouragingly. Instead of replying, Draycott suddenly dropped his arms onto the table and buried his face between them. A minute passed in silence.
"It's no good, Mr. Carrados," he said, when he was able to speak. "I can't meet it. Say what you like. I simply can't tell those chaps that I've lost everything we had, and ask them to send me more. They couldn't do it if I did. Understand, sir, the mine is a valuable one. We have the greatest faith in it. But it has gone beyond our depth. The three of us have put everything we own into it. While I'm here, they are doing labourers' work for a wage, just to keep going, waiting.
Oh, my God! Waiting for good news from me."
Carrados walked round the table to his desk and wrote. Then, without a word, he held out a paper to his visitor.
"What's this?" demanded Draycott in bewilderment. It's a cheque for £100.
"It will carry you on," explained Carrados imperturbably. "A man like you isn't going to throw up the sponge for this setback. Cable to your partners that you require copies of all the papers at once. They'll manage it, never fear. The gold must go. Write fully by the next mail. Tell them everything, and add that in spite of all you feel that you are nearer success than ever." Mr. Draycott folded the cheque with thoughtful deliberation, and put it carefully away in his pocket-book.
"I don't know whether you've guessed as much, sir," he said in a queer voice, "but I think that you've saved a man's life today. It's not the money, it's the encouragement and faith. If you could see, you'd know better than I can say how I feel about it."
Carrados laughed quietly. It always amused him to have people explain how much more he would learn if he had eyes. "Then we'll go on to Lucas Street and give the manager the shock of his life," was all he said. "Come, Mr. Draycott, I have already rung up the car." But, as it happened, another instrument had been destined to apply that stimulating experience to the manager. As they stepped out of the car, opposite the safe, a taxicab drew up, and Mr. Carlyle's alert and cheery voice hailed them. "A moment, Max," he called, turning to settle with his driver, a transaction that he invested with an air of dignified urbanity, which almost made up for any small pecuniary disappointment that may have accompanied it. "This is indeed fortunate. Let us compare notes for a moment. I have just received an almost imploring message from the manager to come at once. I assumed that it was the affair of our colonial friend here, but he went on to mention Professor Holmfast Bulge. Can it really be possible that he also has made a similar discovery?" "What did the manager say?" asked Carrados. "He was practically incoherent. But I really think it must be so. What have you done?" "Nothing," replied Carrados. He turned his back on the safe and appeared to be regarding the other side of the street. "There is a tobacconist's shop directly opposite." "There is." "What do they sell on the first floor?" "Possibly they sell rubbo. I hazard the suggestion from the legend, 'Rub in rubbo for everything,' which embellishes each window." "The windows are frosted?" "They are, to halfway up, mysterious man." Carrados walked back to his motor car. "While we are away, Parkinson, go across and buy a tin, bottle, box, or packet of rubbo." "What is rubbo, Max?" chirped Mr. Carlyle, with insatiable curiosity. "So far we do not know. When Parkinson gets some, Lewis, you shall be the one to try it." They descended into the basement, and were passed in by the grill-keeper, whose manner betrayed a discreet consciousness of something in the air. It was unnecessary to speculate why. In the distance, muffled by the armoured passages, an authoritative voice boomed like a sonorous bell heard under water.
"What, however, are the facts?"
it was demanding, with the causticity of baffled helplessness.
"I am assured that there is no other key in existence, yet my safe has been unlocked. I am given to understand that without the password it would be impossible for an unauthorized person to tamper with my property. My password, deliberately chosen, is anthropophaginian, sir. Is it one that is familiarly on the lips of the criminal classes? But my safe is empty. What is the explanation? Who are the guilty persons? What is being done? Where are the police?
If you consider that the proper course to adopt is to stand on the doorstep and beckon in the first constable who happens to pass, permit me to say, sir, that I differ from you," retorted the distracted manager. "You may rely on everything possible being done to clear up the mystery. As I told you, I have already telephoned for a capable private detective and for one of my directors."
"But that is not enough," insisted the Professor angrily. "Will one mere private detective restore my £6,000 Japanese 4.5% bearer bonds? Is the return of my irreplaceable notes on polyphyletic bridal customs among the mid-Pleistocene cavemen to depend on a solitary director? I demand that the police shall be called in, as many as are available. Let Scotland Yard be set in motion. A searching inquiry must be made. I have only been a user of your precious establishment for 6 months, and this is the result."
"There you hold the key of the mystery, Professor Bulge," interposed Carrados quietly.
"Who is this, sir?" demanded the exasperated Professor at large.
"Permit me," explained Mr. Carlyle, with bland assurance. "I am Lewis Carlyle, of Bampton Street. This gentleman is Mr. Max Carrados, the eminent amateur specialist in crime."
"I shall be thankful for any assistance towards elucidating this appalling business," condescended the Professor sonorously. "Let me put you in possession of the facts."
"Perhaps if we went into your room," suggested Carrados to the manager, "we should be less liable to interruption."
"Oh, quite so, boomed the Professor, accepting the proposal on everyone else's behalf. "The facts, sir, are these. I am the unfortunate possessor of a safe here, in which, a few months ago, I deposited, among less important matter, 60 bearer bonds of the Japanese Imperial Loan, the bulk of my small fortune, and the manuscript of an important projected work on polyphyletic bridal customs among the mid-Pleistocene cavemen. Today I came to detach the coupons, which fall due on the 15th, to pay them into my bank a week in advance, in accordance with my custom. What do I find? I find the safe locked and apparently intact, as when I last saw it a month ago. But it is far from being intact, sir. It has been opened, ransacked, cleared out. Not a single bond, not a scrap of paper remains."
It was obvious that the manager's temperature had been rising during the latter part of this speech, and now he boiled over. "Pardon my flatly contradicting you, Professor Bulge. You have again referred to your visit here a month ago as your last. You will bear witness of that, gentlemen, when I inform you that the Professor had access to his safe as recently as on Monday last. You will recognize the importance that the statement may assume." The Professor glared across the room like an infuriated animal, a comparison heightened by his notoriously hircine appearance.
"How dare you contradict me, sir?" he cried,
slapping the table sharply with his open hand.
"I was not here on Monday."
The manager shrugged his shoulders coldly. "You forget that the attendants also saw you," he remarked. "Cannot we trust our own eyes?" "A common assumption, yet not always a strictly reliable one," insinuated Carrados softly. "I cannot be mistaken." "Then can you tell me, without looking, what colour Professor Bulge's eyes are?" There was a curious and expectant silence for a minute. The Professor turned his back on the manager, and the manager passed from thoughtfulness to embarrassment. "I really do not know, Mr. Carrados," he declared loftily at last. "I do not refer to mere trifles like that." "Then you can be mistaken," replied Carrados mildly, yet with decision.
"But the ample hair, the venerable flowing beard,
the prominent nose and heavy eyebrows. These are just the striking points that are most easily counterfeited. They take the eye. If you would ensure yourself against deception, learn rather to observe the eye itself, and particularly the spots on it, the shape of the fingernails, the set of the ears. These things cannot be simulated." "You seriously suggest that the man was not Professor Bulge? That he was an impostor?" "The conclusion is inevitable. Where were you on Monday, Professor?" "I was on a short lecturing tour in the Midlands. On Saturday I was in Nottingham, on Monday in Birmingham. I did not return to London until yesterday." Carrados turned to the manager again, and indicated Draycott, who so far had remained in the background. "And this gentleman, did he, by any chance, come here on Monday?" "He did not, Mr. Carrados, but I gave him access to his safe on Tuesday afternoon, and again yesterday." Draycott shook his head sadly. "Yesterday I found it empty," he said, "and all Tuesday afternoon I was at Brighton trying to see a gentleman on business." The manager sat down very suddenly. "Good God, another!" he exclaimed faintly. "I am afraid the list is only beginning," said Carrados. "We must go through your renter's book." The manager roused himself to protest. "That cannot be done. No one but myself or my deputy ever sees the book. It would be unprecedented." "The circumstances are unprecedented," replied Carrados. "If any difficulties are placed in the way of these gentlemen's investigations, I shall make it my duty to bring the facts before the Home Secretary," announced the Professor, speaking up to the ceiling with the voice of a brazen trumpet. Carrados raised a deprecating hand. "May I make a suggestion?" he remarked. "Now, I am blind. If, therefore—" "Very well," acquiesced the manager, "but I must request the others to withdraw." For 5 minutes Carrados followed the list of safe renters as the manager read them to him. Sometimes he stopped the catalogue to reflect a moment. Now and then he brushed a fingertip over a written signature and compared it with another. Occasionally a password interested him. But when the list came to an end, he continued to look into space without any sign of enlightenment. "So much is perfectly clear, and yet so much is incredible," he mused. "You insist that you alone have been in charge for the last 6 months?" "I have not been away a day this year." "Meals?" "I have my lunch sent in." "And this room could not be entered without your knowledge while you were about the place?" "It is impossible. The door is fitted with a powerful spring and a feather-touch, self-acting lock. It cannot be left unlocked unless you deliberately prop it open." "And with your knowledge, no one has had an opportunity of having access to this book?" "No," was the reply. Carrados stood up and began to put on his gloves. "Then I must decline to pursue my investigation any further," he said icily. "Why?" stammered the manager. "Because I have positive reason for believing that you are deceiving me." "Pray sit down, Mr. Carrados. It is quite true that when you put the last question to me, a circumstance rushed into my mind which, so far as the strict letter was concerned, might seem to demand yes instead of no, but not in the spirit of your inquiry. It would be absurd to attach any importance to the incident I refer to. That would be for me to judge." "You shall do so, Mr. Carrados. I live at Windermere Mansions with my sister. A few months ago she got to know a married couple who had recently come to the opposite flat. The husband was a middle-aged, scholarly man who spent most of his time in the British Museum. His wife's tastes were different. She was much younger, brighter, gayer, a mere girl, in fact, one of the most charming and unaffected I have ever met. My sister Amelia does not readily—" "Stop!" exclaimed Carrados. "A studious middle-aged man and a charming young wife. Be as brief as possible. If there is any chance, it may turn on a matter of minutes at the ports. She came here, of course." "Accompanied by her husband," replied the manager, stiffly. "Mrs. Scott had travelled, and she had a hobby of taking photographs wherever she went. When my position accidentally came out one evening, she was carried away by the novel idea of adding views of a safe deposit to her collection, as enthusiastic as a child. There was no reason why she should not. The place has often been taken for advertising purposes. She came and brought her camera under your very nose." "I do not know what you mean by under my very nose." "She came with her husband one evening, just about our closing time. She brought her camera, of course, quite a small affair." "And contrived to be in here alone." "I take exception to the word contrived. It happened. I sent out for some tea, and in the course— How long was she alone in here?" 2 or 3 minutes at the most. When I returned, she was seated at my desk. That was what I referred to. The little rogue had put on my glasses, and had got hold of a big book. We were great chums, and she delighted to mock me. I confess that I was startled, merely instinctively, to see that she had taken up this book, but the next moment I saw that she had it upside down. Clever. She couldn't get it away in time. And the camera, with 6 of its specially sensitized films, already snapped over the last few pages by her side. "That child?" "Yes. She is 27, and has kicked hats off tall men's heads in every capital from Petersburg to Buenos Aires. Get through to Scotland Yard, and ask if Inspector Beadle can come up." The manager breathed heavily through his nose. "To call in the police and publish everything would ruin this establishment. Confidence would be gone. I cannot do it without further authority." "Then the Professor certainly will." "Before you came, I rang up the only director who is at present in town, and gave him the facts as they then stood. Possibly he has arrived by this. If you will accompany me to the boardroom, we will see." They went up to the floor above, Mr. Carlyle joining them on the way. "Excuse me a moment," said the manager. Parkinson, who had been having an improving conversation with the hall porter on the subject of land values, approached. "I am sorry, sir," he reported, "but I was unable to procure any rubbo. The place appears to be shut up." "That is a pity. Mr. Carlyle had set his heart on it." "Will you come this way, please?" said the manager, reappearing. In the boardroom they found a white-haired old gentleman who had obeyed the manager's behest from a sense of duty, and then remained in a distant corner of the empty room in the hope that he might be overlooked. He was amiably helpless, and appeared to be deeply aware of it. "This is a very sad business, gentlemen," he said, in a whispering, confiding voice. "I am informed that you recommend calling in the Scotland Yard authorities. That would be a disastrous course for an institution that depends on the implicit confidence of the public." "It is the only course," replied Carrados. "The name of Mr. Carrados is well known to us in connection with a delicate case. Could you not carry this one through?" "It is impossible. A wide inquiry must be made. Every port will have to be watched. The police alone can do that." He threw a little significance into the next sentence. "I alone can put the police in the right way of doing it." "And you will do that, Mr. Carrados?" Carrados smiled engagingly. He knew exactly what constituted the great attraction of his services. "My position is this," he explained. So far, my work has been entirely amateur. In that capacity, I have averted 1 or 2 crimes, remedied an occasional injustice, and now and then been of service to my professional friend, Lewis Carlyle. But there is no reason at all why I should serve a commercial firm in an ordinary affair of business for nothing. For any information, I should require a fee, a quite nominal fee of, say, £100. The director looked as though his faith in human nature had received a rude blow. £100 would be a very large initial fee for a small firm like this, Mr. Carrados, he remarked in a pained voice. And that, of course, would be independent of Mr. Carlyle's professional charges, added Carrados. Is that sum contingent on any specific performance? Inquired the manager. I do not mind making it conditional on my procuring for you, for the police to act on, a photograph and a description of the thief. The 2 officials conferred apart for a moment. Then the manager returned. We will agree, Mr. Carrados, on the understanding that these things are to be in our hands within 2 days. Failing that— No, no, cried Mr. Carlyle indignantly, but Carrados good-humouredly put him aside. I will accept the condition in the same sporting spirit that inspires it. Within 48 hours, or no pay. The cheque, of course, to be given immediately the goods are delivered. You may rely on that. Carrados took out his pocket-book, produced an envelope bearing an American stamp, and from it extracted an unmounted print. Here is the photograph, he announced. The man is called Ulysses K. Groom, but he is better known as Harry the actor. You will find the description written on the back. 5 minutes later, when they were alone, Mr. Carlyle expressed his opinion of the transaction. You are an unmitigated humbug, Max, he said, though an amiable one, I admit. But purely for your own private amusement, you spring these things on people. On the contrary, replied Carrados, people spring these things on me. Now, this photograph, why have I heard nothing of it before? Carrados took out his watch and touched the fingers. It is now 3 minutes to 11. I received the photograph at 8:20. Even then, an hour ago, you assured me that you had done nothing. Nor had I, so far as result went. Until the keystone of the edifice was wrung from the manager in his room, I was as far away from demonstrable certainty as ever. So am I, as yet, hinted Mr. Carlyle. I am coming to that, Lewis. I turn over the whole thing to you. The man has got 2 clear days' start, and the chances are 9 to 1 against catching him. We know everything, and the case has no further interest for me. But it is your business. Here is your material. On that one occasion, when the tawny man crossed our path, I took from the first a rather more serious view of his scope and intention than you did. That same day I sent a cipher cable to Pearson of the New York service. I asked for news of any man of such and such a description, merely negative, who was known to have left the States, an educated man, expert in the use of disguises, audacious in his operations, and a specialist in dry work among banks and strong-rooms. Why the States, Max? That was a sighting shot on my part. I argued that he must be an English-speaking man. The smart and inventive turn of the modern Yank has made him a specialist in ingenious devices, straight or crooked. Unpickable locks and invincible lock-pickers, burglar-proof safes and safe-specializing burglars come equally from the States. So I tried a very simple test. As we talked that day, and the man walked past us, I dropped the words New York, or rather New York, in his hearing. I know you did. He neither turned nor stopped. He was that much on his guard, but into his step there came, though your poor old eyes could not see it, Lewis, the psychological pause, an absolute arrest of perhaps a fifth of a second, just as it would have done with you if the word London had fallen on your ear in a distant land. However, the whys and the wherefores don't matter. Here is the essential story. 18 months ago, Harry, the actor, successfully looted the office safe of Mackenzie, J.F. Higgs & Co. of Cleveland, Ohio. He had just married a smart but very facile third-rate vaudeville actress, English by origin, and wanted money for the honeymoon. He got about £500, and with that they came to Europe and stayed in London for some months. That period is marked by the Congreve Square post office burglary, you may remember. While studying such of the British institutions as most appealed to him, the actor's attention became fixed on this safe deposit. Possibly the implied challenge contained in its telegraphic address grew on him, until it became a point of professional honour with him to despoil it. At all events, he was presumably attracted by an undertaking that promised not only glory, but very solid profit. The first part of the plot was, to the most skilful criminal impersonator in the States, mere skittles. Spreading over these months, he appeared at the safe in 12 different characters, and rented 12 safes of different sizes. At the same time, he made a thorough study of the methods of the place. As soon as possible, he got the keys back again into legitimate use, having made duplicates for his own private ends, of course. 5 he seems to have returned during his first stay. 1 was received later, with profuse apologies, by registered post. 1 was returned through a leading Berlin bank. 6 months ago, he made a flying visit here, purely to work off 2 more. 1 he kept from first to last, and the remaining couple he got in at the beginning of his second long residence here, 3 or 4 months ago. This brings us to the serious part of the cool enterprise. He had funds from the Atlantic and South Central mail car coup when he arrived here last April. He appears to have set up 3 establishments, a home, in the guise of an elderly scholar with a young wife, which, of course, was next door to our friend the manager, an observation point, over which he plastered the inscription, "Rub in Rubbo for everything," as a reason for being. And, somewhere else, a dressing-room with essential conditions of 2 doors into different streets. About 6 weeks ago, he entered the last stage. Mrs. Harry, with quite ridiculous ease, got photographs of the necessary page or 2 of the record book. I don't doubt that for weeks before then, everyone who entered the place had been observed. But the photographs linked them up with the actual men into whose hands the actors' old keys had passed, gave their names and addresses, the numbers of their safes, their passwords and signatures. The rest was easy. "Yes, by Jupiter, mere play for a man like that," agreed Mr. Carlyle, with professional admiration. He could contrive a dozen different occasions for studying the voice and manner and appearance of his victims. "How much has he cleared?" "We can only speculate as yet. I have put my hand on 7 doubtful callers on Monday and Tuesday last. 2 others he had ignored for some reason. The remaining 2 safes had not been allotted. There is one point that raises an interesting speculation." "What is that, Max?" "The actor has one associate, a man known as Billy the Fondant. But beyond that, with the exception of his wife, of course, he does not usually trust anyone. It is plain, however, that at least 7 men must latterly have been kept under close observation. It has occurred to me—" "Yes, Max?" "I have wondered whether Harry has enlisted the innocent services of one or other of our clever private inquiry offices." "Oh, I don't know. Mrs. Harry, in the character of a jealous wife or a suspicious sweetheart, might reasonably—" Mr. Carlyle's smile suddenly faded. "By Jupiter!" he exclaimed. "I remember—" "Yes, Lewis?" prompted Carrados, with laughter in his voice. I remember that I must telephone to a client before Beadle comes," concluded Mr. Carlyle, rising in some haste. At the door he almost ran into the subdued director, who was wringing his hands in helpless protest at a new stroke of calamity.
"Oh, Mr. Carrados," wailed the poor old gentleman in a tremulous bleat. "Mr. Carrados, there is another now, Sir Benjamin Gump. He insists on seeing me. You will not desert us."
"I should have to stay a week," replied Carrados briskly, "and I'm just off now. There will be a procession. Mr. Carlyle will support you, I am sure." He nodded good morning straight into the eyes of each, and found his way out with the astonishing certainty of movement that made so many forget his infirmity. Possibly he was not desirous of encountering Draycott's embarrassed gratitude again, for in less than a minute they heard the swirl of his departing car. "Never mind, my dear sir," Mr. Carlyle assured his client with impenetrable complacency. "Never mind. I will remain instead. Perhaps I had better make myself known to Sir Benjamin at once." The director turned on him the pleading, trustful look of a cornered dormouse.
"He is in the basement," he whispered. "I shall be in the boardroom, if necessary."
Mr. Carlyle had no difficulty in discovering the centre of interest in the basement. Sir Benjamin was expansive and reserved, bewildered and decisive, long-winded and short-tempered, each in turn, and more or less all at once. He had already demanded the attention of the manager, Professor Bulge, Draycott, and 2 underlings to his case, and they were now involved in a babel of inutile reiteration. The inquiry agent was at once drawn into a circle of interrogation that he did his best to satisfy impressively, while himself learning the new facts. The latest development was sufficiently astonishing. Less than an hour before, Sir Benjamin had received a parcel by a district messenger. It contained a jewel case, which ought at that moment to have been securely reposing in one of the deposit safes. Hastily snatching it open, the recipient's incredible forebodings were realized. It was empty of jewels, that is to say, for, as if to add a sting to the blow, a neatly inscribed card had been placed inside, and on it the agitated baronet read the appropriate, but at the moment rather gratuitous maxim, "Lay not up for yourselves treasures upon earth." The card was passed round, and all eyes demanded the expert's pronouncement. "Where moth and rust doth corrupt, and where thieves break through and steal." Read Mr. Carlyle with weight. "This is a most important clue, Sir Benjamin."
"Hey, what's that?"
exclaimed a voice from the other side of the hall.
"Why, damme if I don't believe you've got another. Look at that, gentlemen, look at that. What's on, I say? Here, now, come, give me my safe. I want to know where I am."
It was the bookmaker who strode tempestuously in among them, flourishing before their faces a replica of the card that was in Mr. Carlyle's hand. "Well, upon my soul, this is most extraordinary," exclaimed that gentleman, comparing the two. "You have just received this, Mr. Berg, isn't it?"
"That's right, Berg. Iceberg, on the course. Thank the Lord Harry, I can take my losses coolly enough, but this is a facer. Put into my hand half an hour ago, inside an envelope that ought to be here, and as safe as in the Bank of England. What's the game, I say? Here, Johnny, hurry and let me into my safe."
Discipline and method had for the moment gone by the board. There was no suggestion of the boasted safeguards of the establishment. The manager added his voice to that of the client, and when the attendant did not at once appear, he called again. "John, come and give Mr. Berg access to his safe at once."
"All right, sir,"
pleaded the harassed key attendant, hurrying up with the burden of his own distraction.
"There's a silly fathead got in, what thinks this is a left luggage office, so far as I can make out. A foreigner."
"Never mind that now," replied the manager severely. "Mr. Berg's safe, number 01724. The attendant and Mr. Berg went off together down one of the brilliant colonnaded vistas. One or two of the others, who had caught the words, glanced across and became aware of a strange figure that was drifting indecisively towards them. He was obviously an elderly German tourist, of pronounced type, long-haired, spectacled, outrageously garbed, and involved in the mental abstraction of his philosophical race. One hand was occupied with the manipulation of a pipe, as markedly Teutonic as its owner. The other grasped a carpet-bag that would have ensured an opening laugh to any low comedian. Quite impervious to the preoccupation of the group, the German made his way up to them and picked out the manager.
"This was a safety deposit, nicht wahr?"
"Quite so," acquiesced the manager loftily.
"But just now, your fellow was dense of comprehension."
The eyes behind the clumsy glasses wrinkled to a ponderous humour.
"He forgot his own business. Now, this good bag."
Brought into fuller prominence, the carpet-bag revealed further details of its overburdened proportions. At one end, a flannel shirt-cuff protruded in limp dejection. At the other, an ancient collar, with the grotesque attachment known as a dickey, asserted its presence. No wonder the manager frowned his annoyance. The safe was in low enough repute among its patrons at that moment, without any burlesque interlude to its tragic hour.
Yes,
he whispered, attempting to lead the would-be depositor away.
"But you are under a mistake. This is not—" "It was a safety deposit? Good. Mein Berg. I would deposit him in safety till the time of mine train, ja?"
Nine, almost hissed the agonized official.
"Go away, sir, go away. It isn't a cloakroom. John, let this gentleman out."
The attendant and Mr. Berg were returning from their quest. The inner box had been opened, and there was no need to ask the result. The bookmaker was shaking his head like a baffled bull.
"Gone, no effects," he shouted across the hall. "Lifted from the safe, by crumb."
To those who knew nothing of the method and operation of the fraud, it seemed as if the financial security of the capital was tottering. An amazed silence fell, and in it they heard the great grille door of the basement clang on the inopportune foreigner's departure. But, as if it was impossible to stand still on that morning of dire happenings, he was immediately succeeded by a dapper, keen-faced man in severe clerical attire who had been let in as the intruder passed out.
"Canon Petersham!"
exclaimed the professor, going forward to greet him.
"My dear Professor Bulge," reciprocated the canon, "you here! Oh, a most disquieting thing has happened to me. I must have my safe at once."
He divided his attention between the manager and the professor, as he monopolized them both.
"A most disquieting and outrageous circumstance. My safe, please. Yes, Reverend Henry Noakes Petersham. I have just received by hand a box, a small box of no value, but one that I thought, yes, I am convinced that it was the one, a box that was used to contain certain valuables of family interest, which should at this moment be in my safe here. Number 7436. Very likely. Yes, here is my key. But not content with the disconcerting effect of that, Professor, the box contained, and I protest that it's a most unseemly thing to quote any text from the Bible in this way to a clergyman of my position. Well, here it is. Lay not up for yourselves treasures upon earth. Why, I have a dozen sermons of my own in my desk now on that very verse. I'm particularly partial to the very needful lesson that it teaches, and to apply it to me, it's monstrous." "Number 7436, John," ordered the manager, with weary resignation. The attendant again led the way towards another armour-plated aisle. Smartly turning a corner, he stumbled over something, bit a profane exclamation in two, and looked back. "It's that blooming foreigner's old bag again," he explained across the place in aggrieved apology. "He left it here after all." "Take it upstairs and throw it out when you've finished," said the manager shortly. "Here, wait a minute," pondered John, in absent-minded familiarity. "Wait a minute. This is a funny go. There's a label on that wasn't here before. Why not look inside?" "Why not look inside?" repeated someone. "That's what it says." There was another puzzled silence. All were arrested by some intangible suggestion of a deeper mystery than they had yet touched. One by one, they began to cross the hall, with the conscious air of men who were not curious, but thought that they might as well see. "Why, curse my crumpet!" suddenly exploded Mr. Berg. "If that ain't the same writing as these texts." "By gad, but I believe you are right," assented Mr. Carlyle. "Well, why not look inside?" The attendant, from his stooping posture, took the verdict of the ring of faces, and in a trice tugged open the two buckles. The central fastening was not locked, and yielded to a touch. The flannel shirt, the weird collar, and a few other garments, in the nature of a top dressing, were flung out, and John's hand plunged deeper. Harry the actor had lived up to his dramatic instinct. Nothing was wrapped up. Nay, the rich booty had been deliberately opened out and displayed, as it were, so that the overturning of the bag, when John the key-bearer, in an access of riotous extravagance, lifted it up and strewed its contents broadcast on the floor, was like the looting of a smuggler's den, or the realization of a speculator's dream, or the bursting of an Aladdin's cave, or something incredibly lavish and bizarre. Banknotes fluttered down and lay about in all directions. Relays of sovereigns rolled away like so much dross. Bonds and scrip for thousands and tens of thousands clogged the downpouring stream of jewellery and unset gems. A yellow stone, the size of a 4-pound weight and twice as heavy, dropped plump upon the canon's toes, and sent him hopping and grimacing to the wall. A ruby-hilted kriss cut across the manager's wrist as he strove to arrest the splendid rout. Still the miraculous cornucopia deluged the ground, with its pattering, ringing, bumping, crinkling, rolling, fluttering produce, until, like the final tableau of some spectacular ballet, it ended with a golden rain that masked the details of the heap beneath a glittering veil of yellow sand. "My dust!" gasped Draycott. "My fivers, by golly!" ejaculated the bookmaker, initiating a plunge among the spoil. "My Japanese bonds, coupons and all, and, yes, even the manuscript of my work on polyphyletic bridal customs among the mid-Pleistocene cavemen. Ha!" Something approaching a cachinnation of delight closed the professor's contribution to the pandemonium, and eyewitnesses afterwards declared that, for a moment, the dignified scientist stood on one foot, in the opening movement of a can-can. "My wife's diamonds, thank heaven!" cried Sir Benjamin, with the air of a schoolboy who was very well out of a swishing. "But what does it mean?" demanded the bewildered canon. "Here are my family heirlooms, a few decent pearls, my grandfather's collection of camei, and other trifles. But who?" "Perhaps this offers some explanation," suggested Mr. Carlyle, unpinning an envelope that had been secured to the lining of the bag. "It is addressed to 7 rich sinners. Shall I read it for you?" For some reason the response was not unanimous, but it was sufficient.
Mr. Carlyle cut open the envelope. "My dear friends, aren't you glad? Aren't you happy at this moment? Ah, yes, but not with the true joy of regeneration that alone can bring lightness to the afflicted soul. Pause while there is yet time. Cast off the burden of your sinful lusts. For what shall it profit a man if he shall gain the whole world and lose his own soul?" Mark chapter 8, verse 36. Oh, my friends, you have had an all-fired narrow squeak. Up till the Friday in last week, I held your wealth in the hollow of my ungodly hand, and rejoiced in my nefarious cunning. But on that day, as I, with my guilty female accomplice, stood listening with worldly amusement to the testimony of a converted brother at a meeting of the Salvation Army on Clapham Common, the gospel light suddenly shone into our rebellious souls, and then and there we found salvation. Hallelujah! What we have done to complete the unrighteous scheme upon which we had laboured for months has only been for your own good, dear friends that you are, though as yet divided from us by your carnal lusts. Let this be a lesson to you. Sell all you have and give it to the poor, through the organisation of the Salvation Army by preference, and thereby lay up for yourselves treasures where neither moth nor rust doth corrupt, and where thieves do not break through and steal. Matthew chapter 6, verse 20. Yours in good works, Private Henry, the Salvationist. P.S. In haste. I may as well inform you that no crib is really uncrackable, though the Cyrus J. Coy Company's safe deposit on West 24th Street, New York, comes nearest the kernel. And even that I could work to the bare rock if I took hold of the job with both hands. That is to say, I could have done in my sinful days. As for you, I should recommend you to change your T.A. to Peanut. U.K.G. There sounds a streak of the old Adam in that postscript, Mr. Carlyle, whispered Inspector Beadle, who had just arrived in time to hear the letter read. The Missing Actress sensation. First nights are not what they were, even within the memory of playgoers who would be startled to hear anyone else refer to them as elderly. But there are yet occasions of exception, and the production of Call a Spade at the Argosy Theatre was marked by at least one feature of note. The play itself was sound, though not epoch-making. The performance of the leading lady was satisfactory, and exactly what was to be expected from her. The leading gentleman was equally effective in a part which, as 8 out of 12 dramatic critics happily phrased it on the morrow, fitted him like a glove. And on the same preponderance of opinion, the character actor contrived to extract every ounce of humour from the material at his disposal. In other words, Call a Spade might so far be relied upon to run an attenuating course for about 50 nights, and then to be discreetly dropped, pending the continuance of its triumphal progress at another West End house, should a suitable habitation become available. But a very different note came into the reviews when the writers passed to the achievement of another member of the company, a young actress described on the programme as Miss Una Rosscastle. Miss Rosscastle was unknown to London critics and London audiences. She had come from Dublin, with no very great dramatic reputation, but it is to be presumed that the quite secondary part which she had been given on her first metropolitan appearance was peculiarly suited to her talent. No one was more surprised than the author at the remarkable characterization that Mary Ryan assumed in Miss Rosscastle's hands. He was the more surprised because he had failed to notice anything of the kind at rehearsals. Dimly he suspected that the young lady had got more out of the part than he had ever put into it, and while outwardly loud in his expression of delight, he was secretly uncertain whether to be pleased or annoyed. The leading lady also went out of her way to congratulate the young neophyte effusively on her triumph, and then slapped her unfortunate dresser on very insufficient provocation. But the lessee manager spoke of his latest acquisition with a curious air of restraint. At the end of the second act, Miss Rosscastle took 4 calls. After that, she was only required for the first few minutes of the last act, and many among the audience noted with surprise that she did not appear with the company at the fall of the curtain. She had, in fact, already left the house. All the same, the success of the piece constituted a personal triumph for herself. Thenceforth, instead of, "Oh, yes, you might do worse than book seats at the Argosy," the people who had been said, "Now, don't forget, you positively must see Miss Rosscastle in Call a Spade." And, as the press had said very much the same, the difference to the box office was something, but to the actress it was everything. Miss Rosscastle, indeed, had achieved that rare distinction of waking to find herself famous. Nothing could have seemed more assured and roseate than her professional future. About a week later, Max Carrados was interrupted one afternoon, in the middle of composing an article on Sicilian numismatics, by a telephone call from Mr. Carlyle. The blind man smiled as he returned his friend's greeting, for Lewis Carlyle's voice was wonderfully suggestive in its phases of the varying aspects of the speaker himself, and at that moment it conveyed a portrait of Mr. Carlyle in his very best early-morning business manner, spruce and debonair, a little obtuse to things beyond his experience, and impervious to criticism, but self-confident, trenchant, and within his limits, capable. In its crisp yet benign complacency, Carrados could almost have sworn to resplendent patent boots, the current shade in suede gloves, and a carefully selected picottee. "If you are doing nothing better tonight, Max," continued the inquiry agent, "would you join me at the Argosy Theatre? I have a box, and we might go on to the Savoy afterwards. Now, don't say you are engaged, there's a good fellow," he urged. "You haven't given me the chance of playing host for a month or more." "The fact is," confessed Carrados, "I was there for the first night, only a week ago." "How unfortunate," exclaimed the other. "But don't you think that you could put up with it again?" "I am sure I can," agreed Carrados. "Yes, I will join you there with pleasure." "Delightful," crowed Mr. Carlyle. "Let us say—" The essential details were settled in a trice, but the call had not yet expired, and the sociable gentleman still held the wire. "Were you interested in Miss Rosscastle, Max?" "Decidedly." "That is fortunate. My choice of a theatre is not unconnected with a case I have on hand. I may be able to tell you something about the lady." "Possibly we shall not be alone?" suggested Carrados. "Well, no, not absolutely," admitted Carlyle. "Charming young fellow, though. I'm sure you'll like him, Max. Trevor Enniscorthy, a younger son of old Lord Slays." "Conventional rotter between ourselves?" inquired Max. "Not a bit of it," declared Mr. Carlyle loyally. "A young fellow of 25 is none the worse for being enamoured of a fascinating creature who happens to be on the stage. He is— Oh, very well. Good-bye, Max. 8:15, remember." They were all punctual. In fact, if Mr. Enniscorthy could have got me along, we should have been here before the doors opened, declared Mr. Carlyle, when the blind man joined them. "Now, why are there no programmes about here, I wonder?" "I hardly fancy they anticipate their box-holders arriving 20 minutes before the curtain rises," suggested Carrados. "There are some!" exclaimed Mr. Enniscorthy, dashing out as an attendant crossed the circle. He was back in a moment, and standing in the obscurity of the box, eagerly tore open the programme. "Still in," he muttered, coming forward and throwing the paper down for the others to refer to. "Oh, excuse my impatience," he apologised, colouring. "I am rather—" He left them to supply the rest. "Mr. Enniscorthy has given me permission to explain his position, Max," began Mr. Carlyle, but the young man abruptly cut short the proposition stated in this vein of deference. "I'd rather put it that if Mr. Carrados would help me with his advice, I should be most awfully grateful," he said, in a very clear, rather highly pitched voice. "I suppose it's inevitable to feel no end of an ass over this sort of thing, but I'm desperately in earnest, and I must go through with it." "Admirable," beamed Mr. Carlyle's inextinguishable eye, and he murmured, "Very natural, I'm sure," in the voice of a man who has just been told to go up higher. "Perhaps you know that there is a Miss Rosscastle put down as appearing in this piece?" went on Enniscorthy. "Well, I knew Miss Rosscastle rather well in Ireland. I came to London because I followed her here." "Engaged?" dropped quietly from Carrados's lips. "I cannot say that we were actually engaged," was the admission. "But well, you know how these things stand. At all events, she knew what I felt towards her, and she did not discourage my hopes." "Did your people know of this, Mr. Enniscorthy?" "I had not spoken to my father or to my stepmother, but they might easily have heard something of it," replied the young man. "Miss Rosscastle, although she did not go about much, was received by the very best people in Dublin. Of course, for many things I did not like her being on the stage. In fact, I detested it. But she had taken the step before I knew her, and how could I object? Then she got the offer of this London engagement. She was ambitious to get on in her profession, and took it. In a very short time I found it impossible to exist there without seeing her, so I made an excuse to get away and followed." "Let me see," put in Mr. Carlyle ingenuously. "I forget the exact dates." "Miss Rosscastle came on Monday, October the 4th, said Enniscorthy. "The piece opened on the following Thursday week, the 14th. I left Kingstown by the early boat yesterday. At this end we were nearly an hour late, and after going to my hotel, changing and dining, I had just time to come on here and bag the last stall. I thought that I would send a note round after the first act, and ask Una to give me a few minutes afterwards, but it never came to that. Instead, I got a very large surprise. Mary Ryan came on, and I looked and looked again. I didn't need glasses, but I got a pair out of the automatic box in front of me, and had another level stare. Well, it wasn't Miss Rosscastle. This girl was like her. I suppose to most people they would be wonderfully alike. And her voice, although it wasn't really Irish, yes, her voice was similar. But to me there were miles of difference. I saw at once that she was an understudy, although Miss Una Rosscastle was still down in the programme, and I began to quake at the thought of something having happened to her. I slipped out into the corridor. I had an end seat, and got hold of a programme girl. "Do you know why Miss Rosscastle is out of the cast tonight?" I asked her. "Is she indisposed?" She took the programme out of my hand, and pointed to a name in it. "She's in all right," she replied. Stupidly, I thought. "There's her name." "Yes, she is on the programme," I replied, "but not on the stage. Look through the glass there. That is not Miss Rosscastle." She glanced through the glazed door, and then turned away, as though she suspected me of chaffing her. "It's the only Miss Rosscastle I've ever seen here," she said as she went. I wandered about, and interrogated one or two other attendants. They all gave me the same answer. I began to get frightened. They must be misled by the resemblance, I assured myself. It really is wonderful. I went back to my seat, and then remembered that I had got no further with my original inquiry, which was to find out whether Una was ill or not. I couldn't remain. I kept my eyes fixed on Mary Ryan every time she was on the stage, and every time I became more and more convinced. Finally, I got up again, and going round, sent in my card to the manager.
"Stokesy?" asked Carrados.
Yes. I didn't know who was technically the right man, but he, at any rate, had engaged Miss Rosscastle. He saw me at once. "I have come across from Dublin to see Miss Rosscastle," I told him, "and I am very disappointed to find her out of the cast. Can you tell me why she is away?" "Surely you are mistaken," he replied, opening a programme that lay before him. "Do you know Miss Rosscastle by sight?" "Very well indeed," I retorted. "Better than your staff do. The Mary Ryan tonight is not Miss Rosscastle." "I will inquire," he said, walking to the door. "Please wait a minute." He was rigidly courteous, but instinct was telling me all the time that it was sheer bluff. He had nothing to inquire. In a moment he was back again. "I am informed that the programme is correct," he said, with the same smooth insincerity, standing in the middle of the room for me to leave. "Miss Rosscastle is on the stage at this moment. The make-up must have deceived you, Mr. Enniscorthy." I had nothing to reply, because I did not even know what to think. I simply proceeded to walk out. "One moment." I had reached the door when Mr. Stokesy spoke. "You are a friend of Miss Rosscastle, I suppose?" "Yes," I replied. "I think I may claim that." "Then I would merely suggest to you that to start a rumour crediting her with being out of the piece is a service she would fail to appreciate. Good evening." I left the theatre because I despaired of getting any real information after that, and it occurred to me that I could do better elsewhere. Although Una and I did not correspond, I had begged her, before she left, to let me know that she arrived safely, and she had sent me just 6 lines. I now took a taxi and drove off to the address she had given, a sort of private hotel or large boarding-house near Holborn. "Can you tell me if Miss Rosscastle is in?" I asked at the office. "Rosscastle?" said the fellow there. "Oh, the young lady from the theatre. Why, she left us more than a week ago. Nearer 2, I should say." This was another facer. "Can you give me the address she went to?" I asked. "Couldn't. Against our rules," he replied. "Any letters for her were to be sent to the theatre." I didn't think it would be successful to offer him a bribe, so I thanked him and walked away. As the hall porter opened the door for me, I dropped him a word. In 2 minutes he came out to where I was waiting. "A Miss Rosscastle left here a week or 2 ago," I said. "They won't give me her address, but you can get it. Here's a Bradbury. I'll be here again in half an hour, and if you've got the address, the house, not the theatre, there'll be another for you when I've verified it." He looked a bit doubtful. Evidently a decent fellow, I thought. "It's quite all right," I assured him. "We are engaged, but I've only just come over." He was waiting for me when I returned. The first thing he did was to tender me the note back again, a piece of superfluous honesty that prepared me for the worst. "I'm sorry, sir, but it's no go," he explained. "The young lady left no address beyond the theatre." "You called a cab for her when she went?" I suggested. "Yes, sir, but she gave the directions while I was bringing out her things. I never heard where it was to go." "And that is as far as we have got up to this moment, Max," struck in Mr. Carlyle, briskly. "I'm afraid it is," corroborated Enniscorthy. "I got round to the stage door here in time to see most of the people leave, but neither Miss Rosscastle nor the girl like her were among them." "She is off half an hour before the piece finishes," explained Carrados. "And, of course, she might not leave by the stage door." "In any case, it is an extraordinary enough business, is it not, Mr. Carrados?" said Enniscorthy, rather anxious not to be set down a blundering young idiot for his pains. "What does it mean?" "So far, I would describe it as curious," admitted Carrados guardedly. Investigation may justify a stronger term. In the meanwhile, we need not miss the play." By this time, the theatre had practically filled, and the orchestra was tuning up for the overture. With nothing to occupy his attention, Mr. Enniscorthy began to manifest an unhappy restlessness that increased until the play had been proceeding for some few minutes. Then Carrados heard Mr. Carlyle murmur, "Charming, charming," in a tone of mature connoisseurship. There was a spontaneous round of applause, and Mary Ryan was on the scene. "The understudy again," Enniscorthy whispered to his companions. "Well," remarked Mr. Carlyle, when the curtain descended for the first interval, "you are still equally convinced, Mr. Enniscorthy?" "There isn't the shadow of a doubt," he replied. Carrados had been writing a few lines on one of his cards. He now summoned an attendant. "Mr. Stokesy is in the house?" he asked. "Then give him this, please, when you next go that way." Before the curtain rose, the girl came round to the box again. "Mr. Carrados?" she inquired. "Mr. Stokesy told me to say that he would save you the trouble by looking in here during the next interval." "Shall I remain?" asked Enniscorthy. "Oh, yes. Stokesy is a most amiable man to do with. I know him slightly. His attitude to you was evidently the outcome of the circumstances. We shall all get along very nicely." The second act was the occasion of Mary Ryan's great opportunity, and again she carried the enthusiasm of the audience. After the curtain, the young actress had to respond to an insistent call. In the darkness, Mr. Stokesy entered the box and stood waiting at the back. "Glad to see you here again, Mr. Carrados," he remarked, shaking hands with the blind man as soon as the lights were up. Then he looked at the other occupants. "My word, I have put my head into the lion's den," he continued, his smile deepening into a good-natured grin. "Don't shoot, Mr. Enniscorthy. I will climb down without. I see that the game is up." "What are you going to tell us?" asked Carrados. "Everything I know. The lady who has just gone off is not Miss Rosscastle. Mr. Enniscorthy was quite right. She wasn't here last night either." "Then why is her name still in the programme, and why do you and your people keep up the fiction?" demanded Enniscorthy. "Because I hoped that Miss Rosscastle might have returned to the cast tonight, and failing tonight, I hope that she will return tomorrow. Because we happen to have a substitute in Miss Linknorth, so extraordinarily like the original lady in appearance and voice that no one, excluding yourself, will have noticed the difference, and because I have a not unreasonable objection to announcing that the chief attraction of my theatre is out of the cast. Is there anything very unaccountable in that?" Mr. Carlyle nodded acquiescence to this moderate proposition. Enniscorthy seemed to admit it reluctantly. It remained for Carrados to accept the challenge. "Only one thing," he replied, with some reluctance. "And what is that?" "That Miss Rosscastle will not return to the cast, and that you are well aware why she never can return to it." "What?" demanded the astonished manager. "Miss Rosscastle cannot return to the cast because she has never been in it." Stokesy wavered, burst into a roar of laughter, and sat down. "I give in," he exclaimed heartily. "That's my last ditch. Now you really do know everything that I do." "But why has she not been in?" demanded Enniscorthy. "Better ask the lady herself. I cannot even guess." "I will, when I can find her." Not for the first time the young man was assailed by a horrid fear that he might have been making a fool of himself. "Where, in the meantime, is she?" "The Lord alone knows," retorted Mr. Stokesy feelingly. "Don't annihilate me, Mr. Enniscorthy. I don't mean a member of the peerage. But I'll tell you, the lady put me in a very deuced fix."
"Won't you take us into your confidence?" suggested Carrados. "I will, Mr. Carrados, because I want a consideration from you in return. I can put it into a very few words. 20 minutes before the curtain went up on the first night, a note was sent in to Miss Rosscastle. She read it, put on her hat and coat, and went out hurriedly by the stage door." "Well?" said Carlyle, encouragingly. "That is all. That is the last we saw of her, heard of her. She never returned." But, stammered Enniscorthy, and came up short before the abysmal nature of the prospect confronting him. "There are a good many buts to be taken into consideration, Mr. Enniscorthy," said the manager, with a rather cryptic look. "Fortunately, we had Miss Linknorth, and the first costume, as you know, is immaterial. Up to the last possible moment, we hung on to Miss Rosscastle's return. Then the other had to go on." "With not very serious consequences to the success of the play, apparently," remarked Carrados. "That's the devilment of it," exclaimed Stokesy warmly. "Don't you see the hole it has put me into? If Mary Ryan had remained a negligible quantity, it wouldn't have mattered 2 straws. But for her own diabolical vanity, Miss Linknorth made a confounded success of the part. Of course, it was too late to have any alteration printed on the first night, and now Miss Rosscastle is the draw of the piece. People come to see Miss Rosscastle. Miss Rosscastle is the piece." "But if you explained that Miss Linknorth was really the creator of the part," suggested Mr. Carlyle. Stokesy rattled a provocative laugh at the back of his throat. "You run a theatre for a few seasons, my dear fellow, and then talk," he retorted. "You can't explain, you can't do anything, you can only just sit there. People cease to be rational beings when they set out for a theatre. If you breathe on a howling success, it goes out. If you move a gold mine of a piece from one theatre to another next door, everyone promptly decides to stay away. Don't ask me the reasons, there are none. It isn't a business. It ought to come under the Gaming Act." Mr. Stokesy is also faced by the alternative that after he had announced Miss Linknorth, Miss Rosscastle might appear any time and claim her place. The manager nodded. "That's another consideration," he said. "But could she?" inquired Mr. Carlyle, "after absenting herself in this way?" "Oh, goodness knows. I dare say she could. Agreements are no good when it comes to anything happening. At any rate, here am I, with an element of success after a procession of distinct non-stops. If we get well set, whatever happens will matter less. Now, I haven't gone to any Machiavellian lengths in arranging this, but I have taken the chance as it came along. I've told you everything I know. Is there any reason why you shouldn't do us all a good turn by keeping it strictly to yourselves?" "I don't know that I particularly owe you any consideration, Mr. Stokesy, or that you owe me any," announced Mr. Enniscorthy. "Just now I am only concerned in discovering what has become of Miss Rosscastle. You know her address?" "In Kensington?" "Well, yes." 74 Westphalia Mansions." "You sent there, of course?" "Heavens, yes. The various forms of messages must be 6 inches deep all over the hall by now. Last Friday I had a man sitting practically all day on her doorstep." "But she has someone there, a housekeeper or maid?" "I don't think so. She told me that she was taking a little furnished flat, asked me if the neighbourhood was a suitable one. I imagine there was something about a daily woman, until she found how she liked it. We've had no one from there anyway." "Then it comes to this, that for a week there has been absolutely no trace of Miss Rosscastle's existence. Do you quite realise your responsibility, Mr. Stokesy?" demanded Enniscorthy, with increased misgivings. The manager, who had turned to go, caught Mr. Carlyle's eye over the concerned young man's shoulder. "I don't think that Miss Rosscastle's friends need have any anxiety about her personal safety," he replied with expression. "At all events, I've done everything I can for you. I hope that you will not fail to meet my views. If there's anything else that occurs to you, Mr. Carrados, I shall be in my office. Good night."
"Callous brute," muttered Mr. Enniscorthy. "He ought to have put it in the hands of the police a week ago."
Mr. Carlyle glanced at Carrados, who had transferred his interest to the rendering of the last musical item of the interval.
"Possibly Miss Rosscastle would prefer a less public investigation, if she had a voice in the matter," said the professional man. "If she happens to be shut up in some beastly underground cellar, I imagine she would prefer whatever gets her out the soonest. I dare say it sounds fantastic, but such things really do happen now and then, you know, and why not?"
"You don't know of any threats or blackmailing letters?"
"No," admitted the young man, "but I do know this, that if Una was at liberty, she would never allow another actress to take her place and use her name in this way."
"A very significant suggestion," put in Carrados from his detached attitude.
"Mr. Enniscorthy has given you a really valuable hint, Louis." "Oh, I don't mean that Miss Rosscastle is really out-of-the-way jealous," Enniscorthy hastened to add, "but in her profession—"
"Oh, most natural, agreed the urbane Carlyle. "Everyone has to look after his own interest. Now,
I don't suppose that you are particularly keen on this act," interposed the blind man. "Are you, Mr. Enniscorthy?" "I'd much rather be doing something," was the reply. "I was going to suggest that you might go round to Westphalia Mansions, just to make sure that there is no one there now. Then, if you would find your way to our table at the Savoy, we could hear your report." "Yes, certainly. I shall be glad to think that I can be of some assistance by going."
Mr. Carlyle's optimistic temper was almost incapable of satire, but he could not refrain from, "You can." Poor beggar! On Enniscorthy's departure. "I suppose," he continued, turning to his friend, "I suppose you think that Stokesy may, eh?" "I fancy that in the absence of our young friend, he may be induced to become more confidential. He may have some good ground for believing that the missing lady will not upset his ingenious plan. He, at all events, discounts the underground cellar." "Oh, that," commented Carlyle, with an indulgent smile. "But, after all, what is the answer, Max? Enniscorthy is a thoroughly eligible young fellow, and this was the first chance of her career. What is the inducement? That much we can safely emphasize. What, in a word, would induce an ambitious young lady to throw up a good engagement, Louis?" "A better?" suggested Mr. Carlyle. "Exactly," agreed Carrados. "A better." It is unnecessary to follow the course of Mr. Carlyle's inquiry on the facts already disclosed, for, less than 24 hours later, the whole situation was changed, and Mr. Stokesy's discreet prevarication had been torn into shreds. The manager had calculated in vain, if he had calculated, and not just accepted the chance that presented itself. At all events, the fiction proved too elaborate to be maintained, and late in the afternoon of the following day, all the evening papers blazed out with the sensational disappearance of popular London actress. The event was particularly suited to the art of the Contents Bill, for when the news came to be analysed, there was little else to be learned, beyond the name of the missing actress, and the fact that, at the theatre, a policy of questionable reticence is being maintained towards all inquiry. That phrase caused 2 men at least to smile, as they realised the embarrassment of Mr. Stokesy's dubious position. The conditions being favourable, the missing actress sensation caught on at once, and effectually asphyxiated public interest in all the other sensations
that up to that moment had been satisfying the mental requirements of the nation. A mysterious submarine, an eloping dean, 3 wives, and an "Are we becoming too intellectual?" correspondence. Supply followed demand, and it very soon became difficult to decide not where Miss Rosscastle was, but where she was not. Public opinion wavered between Genoa, on the authority of a retired lime and slate merchant of Hull, who had had a presentiment while directing a breathless lady to the docks when a Wilson liner was on the point of sailing; Leatherhead, the suggestion of a booking-office clerk who had been struck by the peculiar look in a veiled lady's eyes as she asked for a third-class return to Cheam; and Accrington, where a young lady with a marked Irish accent and a theatrical manner had inquired about lodgings at 3 different houses and then abruptly left, saying that she would come back if she thought any more about it. Before the novelty was 2 days old, Scotland Yard had been stirred into recognising its existence. A London clue was forthcoming, apparently the wildest and most circumstantial of them all. A plainclothes constable of the A Division reported that an hour after midnight, 3 days before, he had noticed a shabby genteel man, who seemed to be waiting for someone, loitering on the embankment near the Boadicea statue. There was nothing in the circumstance to interest him, but when he repassed the spot 10 minutes later, the man had been joined by a woman. The sharp eyes of the constable told him that the woman was well and even fashionably dressed, although she had made some precaution to conceal it, and the fact quickened his observation. As he shambled past, an embankment deadbeat for the occasion, he heard the name Rosscastle spoken by one of the two. He could not distinguish by which, nor the sense in which the word was used, but his notebook, with the name written down under the correct date, corroborated so much. On neither occasion had he seen the face of the man distinctly. The threadbare individual had sought the shadows, but he was able to describe that of the woman in some detail. He was shown 6 photographs, and at once identified that of Miss Rosscastle. The crowning touch requisite to make this story entirely popular was supplied by an inspector of river police. According to the newspaper account, the patrol boat was off the embankment near Westminster Bridge between 1 and 1:15 on the night in question, when a distinct splash was heard. The crew made for the spot, flashed the lights about, and drifted up and down several times, but without finding a trace of any human presence. At once the public voice demanded that the river should be dragged from Chelsea to the Pool, and, pending the result, every shabby wastrel who appeared on the embankment arrested. In his private office, Mr. Carlyle threw down the last of his morning papers, with an expression that began as a knowing smile, but ended rather dubiously. For his own part, he would have much preferred that the disappearance of Miss Rosscastle had not leaked out, that he had been left to pursue his course unaided. But, in the circumstances, he carefully read everything, on the chance of a useful hint. The embankment story both amused and puzzled him. He dismissed the subject to its proper mental pigeonhole, and had turned to deal with his most confidential correspondence, when something very like an altercation, breaking the chaste decorum of his outer office, caused him to stop and frown. The next moment there was a hurrying step outside. The door was snatched open, and Mr. Enniscorthy, pale and distracted, stumbled into the room. Behind him appeared the indignant face of Mr. Carlyle's chief clerk. Then the visitor extinguished the outraged vision by flinging back the door as he went forward. "Have you seen the papers?" he demanded. "Is there anything dreadful in them?" "I have seen the papers, yes," replied the puzzled agent. "I am not aware—" "I mean the evening papers, just out. No, I see you haven't. Here, read that and tell me. I haven't. I dare not look." Mr. Carlyle took the journal that Enniscorthy thrust under his eyes. It was the earliest Star, glanced into his visitor's face a little severely, and then focused on the column,
"Good heavens!" he exclaimed. "What is this? Missing actress. Embankment clue. Body found." "Ah," groaned Enniscorthy. "That was on the bills, is it?" "It's all right, my dear sir," reported Mr. Carlyle, glancing along the lines. "This is the body of a man. The man who was seen. Most extraordinary." "My God!" was wrung from the distressed young man, as he dropped into a chair. "Oh, my God! I thought—" He took out his handkerchief, wiped and fanned his face, and for the next few minutes looked rather languidly on things. "Very distressing," commiserated Mr. Carlyle, when he had come to the end of the report. "Can I get you anything? Brandy? A glass of water? The mere act of sipping, I am medically informed, has a beneficial effect in case of faintness. I have—" "Nothing, thanks. I shall be all right now. Sorry to have made an ass of myself. You have heard anything?"
"Nothing definite so far," was the admission. "But there may be something worth following in this story after all. I shall go down to the mortuary shortly. Do you care to accompany me?"
"No, thanks," replied the visitor. "I have had enough of that particular form of excitement for one morning. Unless, of course, there is anything I—"
He was assured that there was nothing to be effected by his presence, and half an hour later Mr. Carlyle made his way alone to the obscure mortuary where the unclaimed dead hold their grim reception. An inspector of the headquarters investigation staff, who had been put onto the case, was standing by the side of one of the shells when Carlyle entered. He was a man whom the private agent had more than once good-naturedly obliged in small matters that had come within his reach. He now greeted Mr. Carlyle with consideration, and stood aside to allow him to approach the body. "The embankment case, I suppose, sir?" he remarked. "Not very attractive, but I've seen many worse in here." He jerked off the upper part of the rough coverlet and exposed a visage that caused Mr. Carlyle to turn away with a of emotion. Then a sense of duty drew him round again, and he proceeded to note the descriptive points of the dead man in his pocket-book. "No marks of violence, I suppose?" he asked. "Nothing beyond the usual abrasions that we always find. A clear case of drowning. Suicide, it seems to be." "And the things?" The inspector nodded towards a seedy suit laid out for identification, and an overcoat, once rakish of its fashion, and now frayed and mouldering, put with it. "Fur collar, too, Mr. Carlyle," pointed out his guide. "Velvet and rags, isn't it? Where moth and rust doth corrupt. A sermon could be made out of this." Very true indeed," replied Mr. Carlyle, who always responded to the sentimentally obvious. "It is a sermon, Inspector. But what have we here?" Beside the garments had been collected together a heap of metal discs, quite a considerable heap, numbering some hundreds. Carlyle took up a few and examined them. They were all alike, flat, perfectly round, and somewhat under an inch in diameter. They were quite plain, and apparently of lead. Curious," he commented. "In his pockets?" "Yes, both overcoat pockets. Very determined, wasn't he? They would have kept him down till the day of judgment. I've counted them. Just 500. Any money?" The inspector smiled his tragicomic appreciation. The coin embellished the moral of his unwritten sermon, and pointed. "A halfpenny," he replied. "Poor fellow," said Mr. Carlyle. Well, perhaps it is better as it is. You might pull up the cloth again now, please. There are no letters or papers, I see." The detective hesitated a moment, and then recalled the obligation he was under. "There is a scrap of paper that I have kept from the press so far," he admitted. "It was tightly clenched in the man's right hand. so tight that we had to use a screwdriver to get it out, and the water had barely reached it." He was extracting a slip of paper from his notebook as he spoke, and he now unfolded it. "You won't put it about, will you, Mr. Carlyle? I don't know that there's anything tangible in it, but, well, see for yourself." "Oh, extraordinary," admitted the gentleman. He read the words a second time. "Fool. What does it matter now? Why, it might almost. It might be addressed to the coroner, or to anyone who tries to find out who he is or what it means, you would say. Well, so it might, sir. Anyhow, that is all. By the way, I suppose he is the man your fellow saw. Everything tallies, Mr. Carlyle. Length of immersion, place, and so on. Our man thinks he is the same, but you may remember that he didn't claim to be very positive on this point." There seemed nothing else to be learned, and Mr. Carlyle took his departure. His acquaintance had also finished, and their ways lay together as far as Trafalgar Square. Before they parted, the inspector had promised to communicate with Mr. Carlyle as soon as the dead man was identified. "And if he has a room anywhere, he probably will be, with all this talk about Miss Rosscastle. Then we may find something there that will help us," he predicted. "If he is purely casual, the chances are we shall never hear." His experience was justified, and he kept his promise. 2 days later, Carlyle heard that the unknown had been identified as the occupant of a single room in a Lambeth lodging-house. He had only occupied it for a few weeks, and he was known there as Mr. Hay. Tenement gossip described him as a foreigner, and credited him with having seen better days, an easy enough surmise in the circumstances. Mr. Carlyle had been on the point of turning his attention to a Monte Carlo Miss Rosscastle when this information reached him. He set off at once for Lambeth, but at Tubbs Grove disappointment met him at the door. The landlady of the ramshackle establishment, a female with a fluent, if rather monotonous delivery, was still smarting from the unappreciated honour of the police official's visit, and the fierce light of publicity that it had thrown upon her house. All Mr. Carlyle's bland cajolery was futile, and in the end he had to disburse a sum that bore an appreciable relation to a week's rent, before he was allowed to inspect the room, and to command conversation that was not purely argumentative. Then the barrenness of the land was revealed. Mr. Hay had been irregular with his rent at the best, and when he disappeared he was a week in arrears. After 2 days' absence, with the easy casuistry of her circumstances, the lady had decided that he was not returning, and had proceeded to do out the room for the next tenant. The lodger's few things she had bundled together into a cupboard, whence they had been retrieved by the police, in spite of her indignant protest. But the lodger's papers and such-like rubbish she confessed to burning, to get them out of the way. Mr. Carlyle spent a profitless half-hour, and then returned, calling at Scotland Yard on his way back. His friend the inspector shook his head. There was nothing among the seized property that afforded any clue. It was at this point that Mr. Carlyle's ingenuous mind suggested looking up Carrados, whom he had not seen since the visit to the theatre. Max was interested in this case from the first. "I am sure he will be expecting to hear from me about it," was the form in which the proposal conveyed itself to him. The same evening he ran down to Richmond for an hour, after ascertaining that his friend was at home and disengaged. "You might have brought Enniscorth here with you," remarked Carrados, when the subject had been started. "Nice, genuine young fellow, evidently deeply in love with the girl, but he is young enough to take the attack safely. What have you told him?" "He is back in Ireland just now. Got an idea that he might learn something from some people there, and rushed off. What I have told him, well..." Experience endowed Mr. Carlyle with sudden caution. What would you have told him, Max?" Carrados smiled at the innocent guile of the invitation. "To answer that, I should have to know just what you know," he replied. "I suppose you have gone into this embankment development?" "Yes." He had come intending to make some show of his progress, and to sound Carrados discreetly, but once again, in the familiar room, and under the sway of the clear-visioned blind man's virile personality, he suddenly found himself submitting, quite naturally, to the suave, dominating influence. "Yes, but I must confess, Max, that I am unable to explain much of that incident. It suggests blackmail at the bottom, and if the plainclothes man was correct and saw Miss Rosscastle there last Thursday—" "It was blackmail, but the plainclothes man was not correct, though he had every excuse for making the mistake. There is one quiet, retiring personage in this drama who has been signally overlooked in all the clamour." "You mean—" "I suggest that if Miss Linknorth had been subpoenaed for the inquest, and asked to account for her movements after leaving the theatre on Thursday last, it might have turned public speculation into another channel, though probably a wrong one." Miss Linknorth! The idea certainly turned Mr. Carlyle's thoughts into a new channel. "Has it occurred to you what an extraordinary act of self-effacement it must have been on the part of this young, unknown actress to allow her well-earned success to be credited to another? As Enniscorthy reminded us, ladies of the profession are rather keen on their chances." "Yes, but Stokesy, you remember, insisted on keeping it dark." "I am not overlooking that. But although it was to Stokesy's interest to keep up the fiction, and also to the interest of everyone else about the theatre, people who were merely concerned in the run of the piece, it would have richly paid the Linknorth to have her identity established while the iron was hot, whatever the outcome. A paragraph to the press the next day would have done it. There wasn't a hint. I am not overlooking the fact that Miss Linknorth's name now appears on the programme, but that is an unforeseen development so far as she is concerned, and her golden opportunity has gone by. With the exception of the first row of the pit and of the gallery, you won't find that 1% of the house now really knows who created Mary Ryan, or regards the Linknorth as anything but a makeshift." "Then what was the incentive?" "Suppose it has been made worth Miss Linknorth's while. It is not necessarily a crude question of money. Friendship might make it worth her while, or ambition in some quarter we have not looked for, or a dozen other considerations. Anything but the box office of the Argosy Theatre, which certainly did not make it worth her while." "Yes, that is feasible enough, Max. But how does it help us?" "Do you ever have toothache, Lewis?" demanded Carrados, inconsequently. "No, I am glad to say," admitted Mr. Carlyle. "Have you got a turn now, old man? Never mind this confounded shop. I'll go, and then you can—" "Not at all," interposed Carrados, smiling benignly at his friend's consideration. "And don't be too ready to condemn toothache indiscriminately. I have sometimes found it very stimulating. The only way to cure it is to concentrate the mind so terrifically that you forget the ache. Then it stops. I imagine that a mathematician could succeed by working out a monumental problem. I have frequently done it by discovering a hoard of Greek coins of the highest art period on one of the islands and classifying the find. On Monday night I thought that I was in for a devil of a time. I at once set myself to discover a workable theory for everyone's conduct in this affair, one, of course, that would stand the test of every objection based on fact. The correct hypothesis must, indeed, be strengthened by every new circumstance that came out. At 12 o'clock After 2 hours' mental sudation, I began to see light. Excuse the phrase. By this time the toothache had gone, but I was so taken up with the idea that I called out Harris and drove to Scotland Yard then and there, on the chance of finding Beadle or one of the others I know. Why on earth didn't you let me have that fool message, Lewis?" "Oh, my dear fellow," protested Mr. Carlyle, "I can't beat up for advice on every day of my life." "At all events, it might have saved me an hour's strenuous thinking." "Well, you know, Max, perhaps that would have left you in the middle of the toothache. Now, the message." "The message? Oh, that settled it. You may take it as assured, Lewis, that although Miss Rosscastle's departure from the theatre was hurried, in order to allow her to catch the boat train from Charing Cross, she had enough time to think out the situation and to secure Miss Linknorth's allegiance. Whether Stokesy knows any more than he admits, we need not inquire. The great thing is that Miss Rosscastle had some reason, some fairly strong reason, for not wanting her absence from the cast to become public. We agreed, Lewis, that a better engagement would alone satisfactorily explain her defection. What better engagement would you suggest? It could scarcely be a theatrical one." "A brilliant marriage?" "Our minds positively ident, Lewis. A brilliant marriage, my exact expression. One, moreover, that suddenly becomes possible, and cannot be delayed. One, here we are on difficult ground, one that may be jeopardized, if, at that early stage, Miss Rosscastle's identity in it comes to light, or if, possibly, her absence from London is discovered." "That signpost," said Carrados, with his unseeing eyes fixed on the lengthening vistas that rose before his mind, "points in a good many directions." "The blackmailer?" hazarded Carlyle. "I gave a good deal of attention to every phase of that gentleman's presence," replied Carrados. "It corroborates, but it does not entirely explain. I would say that he merely intervened. In my view, Miss Rosscastle would have acted precisely as she did if there had been no Mr. Hay. At all events, he did intervene, and had to be dealt with. It had occurred to me, Max, whether it was Miss Linknorth's job to impersonate the other. It may have been, originally. If so, it failed, for Hay proceeded with his demand. His price was £500 in English or French gold, an interesting phase of your ordinary blackmailer's antipathy to paper, merely an hors d'oeuvre to the solid things to come, of course. But he was not dealing with a fool. Whether Miss Rosscastle frankly had not £500 just then, or whether she was better advised, we cannot say. She temporized, the Linknorth being the intermediary. Then the dummy pieces. Hay was a menace, and had to be held off. At one point there may well have been the pretence of handing over the cash, and then at the last moment some specious difficulty, necessitating a short delay, is raised. That would account for the otherwise unnecessary detail of the lead counterfeits, for there is no need of them on Thursday. Then, when the danger is past, when the tricked scoundrel has lost his sting, then there is no attempt at evasion or compromise. "Fool, what does it matter now?" is the contemptuously unguarded message, and the 500 doits are pressed upon him to complete his humiliation. Why doesn't it matter, Lewis? Is there any other answer than that Miss Rosscastle is safely married? "Well, it certainly looks like it," agreed Mr. Carlyle. "But if there was anything so serious as to have compromised the marriage, surely Hay could still have held it over her, as against her husband." "If it was as against the husband before, yes, perhaps. But suppose the chink in the armour was the good grace of some third person, whose consent was necessary. This brilliant marriage, Well, I don't commit myself any further. At any rate, in the lady's estimation she is safe, and if she had deliberately sought to goad Hay into suicide, she couldn't have done better. He read the single line that shattered his greedy dreams, and its disdainful triumph struck him like a whip. He had spent literally his last penny on pressing his unworthy persecution, and now he stood, beggared and beaten, on the embankment at midnight. He, a gentleman. It doesn't matter how he took it. He went over, and the muddy waters of the Thames closed over the last page of his rotten history. "Max," exclaimed Mr. Carlyle with feeling, "remember the poor beggar, with all his failings, is dead now. Not that I should mind," he added cheerfully, "but I saw him afterwards, you know. Enniscorthy had the sense to keep away. And, by gad, Max, that reminds me that this is rather rough on my confiding young client. Running up a bill to have a successful rival sprung upon his hopes. Have you any idea who he is?" "Yes," admitted Carrados. "I have an idea, but today it is nothing more than that. When does Enniscorthy return?" "He ought to be back in London on Friday morning." "By then I should know something definite. If you will make an appointment with him for Friday at 11:30, I will look in on my way through town." "Certainly, Max, certainly." There was a note of faithful expectation in Mr. Carlyle's voice that caused his friend to smile. He crossed the room to his most used desk and opened one of the smaller drawers. "For this simple demonstration, Lewis, I require only 2 appliances, neither of which, as you will see, is a rabbit or a handkerchief. In other and saner words, there are only 2 exhibits. That is from the Morning Mail. This is from the Westminster Street refuse tip." This was a small brown canvas bag. Traces of red sealing wax still marked the neck, and across it were stamped the words, "Banque de la Union, Clairvaux." Mr. Carlyle looked inside. It was empty, but a few specks of dull grey metal still lodged among the cloth. He turned to the other object, as Carrados had indicated, an extract from the Daily Press. It was a mere slip of paper, and consisted of the following paragraph. "From Clairvaux, in the Pas-de-Calais, France, where he purchased a country estate when he was driven into exile, it is reported that ex-King Constantine of Bellalia has been lying dangerously ill for the past week." "Quite so, murmured Carlyle, quietly turning over the cutting to satisfy himself that he was reading the right side. "I see that you haven't anything very hopeful to report," said Mr. Enniscorthy. He and Max Carrados had entered Mr. Carlyle's office within a minute of each other 2 days later. "But let me have it out." "It isn't quite a matter of being hopeful, or the reverse," replied the blind man. "It is merely final to your ambition. You know Prince Ulrich of Villalia?" "I have been presented. He hunted in Ireland last season." "He knew Miss Roscastle?" "They were acquainted, she has told me." "It went deeper than you imagined. Miss Roscastle is Princess Ulrich of Villalia today." "Una? Oh!" cried Enniscorthy. But that is impossible. You don't mean that she—" "I mean exactly what I say. They were married within a week of her disappearance from London." Enniscorthy's pained gaze went from face to face. The fatal presentiment that had always just robbed him of the heroic, the fear that he might be making an ass of himself, again assailed him. "But isn't Ulrich in the line of succession? They couldn't be really married without the king's consent. Of course Villalia is a republic now, but—" "But it may not be tomorrow, if the expected war breaks out.
"Quite true, Mr. Enniscorthy. And in the meanwhile the forms and ceremonies are maintained at the exile court of Clairvaux. Yet the king gave his consent." "Gave his consent for his son to marry an actress?" "Ah, there was a little sleight of hand there. He only knew Miss Rosscastle as Miss Eileen O'Rourke, the last representative of a line of Irish kings. She was a Miss O'Rourke." "Yes, Rosscastle was only her stage name. The O'Rourkes were a very old but impoverished family." "Royal, we may assume. This business was the outcome of one of the interminable domestic squabbles that the Velalia Petrosteins seemed to wage in order to supply the continental comic papers with material. Ex-King Constantine recently quarrelled, simultaneously and irrevocably, with his eldest son Robert and his first cousin Michael. Robert, who lives in Paris, has respectably married a robust minor princess, who has presented him with 6 unattractive daughters, and now, by all report, stopped finally. Hating both son and cousin almost equally, old Constantine, who had fumed himself into a fever, sent off for his other son, Ulrich, and demanded that he should at once marry and found a prolific line of sons to embitter Robert and cut out the posterity of Michael. Prince Ulrich merely replied that there was only one woman whom he wished to marry, and she was not of sufficiently exalted station, and as she refused to marry him morganatically, yes, Mr. Enniscorthy, there was no prospect of his ever marrying at all. The king suddenly found that he was very ill. Ulrich was obdurate. The constitution allowed the reigning monarch to sanction such an alliance, provided there were no religious difficulties, and I understand that Miss Rosscastle is a Catholic. Constantine recognized that if he was to gratify his whim, he must consent, and that at once, as he was certainly dying. As things were, Ulrich would probably renounce and marry ignominiously, or die unmarried, and the hated Michaels would step in, for, once king, the conventional Robert would never give his consent to such an alliance. Besides, it would be a damned slap in the face to half the remaining royalty of Europe, and Constantine had always posed as a democratic sovereign. That was why his people ran him out. He coughed himself faint, and then commanded the lady to be sent for. "If only Una had confided in me, I would willingly have flown to serve her." "I think that Miss Rosscastle was well qualified to serve herself," responded Carrados dryly. "Now you can put together the whole story, Mr. Enniscorthy. Many pages of it are necessarily obscure. What the man Hay knew and threatened, whether it was with him in view or the emissaries of the hostile Robert and Michael, that she took the sudden chance of concealing her absence and cloaking her identity. What other wheels there were, what other influences at work, these are only superfluities. The essential thing is that, in spite of cross-currents, everything went well. For her, and perhaps for you. The lady's married, and there's an end of it." "I hope that she will be as happy as I should have tried to make her," said Enniscorthy rather shakily. "I shall always think of her. Mr. Carrados, I will write to thank you when I am better able to express myself. Mr. Carlyle, you know my address. Good morning." "A very manly way of taking it, and very properly expressed. Very well indeed," declared Mr. Carlyle, with warm approval, as the door closed. "Max, that is the outcome of good blood. Blood and breeding." "Nonsense, you romantic old humbug," said Carrados, with affectionate contempt. "I have heard exactly the same words in similar circumstances once before, and they were spoken by a Canning Town bricklayer's labourer." One incident only remains to be added.
A month later, Mr. Carlyle was passing the Kemble Club, when he became conscious of someone trying to avoid him. With a not unnatural impulse, he made for his acquaintance, and insisted on being recognised. "Ah, Mr. Stokesy," he exclaimed. "Call a spade is still going strong, I see." "Mr. Carlyle, to be sure," said the manager. "Bother me if I didn't mistake you for a deadhead who always strikes me for a pass. Good heavens, yes. They come in droves and companies to see the part that the romantic Princess Ulrich of Villalia didn't create. I've had 3 summonses for my pit queue. Didn't I tell you it was a gamble? When I have to find a successor, when, mind, I say, I'm going to put on, you never can tell. What?" The Comedy at Fountain Cottage. Carrados had rung up Mr. Carlyle soon after the inquiry agent had reached his office in Bampton Street on a certain morning in April. Mr. Carlyle's face at once assumed its most amiable expression as he recognised his friend's voice. "Yes, Max," he replied in answer to the call. "I am here, and at the top of form, thanks. Glad to know that you are back from Tresco. Is there anything?" "I have a couple of men coming in this evening whom you might like to meet," explained Carrados. "Manuel de Zambezia, explorer, is one, and the other an East End slum doctor who has seen a few things. Do you care to come round to dinner?" "Oh, delighted," warbled Mr. Carlyle, without a moment's consideration. "Charmed. Your usual hour, Max?" Then the smiling complacence of his face suddenly changed, and the wire conveyed an exclamation of annoyance. "I am really very sorry, Max, but I have just remembered that I have an engagement. I fear that I must deny myself after all." "Is it important?" "No," admitted Mr. Carlyle. "Strictly speaking, it is not in the least important. This is why I feel compelled to keep it. It is only to dine with my niece. They have just got into an absurd doll's house of a villa at Groats Heath, and I had promised to go there this evening." "Are they particular to a day?" There was a moment's hesitation before Mr. Carlyle replied. "I am afraid so, now it is fixed," he said. "To you, Max, it will be ridiculous or incomprehensible that a third to dinner, and he only a middle-aged uncle, should make a straw of difference. But I know that in their bijou way it will be a little domestic event to Elsie, an added anxiety in giving the butcher an order, an extra course for dinner, perhaps, a careful drilling of the one diminutive maid-servant, and she is such a charming little woman. Eh? Who, Max? No, I did not say the maid-servant. If I did, it is the fault of this telephone. Elsie is such a delightful little creature that, upon my soul, it would be too bad to fail her now." "Of course it would, you old humbug," agreed Carrados, with sympathetic laughter in his voice. "Well, come tomorrow instead. I shall be alone. Oh, besides, there is a special reason for going, which for the moment I forgot," explained Mr. Carlyle, after accepting the invitation. "Elsie wishes for my advice with regard to her next-door neighbour. He is an elderly man, of retiring disposition, and he makes a practice of throwing kidneys over into her garden." "Kittens? Throwing kittens?" No, Max, kidneys. Stewed Kidneys. It is a little difficult to explain plausibly over a badly vibrating telephone, I admit, but that is what Elsie's letter assured me, and she adds that she is in despair. At all events, it makes the lady quite independent of the butcher, Lewis. I have no further particulars, Max. It may be a solitary diurnal offering, or the sky may at times appear to rain kidneys. If it is a mania, the symptoms may even have become more pronounced, and the man is possibly showering beefsteaks across by this time. I will make full inquiry and let you know."
"Do," assented Carrados, in the same light-hearted spirit. Mrs. Nickleby's neighbourly admirer expressed his feelings by throwing cucumbers, you remember, but this man puts him completely in the shade. It had not got beyond the proportions of a jest to either of them when they rang off, one of those whimsical occurrences in real life that sound so fantastic in outline. Carrados did not give the matter another thought until the next evening, when his friend's arrival revived the subject. "And the gentleman next door?" he inquired among his greetings. "Did the customary offering arrive while you were there?" "No," admitted Mr. Carlyle, beaming pleasantly upon all the familiar appointments of the room. "It did not, Max. In fact, so diffident has the mysterious philanthropist become that no one at Fountain Cottage has been able to catch sight of him lately, although I am told that Scamp, Elsie's terrier, betrays a very self-conscious guilt and suspiciously muddy paws every morning." "Fountain Cottage?" "That is the name of the toy villa." "Yes, but Fountain something. Groats Heath. Fountain Court. Wasn't that where Metroby—" Yes, to be sure, Max. Metroby the traveller, the writer and scientist." "Scientist?" "Well, he took up spiritualism or something, didn't he? At any rate, he lived at Fountain Court, an old red-brick house, in a large neglected garden there, until his death a couple of years ago. Then, as Groats Heath had suddenly become a popular suburb with a tube railway, a land company acquired the estate. The house was razed to the ground, and in a twinkling a colony of Noah's Ark villas took its place. There is Metroby Road here, and Court Crescent there, and Mansion Drive and what not, and Elsie's little place perpetuates another landmark." "I have Metroby's last book there," said Carrados, nodding towards a point on his shelves. "In fact, he sent me a copy. The Flame Beyond the Dome, it is called. The queerest farrago of balderdash and metaphysics imaginable. But what about the neighbour, Lewis? Did you settle what we might almost term his hash?" "Oh, he is mad, of course. I advised her to make as little fuss about it as possible, seeing that the man lives next door and might become objectionable. But I framed a note for her to send, which will probably have a good effect." "Is he mad, Lewis?" "Well, I don't say that he is strictly a lunatic, but there is obviously a screw loose somewhere. He may carry indiscriminate benevolence towards Yorkshire Terriers to irrational lengths, or he may be a food specialist with a grievance. In effect, he is mad, at least on that one point. How else are we to account for the circumstances?" "I was wondering," replied Carrados thoughtfully. "You suggest that he really may have a sane object?" "I suggest it, for the sake of argument. If he has a sane object, what is it?" "Well, that I leave to you, Max," retorted Mr. Carlyle conclusively. "If he has a sane object, pray, what is it?" "For the sake of the argument, I will tell you that in half a dozen words, Lewis," replied Carrados, with good-humoured tolerance. "If he is not mad, in the sense which you have defined, the answer stares us in the face. His object is precisely that which he is achieving." Mr. Carlyle looked inquiringly into the placid, unemotional face of his blind friend, as if to read there whether, incredible as it might seem, Max should be taking the thing seriously after all. "And what is that?" he asked cautiously. "In the first place, he has produced the impression that he is eccentric or irresponsible. That is sometimes useful in itself. Then what else has he done?" "What else, Max?" replied Mr. Carlyle, with some indignation. "Well, whatever he wishes to achieve by it, I can tell you one thing else that he has done. He has so demoralized Scamp with his confounded kidneys that Elsie's neatly arranged flower-beds, and she took Fountain Cottage principally on account of an unusually large garden, are hopelessly devastated. If she keeps the dog up, the garden is invaded night and day
by an army of peregrinating feline marauders that scent the booty from afar. He has gained the everlasting annoyance of an otherwise charming neighbour, Max. Can you tell me what he has achieved by that?" "The everlasting esteem of Scamp, probably. Is he a good watchdog, Lewis?" "Good heavens, Max!" exclaimed Mr. Carlyle, coming to his feet, as though he had the intention of setting out for Groats Heath then and there. "Is it possible that he is planning a burglary?" "Do they keep much of value about the house?" "No," admitted Mr. Carlyle, sitting down again with considerable relief. "No, they don't. Belmark is not particularly well endowed with worldly goods. In fact, between ourselves, Max, Elsie could have done very much better from a strictly social point of view, but he is a thoroughly good fellow, and idolizes her. They have no silver worth speaking of, and for the rest, well, just the ordinary petty cash of a frugal young couple." "Then he probably is not planning a burglary. I confess that the idea did not appeal to me. If it is only that, why should he go to the trouble of preparing this particular succulent dish to throw over his neighbour's ground, when cold liver would do quite as well? If it is not only that, why should he go to the trouble, Max? Because, by that bait, he produces the greatest disturbance of your niece's garden. And, if sane, why should he wish to do that? Because in those conditions he can the more easily obliterate his own traces if he trespasses there at nights." "Well, upon my word, that's drawing a bow at a venture, Max. If it isn't burglary, what motive could the man have for any such nocturnal perambulation?" An expression of suave mischief came into Carrados's usually imperturbable face. "Many imaginable motives, surely, Lewis. You are a man of the world. Why not to meet a charming little woman?" "No, by gad!" exclaimed the scandalized uncle, warmly. "I decline to consider the remotest possibility of that explanation. Elsie would—" "Certainly not," interposed Carrados, smothering his quiet laughter. "The maid-servant, of course." Mr. Carlyle reined in his indignation, and recovered himself with his usual adroitness. "But, you know, that is an atrocious libel, Max," he added. "I never said such a thing. However, is it probable?" "No," admitted Carrados. "I don't think that in the circumstances it is at all probable." "Then where are we, Max?" "A little further than we were at the beginning. Very little. Are you willing to give me a roving commission to investigate?" "Of course, Max, of course," assented Mr. Carlyle heartily. Well, as far as I was concerned, I regarded the matter as settled." Carrados turned to his desk, and the ghost of a smile might possibly have lurked about his face. He produced some stationery, and indicated it to his visitor. "You don't mind giving me a line of introduction to your niece?" "Pleasure," murmured Carlyle, taking up a pen. "What shall I say?" Carrados took the inquiry in its most literal sense, and for reply he dictated the following letter. "My dear Elsie, if that is the way you usually address her," he parenthesized. "Quite so," acquiesced Mr. Carlyle, writing. "The bearer of this is Mr. Carrados, of whom I have spoken to you. You have spoken of me to her, I trust, Lewis?" he put in. "I believe that I have casually referred to you," admitted the writer. "I felt sure you would have done. It makes the rest easier. He is not in the least mad, although he frequently does things which to the uninitiated appear more or less eccentric at the moment. I think that you would be quite safe in complying with any suggestion he may make. Your affectionate uncle, Lewis Carlyle." He accepted the envelope and put it away in a pocket-book that always seemed extraordinarily thin for the amount of papers it contained. "I may call there tomorrow," he added. Neither again referred to the subject during the evening, but when Parkinson came to the library a couple of hours after midnight to know whether he would be required again, he found his master rather deeply immersed in a book, and a gap on the shelf where The Flame Beyond the Dome had formerly stood. It is not impossible that Mr. Carlyle supplemented his brief note of introduction with a more detailed communication that reached his niece by the ordinary postal service at an earlier hour than the other. At all events, when Mr. Carrados presented himself at the toy villa on the following afternoon, he found Elsie Belmark suspiciously disposed to accept him and his rather gratuitous intervention among her suburban troubles as a matter of course. When the car drew up at the bright green wooden gate of Fountain Cottage, another visitor, apparently a good-class working man, was standing on the path of the trim front garden, lingering over a reluctant departure. Carrados took sufficient time in alighting to allow the man to pass through the gate before he himself entered. The last exchange of sentences reached his ear. "I'm sure, ma'am, you won't find anyone to do the work at less." "I can quite believe that," replied a very fair young lady who stood nearer the house. "But, you see, we do all the gardening ourselves, thank you." Carrados made himself known, and was taken into the daintily pretty drawing-room that opened onto the lawn behind the house. "I do not need to ask if you are Mrs. Belmark," he had declared. "I have Uncle Lewis's voice," she divined readily. "The niece of his voice, so to speak," he admitted. "Voices mean a great deal to me, Mrs. Belmark." "In recognizing and identifying people?" she suggested. "Oh, very much more than that. In recognizing and identifying their moods, their thoughts even. There are subtle lines of trouble, and the deep rings of anxious care, quite as patent to the ear as to the sharpest eye, sometimes." Elsie Belmark shot a glance of curiously interested speculation to the face that, in spite of its frank, open bearing, revealed so marvellously little itself. "If I had any dreadful secret, I think that I should be a little afraid to talk to you, Mr. Carrados," she said, with a half-nervous laugh. "Then please do not have any dreadful secret," he replied, with quite youthful gallantry. "I more than suspect that Lewis has given you a very transpontine idea of my tastes. I do not spend all my time tracking murderers to their lairs, Mrs. Belmark, and I have never yet engaged in a hand-to-hand encounter with a band of cutthroats." "He told us," she declared, the recital lifting her voice into a tone that Carrados vowed to himself was wonderfully thrilling, "about this. He said that you were once in a sort of lonely underground cellar near the river, with 2 desperate men whom you could send to penal servitude. The police, who were to have been there at a certain time, had not arrived, and you were alone. The men had heard that you were blind, but they could hardly believe it. They were discussing in whispers, which could not be overheard, what would be the best thing to do, and they had just agreed that if you really were blind, they would risk the attempt to murder you. Then, Lewis said, at that very moment you took a pair of scissors from your pocket, and coolly asking them why they did not have a lamp down there, you actually snuffed the candle that stood on the table before you. Is that true?" Carrados's mind leapt vividly back to the most desperate moment of his existence, but his smile was gently deprecating as he replied, "I seem to recognize the touch of truth in the inclination to do anything rather than fight," he confessed. "But, although he never suspects it, Lewis really sees life through rose-coloured opera glasses. Take the case of your quite commonplace neighbour." "That is really what you came about?" she interposed shrewdly. "Frankly, it is," he replied. "I am more attracted by a turn of the odd and grotesque than by the most elaborate tragedy. The fantastic conceit of throwing stewed kidneys over into a neighbour's garden irresistibly appealed to me. Lewis, as I was saying, regards the man in the romantic light of a humanitarian monomaniac, or a demented food reformer. I take a more subdued view, and I think that his action, when rightly understood, will prove to be something quite obviously natural." "Well, of course, it is very ridiculous, but all the same it has been desperately annoying," she confessed. "Still, it scarcely matters now. I am only sorry that it should have been the cause of wasting your valuable time, Mr. Carrados." "My valuable time," he replied, "only seems valuable to me when I am, as you would say, wasting it. But is the incident closed? Lewis told me that he had drafted you a letter of remonstrance. May I ask if it has been effective?" Instead of replying at once, she got up and walked to the long French window, and looked out over the garden, where the fruit trees that had been spared from the older cultivation were rejoicing the eye with the promise of their pink and white profusion. "I did not send it," she said, slowly, turning to her visitor again. "There is something that I did not tell Uncle Lewis, because it would only have distressed him, without doing any good. We may be leaving here very soon." "Just when you had begun to get it well in hand?" he said, in some surprise. "It is a pity, is it not? But one cannot foresee these things. There is no reason why you should not know the cause, since you have interested yourself so far, Mr. Carrados. In fact," she added, smiling away the seriousness of the manner into which he had fallen, "I am not at all sure that you do not know already." He shook his head and disclaimed any such prescience. "At all events, you recognized that I was not exactly light-hearted," she insisted. "Oh, you did not say that I had dark rings under my eyes, I know, but the cap fitted excellently. It has to do with my husband's business. He is with a firm of architects. It was a little venturesome taking this house. We had been in apartments for 2 years, but Roy was doing so well with his people, and I was so enthusiastic for a garden, that we did, scarcely 2 months ago. Everything seemed quite assured. Then came this thunderbolt. The partners, it is only a small firm, Mr. Carrados, required a little more capital in the business. Someone whom they know is willing to put in £2,000, but he stipulates for a post with them as well. He, like my husband, is a draftsman. There is no need for the services of both, and so—" "Is it settled?" "In effect it is. They are as nice as can be about it, but that does not alter the facts. They declare that they would rather have Roy than the new man, and they have definitely offered to retain him if he can bring in even £1,000. I suppose they have some sort of compunction about turning him adrift, for they have asked him to think it over and let them know on Monday. Of course, that is the end of it. It may be, I don't know, I don't like to think, how long before Roy gets another position equally good. We must endeavour to get this house off our hands and creep back to our 3 rooms. It is luck." Carrados had been listening to her wonderfully musical voice, as another man might have been drawn irresistibly to watch the piquant charm of her delicate face. "Yes," he assented, almost to himself. "It is that strange, inexplicable grouping of men and things that, under one name or another, we all confess. Just luck. Of course, you will not mention this to Uncle Lewis yet, Mr. Carrados?" "If you do not wish it, certainly not." "I am sure that it would distress him. He is so soft-hearted, so kind in everything. Do you know, I found out that he had had an invitation to dine somewhere and meet some quite important people on Tuesday, yet he came here instead, although most other men would have cried off, just because he knew that we small people would have been disappointed." "Well, you can't expect me to see any self-denial in that," exclaimed Carrados. "Why, I was one of them myself." Elsie Belmark laughed outright at the expressive disgust of his tone. "I had no idea of that," she said. "Then there is another reason. Uncle is not very well off, yet if he knew how Roy was situated, he would make an effort to arrange matters. He would, I am sure, even borrow himself in order to lend us the money. That is a thing Roy and I are quite agreed on. We will go back. We will go under, if it is to be, but we will not borrow money, not even from Uncle Lewis. Once, subsequently, Carrados suddenly asked Mr. Carlyle whether he had ever heard a woman's voice roll like a celestial kettle-drum. The professional gentleman was vastly amused by the comparison, but he admitted that he had not. "So that, you see," concluded Mrs. Bramah, "there is really nothing to be done." "Oh, quite so. I am sure that you are right," assented her visitor readily. "But in the meanwhile, I do not see why the annoyance of your next-door neighbour should be permitted to go on." "Of course, I have not told you that, and I could not explain it to Uncle," she said. "I am anxious not to do anything to put him out, because I have a hope, rather a faint one, certainly, that the man may be willing to take over this house." It would be incorrect to say that Carrados pricked up his ears, if that curious phenomenon has any physical manifestation, for the sympathetic expression of his face did not vary a fraction. But into his mind there came a gleam, such as might inspire a patient digger who sees the first speck of gold that justifies his faith in an unlikely claim. "Oh," he said, quite conversationally, "is there a chance of that?" "Well, he undoubtedly did want it. It is very curious in a way. A few weeks ago, before we were really settled, he came one afternoon, saying he had heard that this house was to be let. Of course, I told him that he was too late, that we had already taken it for 3 years. "You were the first tenants?" "Yes, the house was scarcely ready when we signed the agreement. Then this Mr. Johns, or Jones, I'm not sure which he said, went on in a rather extraordinary way to persuade me to sublet it to him. He said that the house was dear, and I could get plenty, more convenient, at less rent, and it was unhealthy, and the drains were bad, and that we should be pestered by tramps, and it was just the sort of house that burglars picked on, only he had taken a sort of fancy to it, and he would give me a £50 premium for the term." "Did he explain the motive for this rather eccentric partiality?" "I don't imagine that he did. He repeated several times that he was a queer old fellow, with his whims and fancies, and that they often cost him dear." "I think we all know that sort of old fellow," said Carrados. "It must have been rather entertaining for you, Mrs. Bramah." "Yes, I suppose it was," she admitted. "The next thing we knew of him was that he had taken the other house as soon as it was finished." "Then he would scarcely require this." "I am afraid not." It was obvious that the situation was not disposed of. "But he seems to have so little furniture there, and to live so solitarily," she explained, "that we have even wondered whether he might not be there merely as a sort of caretaker." "And you have never heard where he came from, or who he is?" "Well, only what the milkman told my servant, our chief source of local information, Mr. Carrados. He declares that the man used to be the butler at a large house that stood here formerly, Fountain Court, and that his name is neither Johns nor Jones. But very likely it is all a mistake." "If not, he is certainly attached to the soil," was her visitor's rejoinder. "And apropos of that, will you show me over your garden before I go, Mrs. Bramah?" "With pleasure," she assented, rising also. "I will ring now, and then I can offer you tea when we have been round. That is, if you—" "Thank you, I do," he replied. "And would you allow my man to go through into the garden, in case I require him?" "Oh, certainly. You must tell me just what you want, without thinking it necessary to ask permission, Mr. Carrados," she said, with a pretty air of protection. "Shall Amy take a message?" He acquiesced, and turned to the servant who had appeared in response to the bell. Will you go to the car and tell my man, Parkinson, that I require him here? Say that he can bring his book. He will understand." "Yes, sir." They stepped out through the French window and sauntered across the lawn. Before they had reached the other side, Parkinson reported himself. "You had better stay here," said his master, indicating the sward generally. "Mrs. Belmark will allow you to bring out a chair from the drawing-room." "Thank you, sir. There is a rustic seat already provided," replied Parkinson. He sat down with his back to the houses and opened the book that he had brought. Let in among its pages was an ingeniously contrived mirror. When their promenade again brought them near the rustic seat, Carrados dropped a few steps behind. "He is watching you from one of the upper rooms, sir," fell from Parkinson's lips as he sat there, without raising his eyes from the page before him. The blind man caught up to his hostess again. "You intended this lawn for croquet?" he asked. "No, not specially. It is too small, isn't it?" "Not necessarily. I think it is in about the proportion of 4 by 5, all right. Given that, size does not really matter for an unsophisticated game." To settle the point, he began to pace the plot of ground, across and then lengthways. Next, apparently dissatisfied with this rough measurement, he applied himself to marking it off more exactly by means of his walking-stick. Elsie Belmark was by no means dull, but the action sprang so naturally from the conversation that it did not occur to her to look for any deeper motive. "He has got a pair of field glasses and is now at the window," communicated Parkinson. "I am going out of sight," was the equally quiet response. "If he becomes more anxious, tell me afterwards." "It is quite all right," he reported, returning to Mrs. Belmark with the satisfaction of bringing agreeable news. "It should make a splendid little ground, but you may have to level up a few dips after the earth has set." A chance reference to the kitchen garden by the visitor took them to a more distant corner of the enclosure, where the rear of Fountain Cottage cut off the view from the next house windows. "We decided on this part for vegetables because it does not really belong to the garden proper," she explained. "When they build farther on this side, we shall have to give it up very soon, and it would be a pity if it was all in flowers." With the admirable spirit of the ordinary Englishwoman, she spoke of the future as if there was no cloud to obscure its prosperous course. She had frankly declared their position to her uncle's best friend, because, in the circumstances, it had seemed to be the simplest and most straightforward thing to do. Beyond that, there was no need to whine about it. "It is a large garden," remarked Carrados. "And you really do all the work of it yourselves?" "Yes, I think that is half the fun of a garden. Roy is out here early and late, and he does all the hard work. But how did you know? Did Uncle tell you?" "No, you told me yourself." "I? Really?" "Indirectly. You were scorning the proffered services of a horticultural mercenary at the moment of my arrival." "Oh, I remember," she laughed. "It was Irons, of course. He is a great nuisance. He is so stupidly persistent. For some weeks now he has been coming time after time, trying to persuade me to engage him. Once, when we were all out, he had actually got into the garden, and was on the point of beginning work when I returned. He said he saw the milkman and the grocers leaving samples at the door, so he thought that he would too." "A practical jester, evidently. Is Mr. Irons a local character?" "He said that he knew the ground and the conditions round about here better than anyone else in Groats Heath," she replied. "Modesty is not among Mr. Irons's handicaps. He said that he—" "How curious!" "What is, Mrs. Belmark?" "Well, I never connected the two men before, but he said that he had been gardener at Fountain Court for 7 years." "Another family retainer who is evidently attached to the soil." At all events, they have not prospered equally, for while Mr. Johns seems able to take a nice house, poor Irons is willing to work for £0.50 a day, and I am told that all the other men charge 4 shillings. They had paced the boundaries of the kitchen garden, and as there was nothing more to be shown, Elsie Belmark led the way back to the drawing-room. Parkinson was still engrossed in his book, the only change being that his back was now turned towards the high paling of clinker-built oak that separated the 2 gardens. "I will speak to my man," said Carrados, turning aside. "He hurried down and is looking through the fence, sir," reported the watcher. "That will do, then. You can return to the car." "I wonder if you would allow me to send you a small hawthorn tree?" inquired Carrados, among his felicitations over the teacups 5 minutes later. "I think it ought to be in every garden." "Thank you, but is it worth while?" replied Mrs. Belmark, with a touch of restraint. As far as mere words went, she had been willing to ignore the menace of the future, but in the circumstances the offer seemed singularly inept, and she began to suspect that outside his peculiar gifts the wonderful Mr. Carrados might be a little bit obtuse after all. "Yes, I think it is," he replied, with quiet assurance. "In spite of— I am not forgetting that unless your husband is prepared on Monday next to invest £1,000, you contemplate leaving here." "Then I do not understand it, Mr. Carrados, and I am unable to explain as yet. But I brought you a note from Lewis Carlyle, Mrs. Belmark. You only glanced at it. Will you do me the favour of reading me the last paragraph?" She picked up the letter from the table where it lay, and complied with cheerful good humour. "There is some suggestion that you want me to accede to," she guessed cunningly, when she had read the last few words. "There are some 3 suggestions which I hope you will accede to," he replied. "In the first place, I want you to write to Mr. Johns next door. Let him get the letter tonight, inquiring whether he is still disposed to take this house." "I had thought of doing that shortly." "Then that is all right. Besides, he will ultimately decline." "Oh," she exclaimed. It would be difficult to say whether with relief or disappointment. "Do you think so? Then why—" "To keep him quiet in the meantime. Next, I should like you to send a little note to Mr. Irons. Your maid could deliver it also tonight, I dare say." "Irons? Irons the gardener?" "Yes," apologetically. "Only a line or 2, you know. Just saying that, after all, if he cares to come on Monday, you can find him a few days' work." "But in any circumstances I don't want him." "No, I can quite believe that you could do better. Still, it doesn't matter, as he won't come, Mrs. Belmark. Not for £0.50 a day, believe me. But the thought will tend to make Mr. Irons less restive also. Lastly, will you persuade your husband not to decline his firm's offer until Monday?" "Very well, Mr. Carrados," she said, after a moment's consideration. "You are Uncle Lewis's friend, and therefore our friend. I will do what you ask." "Thank you," said Carrados. "I shall endeavour not to disappoint you." "Well, I shall not be disappointed because I have not dared to hope, and I have nothing to expect because I am still completely in the dark." "I have been there for nearly 20 years, Mrs. Belmark." "Oh, I am sorry," she cried impulsively. "So am I, occasionally," he replied. "Good-bye, Mrs. Belmark. You will hear from me shortly, I hope. About the hawthorn, you know." It was, indeed, in something less than 48 hours that she heard from him again. When Belmark returned to his toy villa early on Saturday afternoon, Elsie met him almost at the gate with a telegram in her hand. "I really think, Roy, that everyone we have to do with here goes mad," she exclaimed, in tragi-humorous despair. "First it was Mr. Johns, or Jones, if he is Johns or Jones, and then Irons, who wanted to work here for half of what he could get at heaps of places about. And now just look at this wire that came from Mr. Carrados half an hour ago." This was the message that he read. "Please procure sardine tin opener, mariner's compass, and bottle of champagne. Shall arrive 6:45, bringing Crataegus Coccinea. Carrados." "Could anything be more absurd?" she demanded. "Sounds as though it was in code," speculated her husband. "Who's the foreign gentleman he's bringing?" "Oh, that's a kind of special hawthorn. I looked it up. But a bottle of champagne, and a compass, and a sardine tin opener. What possible connection is there between them?" "Well, a very resourceful man might uncork a bottle of champagne with a sardine tin opener," he suggested. "And find his way home afterwards by means of a mariner's compass?" she retorted. "No, Roy dear, you are not a sleuth-hound. We had better have our lunch." They lunched. But if the subject of Carrados had been tabooed, the meal would have been a silent one. "I have a compass on an old watch-chain somewhere," volunteered Belmark. "And I have a tin opener in the form of a bull's head," contributed Elsie. "But we have no champagne, I suppose?" "How could we have, Roy? We never have had any. Shall you mind going down to the shops for a bottle?" "You really think that we ought?" "Of course we must, Roy. We don't know what mightn't happen if we didn't. Uncle Louis said that they once failed to stop a jewel robbery because the jeweller neglected to wipe his shoes on the shop doormat, as Mr. Carrados had told him to do. Suppose Johns is a desperate anarchist, and he succeeded in blowing up Buckingham Palace because we— "All right. A small bottle, eh?" "No, a large one. Quite a large one. Don't you see how exciting it is becoming?" "Oh, if you are excited already, you don't need much champagne," argued her husband. Nevertheless, he strolled down to the leading wine shop after lunch, and returned with his purchase modestly draped in the light summer overcoat that he carried on his arm. Elsie Belmark, who had quite abandoned her previous unconcern in the conviction that something was going to happen, spent the longest afternoon that she could remember, and even Belmark, in spite of his continual adjurations to her to look at the matter logically, smoked 5 cigarettes in place of his usual Saturday afternoon pipe, and neglected to do any gardening. At exactly 6:45, a motor car was heard approaching. Elsie made a desperate rally to become the self-possessed hostess again. Belmark was favourably impressed by such marked punctuality. Then a Regent Street delivery van bowled past their window, and Elsie almost wept. The suspense was not long, however. Less than 5 minutes later, another vehicle raised the dust of the quiet suburban road, and this time a private car stopped at their gate. "Can you see any policemen inside?" whispered Elsie. Parkinson got down, and opening the door, took out a small tree, which he carried up to the porch, and there deposited. Carrados followed. "At all events, there isn't much wrong," said Belmark. "He's smiling all the time." "No, it isn't really a smile," explained Elsie. "It's his normal expression." She went out into the hall just as the front door was opened. "It is the scarlet-fruited thorn of North America," Belmark heard the visitor remarking. "Both the flowers and the berries are wonderfully good. Do you think that you would permit me to choose the spot for it, Mrs. Belmark?" Belmark joined them in the hall, and was introduced. "We mustn't waste any time," he suggested. "There is very little light left." "True," agreed Carrados, "and Coccinea requires deep digging." They walked through the house, and turning to the right, passed into the region of the vegetable garden. Carrados and Elsie led the way, the blind man carrying the tree, while Belmark went to his outhouse for the required tools. "We will direct our operations from here," said Carrados, when they were halfway along the walk. "You told me of a thin iron pipe that you had traced to somewhere in the middle of the garden. We must locate the end of it exactly." "My rosary," sighed Elsie, with premonition of disaster, when she had determined the spot as exactly as she could. "Oh, Mr. Carrados." "I am sorry, but it might be worse," said Carrados, inflexibly. "We only require to find the elbow joint. Mr. Belmark will investigate with as little disturbance as possible." For 5 minutes Belmark made trials with a pointed iron. Then he cleared away the soil of a small circle, and, at about a foot deep, exposed a broken inch pipe. "The fountain," announced Carrados, when he had examined it. "You have the compass, Mr. Belmark?" "Rather a small one," admitted Belmark. "Never mind, you are a mathematician. I want you to strike a line due east." The reel and cord came into play, and an adjustment was finally made from the broken pipe to a position across the vegetable garden. "Now, a point 9 yards, 9 feet, and 9 inches along it." "My onion bed!" cried Elsie, tragically. "Yes, it is really serious this time," agreed Carrados. "I want a hole a yard across, digging here. May we proceed?" Elsie remembered the words of her uncle's letter, or what she imagined to be his letter, and possibly the preamble of selecting the spot had impressed her. "Yes, I suppose so. Unless," she added, hopefully, "the turnip bed will do instead. They are not sown yet." "I am afraid that nowhere else in the garden will do," replied Carrados. Belmark delineated the space and began to dig. After clearing to about a foot deep, he paused. "About deep enough, Mr. Carrados?" he inquired. "Oh, dear, no," replied the blind man. "I am 2 feet down," presently reported the digger. "Deeper," was the uncompromising response. Another 6 inches were added, and Belmark stopped to rest. "A little more, and it won't matter which way up we plant cochineal," he remarked. "That is the depth we are aiming for," replied Carrados. Elsie and her husband exchanged glances. Then Belmark drove his spade through another layer of earth. 3 feet, he announced when he had cleared it. Carrados advanced to the very edge of the opening. "I think that if you would loosen another 6 inches with the fork, we might consider the ground prepared," he decided. Belmark changed his tools and began to break up the soil. Presently the steel prongs grated on some obstruction. "Gently," directed the blind watcher. "I think you will find a 1/2-pound cocoa tin at the end of your fork." "Well, how on earth you spotted that?" was wrung from Belmark admiringly, as he cleared away the encrusting earth. "But I believe you are about right." He threw up the object to his wife, who was risking a catastrophe in her eagerness to miss no detail. "Anything in it besides soil, Elsie?" "She cannot open it yet," remarked Carrados. "It is soldered down." "Oh, I say," protested Belmark. "It is perfectly correct, Roy. The lid is soldered on." They looked at each other in varying degrees of wonder and speculation. Only Carrados seemed quite untouched. "Now we may as well replace the earth," he remarked. "Fill it all up again?" asked Belmark. "Yes, we have provided a thoroughly disintegrated subsoil. That is the great thing. A depth of 6 inches is sufficient merely for the roots." There was only one remark passed during the operation. "I think I should plant the tree just over where the tin was," Carrados suggested. "You might like to mark the exact spot." And there the hawthorn was placed. Belmark, usually the most careful and methodical of men, left the tools where they were, in spite of a threatening shower. Strangely silent, Elsie led the way back to the house, and taking the men into the drawing-room, switched on the light. "I think you have a tin-opener, Mrs. Belmark?" Elsie, who had been waiting for him to speak, almost jumped at the simple inquiry. Then she went into the next room, and returned with the bull-headed utensil. "Here it is," she said, in a voice that would have amused her at any other time. "Mr. Belmark will perhaps disclose our find." Belmark put the soily tin down on Elsie's best table-cover, without eliciting a word of reproach, grasped it firmly with his left hand, and worked the opener round the top. "Only paper," he exclaimed, and without touching the contents, he passed the tin into Carrados's hands. The blind man dexterously twirled out a little roll that crinkled pleasantly to the ear, and began counting the leaves with a steady finger. "They're banknotes," whispered Elsie, in an awestruck voice. She caught sight of a further detail. "Banknotes for £100 each, and there are dozens of them." 50 there should be, dropped Carrados between his figures. 25, 26. "Good God," murmured Belmark. "That's £5,000. 50, concluded Carrados, straightening the edges of the sheaf. "It is always satisfactory to find that one's calculations are exact." He detached the upper 10 notes and held them out. "Mrs. Belmark, will you accept £1,000 as a full legal discharge of any claim that you may have on this property?" "Me? I?" she stammered. But I have no right to any, in any circumstances. It has nothing to do with us." "You have an unassailable moral right to a fair proportion, because without you the real owners would never have seen a penny of it. As regards your legal right—" He took out the thin pocket-book, and extracting a business-looking paper, spread it open on the table before them. "Here is a document that concedes it. In consideration of the valuable services rendered by Elsie Belmark, etc., etc., in causing to be discovered and voluntarily surrendering the sum of £5,000 deposited and not relinquished by Alexis Metrobi, late of, etc., etc., deceased, Messrs. Binstead and Polegate, solicitors of 77A, Bedford Row, acting on behalf of the administrator and next of kin of the said, etc., etc., do hereby—" Well, that's what they do. "Signed, witnessed, and stamped at Somerset House." "I suppose I shall wake presently," said Elsie, dreamily. "It was for this moment that I ventured to suggest the third requirement necessary to bring our enterprise to a successful end," said Carrados. "Oh, how thoughtful of you!" cried Elsie. "Roy, the champagne!" 5 minutes later, Carrados was explaining to a small but enthralled audience. The late Alexis Metrobi was a man of peculiar character. After seeing a good deal of the world, and being many things, he finally embraced spiritualism, and in common with some of its most pronounced adherents, he thenceforward abandoned what we should call the common-sense view. A few years ago, by the collation of the Book of Revelations, a set of Zadkiel's almanacs, and the complete works of Mrs. Mary Baker Eddy, Metrobi discovered that the end of the world would take place on the 10th of October, 1910. It therefore became a matter of urgent importance in his mind to ensure pecuniary provision for himself for the time after the catastrophe had taken place. "Well, I don't understand," interrupted Elsie. "Did he expect to survive it?" "You cannot understand, Mrs. Belmark, because it is fundamentally incomprehensible. We can only accept the fact by the light of cases which occasionally obtain prominence. Metrobi did not expect to survive, but he was firmly convinced that the currency of this world would be equally useful in the spirit land into which he expected to pass. This view was encouraged by a lady medium at whose feet he sat. She kindly offered to transmit to his banking account in the hereafter, without making any charge whatever, any sum that he cared to put into her hands for the purpose. Metrobi accepted the idea, but not the offer. His plan was to deposit a considerable amount in a spot of which he alone had knowledge, so that he could come and help himself to it as required. But if the world had come to an end— "Only the material world, you must understand, Mrs. Belmark. The spirit world, its exact impalpable counterpart, would continue as before, and Metrobi's hoard would be spiritually intact and available. That is the prologue. About a month ago there appeared a certain advertisement in a good many papers. I noticed it at the time, and 3 days ago I had only to refer to my files to put my hand on it at once. It reads, Alexis Metrobi. Any servant or personal attendant of the late Alexis Metrobi, of Fountain Court, Groats Heath, possessing special knowledge of his habits and movements, may hear of something advantageous on applying to Binstead and Polegate, 77A, Bedford Row, W.C. The solicitors had, in fact, discovered that £5,000 worth of securities had been realised early in 1910. They readily ascertained that Metrobi had drawn that amount in gold out of his bank immediately after, and there the trace ended. He died 6 months later. There was no hoard of gold, and not a shred of paper to show where it had gone. Yet Metrobi lived very simply within his income. The house had meanwhile been demolished, but there was no hint or whisper of any lucky find. 2 inquirers presented themselves at 77A, Bedford Row. They were informed of the circumstances and offered a reward, varying according to the results, for information that would lead to the recovery of the money. They are both described as thoughtful, slow-spoken men. Each heard the story, shook his head, and departed. The first caller proved to be John Forster, the ex-butler. On the following day, Mr. Irons, formerly gardener at the court, was the applicant. I must now divert your attention into a side-track. In the summer of 1910, Metrobi published a curious work entitled The Flame Beyond the Dome. In the main, it is an eschatological treatise, but at the end he tacked on an epilogue, which he called The Fable of the Chameleon. It is even more curious than the rest, and with reason, for under the guise of a speculative essay he gives a cryptic account of the circumstances of the £5,000, and, what is more important, details the exact particulars of its disposal. His reason for so doing is characteristic of the man. He was conscious by experience that he possessed an utterly treacherous memory, and having had occasion to move the treasure from one spot to another, he feared that when the time came, his bemuddled shade would be unable to locate it. For future reference, therefore, he embodied the details in his book, and, to make sure that plenty of copies should be in existence, he circulated it by the only means in his power. In other words, he gave a volume to every one he knew, and to a good many people whom he didn't. So far I have dealt with actualities. The final details are partly speculative, but they are essentially correct. Metrobi conveyed his gold to Fountain Court, obtained a stout oak coffer for it, and selected a spot west of the fountain. He chose a favourable occasion for burying it, but by some mischance Irons came on the scene. Metrobi explained the incident by declaring that he was burying a favourite parrot. Irons thought nothing particular about it then, although he related the fact to the butler and to others, in evidence of the general belief that the old cock was quite balmy. But Metrobi himself was much disturbed by the accident. A few days later he dug up the box. In pursuance of his new plan, He carried his gold to the Bank of England and changed it into these notes. Then, transferring the venue to one due east of the fountain, he buried them in this tin, satisfied that the small space it occupied would baffle the search of anyone not in possession of the exact location. "Oh, but I say," exclaimed Mr. Belmark, "gold might remain gold, but what imaginable use could be made of bank-notes after the end of the world?" "That is a point of view, no doubt. But Metrobi, in spite of his foreign name, was a thorough Englishman. The world might come to an end, but he was satisfied that somehow the Bank of England would ride through it all right. I only suggest that. There is much that we can only guess." "That is all there is to know, Mr. Carrados?" "Yes. Everything comes to an end, Mrs. Belmark. I sent my car away to call for me at 8. 8 has struck. That is Harris announcing his arrival." He stood up, but embarrassment and indecision marked the looks and movements of the other two. "How can we possibly take all this money, though?" murmured Elsie, in painful uncertainty. "It is entirely your undertaking, Mr. Carrados. It is the merest fiction bringing me into it at all." "Perhaps, in the circumstances," suggested Belmark nervously. "You remember the circumstances, Elsie. Mr. Carrados would be willing to regard it as a loan." "No, no," cried Elsie impulsively. "There must be no half measures. We know that £1,000 would be nothing to Mr. Carrados, and he knows that £1,000 are everything to us." Her voice reminded the blind man of the candle-snuffing recital. "We will take this great gift, Mr. Carrados, quite freely, and we will not spoil the generous satisfaction that you must have in doing a wonderful and a splendid service by trying to hedge our obligation." But what can we ever do to thank Mr. Carrados?" faltered Belmark mundanely. "Nothing," said Elsie simply. "That is it." "But I think that Mrs. Belmark has quite solved that," interposed Carrados. The Secret of Dunstan's Tower. It was a peculiarity of Mr. Carrados that he could drop the most absorbing occupation of his daily life at a moment's notice, if need be, apply himself exclusively to the solution of some criminological problem, possibly a matter of several days, and at the end of the time return and take up the thread of his private business, exactly where he had left it. On the morning of the 3rd of September, he was dictating to his secretary a monograph to which he had given the attractive title, The Portrait of Alexander the Great as Jupiter Ammon, on an unedited octodrachma of Macedonia, when a telegram was brought in. Greatorex, the secretary, dealt with such communications as a matter of course, and taking the envelope from Parkinson's salver, he cut it open in the pause between a couple of sentences. "This is a private matter of yours, sir," he remarked, after glancing at the message. "Handed in at Nether Hempsfield, 10:48 a.m. Repeated, 1 step higher, quite baffled, Tulloch." "Oh, yes, that's all right," said Carrados. "No reply, Parkinson. Have you got down the Roman supremacy?" The type of workmanship that still enshrined the memory of Spartan influence down to the era of Roman supremacy," read the secretary. "That will do. How are the trains for Nether Hempsfield?" Greatorex put down the notebook and took up an ABC. "Waterloo departure, 11—" He cocked an eye towards the desk clock. "Oh, that's no good. 12:17, 2:11, 5:9, 7:25. "The 5:9 should do," interposed Carrados. "Arrival?" 6:48. "Now, What has the gazetteer to say about the place?" The yellow railway guide gave place to a weightier volume, and the secretary read out the following details. Nether Hempsfield, parish and village, population 732, South Downshire. 2,728 acres land and 27 water. Soil rich loam, occupied as arable, pasture, orchard and woodland. Subsoil various. The church of St. Dunstan, restored 1740, is Saxon and Early English. It possesses an oak roof with curious grotesque bosses, and contains brasses and other memorials, earliest 13th century, of the Aylesford family. In the swine field, 1.5 miles southwest of the village, are 15 large stones, known locally as the judge and jury, which constitute the remains of a druidical circle and temple. Dunstan's Tower, a moated residence built in the baronial style, and possibly dating from the 14th century, is the seat of the Aylesfords. "I can give 3 days, easily," mused Carrados. "Yes, I'll go down by the 5:09. "Do I accompany you, sir?" inquired Greatorex. "Not this time, I think. Have 3 days off yourself. Just pick up the correspondence and take things easy. Send on anything to me, care of Dr. Tulloch. If I don't write, expect me back on Friday." "Very well, Mr. Carrados. What books shall I put out for Parkinson to pack?" "Say Gessner's Thesaurus, and, yes, you may as well add Hilarion's Celtic Mythology." 6 hours later, Carrados was on his way to Nether Hempsfield. In his pocket was the following letter, which may be taken as offering the only explanation why he should suddenly decide to visit a place of which he had never even heard until that morning. "Dear Mr. Carrados, Old Wynne, it used to be. Do you remember a fellow at St. Michael's who used to own insects and the name of Tulloch? Earwigs, they called him. Well, you will find it at the end of this epistle, if you have the patience to get there. I ran across Jarvis about 6 months ago on Euston platform. You'll recall him by his red hair and great feet. And we had a rapid and comprehensive pow-wow. He told me who you were, having heard of you from Lessing, who seems to be editing a high-class review. He always was a trifle eccentric, Lessing. As for yours T, well, at the moment I'm local demon in a GFS little place that you would hardly find on anything less than a 4-inch ordnance. But I won't altogether say it mightn't be worse, for there's trout in the stream, and after half a decade of cinder moor in the Black Country, a great and holy peace broods on the smiling land. But you will guess that I wouldn't be taking up the time of a busy man of importance unless I had something to say, and you'd be right. It may interest you, or it may not, but here it is. Living about 2 miles out of the village, at a sort of medieval stronghold known as Dunstan's Tower, there is an ancient county family called Aylesford. And, for the matter of that, they are about all there is here, for the whole place seems to belong to them, and their authority runs from the power to charge you 2pence if you sell a pig between Friday night and Monday morning, to the right to demand an exchange of scabbards with the reigning sovereign, whenever he comes within 7 bow-shot flights of the highest battlement of Dunstan's Tower. I don't gather that any reigning sovereign ever has come, but that isn't the Aylesfords' fault. But, levity apart, these Aylesfords, without being particularly rich or having any title, are accorded an extraordinary position. I am told that scarcely a living duchess could hold out against the moral influence old Dame Aylesford could bring to bear on social matters, and yet she scarcely ever goes beyond Nether Hempsfield now. My connection with these high and mighties ought to be purely professional, and so, in a manner, it is. But on the top of it, I find myself drawn into a full-blooded, old haunted house mystery that takes me clean out of my depth. Darish, the man whose place I'm taking for 3 months, had a sort of arrangement that once a week he should go up to the tower and amuse old Mrs. Aylesford for a couple of hours, under the pretence of feeling her pulse. I found that I was let in for continuing this. Fortunately, the old dame was quite amiable at close quarters. I have no social qualifications whatever, and we got on very well together on those terms. I have heard that she considers me thoroughly responsible. For 5 or 6 weeks, everything went on swimmingly. I had just enough to do to keep me from doing nothing. People have a delightful habit of not being taken ill in the night, and there is a comfortable cob to trot round on. Tuesday is my Dunstan's Tower day. Last Tuesday I went as usual. I recall now that the servants about the place seemed rather wild, and the old lady did not keep me quite as long as usual, but these things were not sufficiently noticeable to make any impression on me at the time. On Friday, a groom rode over with a note from Swarbrick, the butler. Would I go up that afternoon and see Mrs. Aylesford? He had taken the liberty of asking me on his own responsibility, as he thought that she ought to be seen. Deuced queer, it struck me, but of course I went. Swarbrick was evidently on the lookout. He is a regular family retainer, taciturn and morose rather than bland. I saw at once that the old fellow had something on his mind, and I told him that I should like a word with him. We went into the morning room. "Now, Swarbrick," I said, "you sent for me. What is the matter with your mistress since Tuesday?" He looked at me dourly, as though he was still in two minds about opening his mouth. Then he said, slowly, "It isn't since Tuesday, sir. It was on that morning." "What was?" I asked. "The beginning of it, Dr. Tullock. Mrs. Aylesford slipped at the foot of the stairs on coming down to breakfast." "She did?" I said. "Well, it couldn't have been very serious at the time. She never mentioned it to me." "No, sir," the old monument assented, with an appalling surface of sublime pride. "She would not." "Well, why wouldn't she, if she was hurt?" I demanded. "People do mention these things to their medical men in strict confidence." "The circumstances are unusual, sir," he replied, without a ruffle of his imperturbable respect. "Mrs. Aylesford was not hurt, sir. She did not actually fall, but she slipped on a pool of blood." "That's unpleasant," I admitted, looking at him sharply, for an owl could have seen that there was something behind all this. "How did it come there? Whose was it?" "Sir Philip Belmont's, sir." I did not know the name. "Is he a visitor here?" I asked. "Not at present, sir. He stayed with us in 1662. He died here, sir, under rather unpleasant circumstances." "Well, there you have it, Wynne. That is the keystone of the whole business. But if I keep to my conversation with the still reluctant Swarbrick, I shall run out of foolscap, and into midnight. Briefly, then, the unpleasant circumstances were as follows. Just about 2.5 centuries ago, when Charles II was back, and things in England were rather gay, a certain Sir Philip Belmont was a guest at Dunstan's Tower. There were dice, and there was a lady, probably a dozen, but the particular one was the Aylesford's young wife. One night there was a flare-up. Belmont was run through with a rapier, and an ugly doubt turned on whether the point came out under the shoulder-blade or went in there. Dripping onto every stair, the unfortunate man was carried up to his room. He died within a few hours, convinced from the circumstances of treachery all round, and with his last breath he left an anathema on every male and female Aylesford as the day of their death approached. There are 14 steps in the flight that Belmont was carried up, and when the pool appears in the hall, some Aylesford has just 2 weeks to live. Each succeeding morning, the stain may be found 1 stair higher, When it reaches the top, there is a death in the family. Well, this was the gist of the story. As far as you and I are concerned, it is, of course, merely a matter as to what form our scepticism takes. But my attitude is complicated by the fact that my nominal patient has become a real one. She is 72 and built to be a nonagenarian, but she has gone to bed with the intention of dying on Tuesday week, and I firmly believe she will. "How does she know that she is the one?" I asked. There aren't many Aylesfords, but I knew that there were some others. To this, Swarbrick maintained a discreet ambiguity. "It was not for him to say," he replied, "but I can see that he, like most of the natives round here, is obsessed with Aylesfordism." "And for that matter," I objected, "your mistress is scarcely entitled to the distinction. She will not really be an Aylesford at all, only one by marriage." "No, sir," he replied readily. "Mrs. Aylesford was also a Miss Aylesford, sir, one of the Dorset Aylesfords. Mr. Aylesford married his cousin." "Oh," I said. "Do the Aylesfords often marry cousins?" "Very frequently, sir. You see, it is difficult otherwise for them to find eligible partners." Well, I saw the lady, explaining that I had not been altogether satisfied with her condition on the Tuesday. It passed, but I was not able to allude to the real business. Swarbrick, in his respectful, cast-iron way, had impressed on me that Sir Philip Belmont must not be mentioned, assuring me that even Darish would not venture to do so. Mrs. Aylesford was certainly a little feverish, but there was nothing the matter with her. I left, arranging to call again on the Sunday. When I came to think it over, the first form it took was, "Now, who is playing a silly practical joke, or working a deliberate piece of mischief?" But I could not get any further on those lines, because I do not know enough of the circumstances. Darish might know, but Darish is cruising off Spitzbergen, suffering from a nervous breakdown. The people here are amiable enough, superficially, but they plainly regard me as an outsider. It was then that I thought of you. From what Jarvis had told me, I gathered that you were keen on a mystery for its own sake. Furthermore, though I understand that you are now something of a duke, you might not be averse to a quiet week in the country, jogging along the lanes, smoking a peaceful pipe of an evening, and yarning over old times. But I was not going to lure you down, and then have the thing turn out to be a ridiculous and transparent hoax, no matter how serious its consequences. I owed it to you to make some reasonable investigation myself. This I have now done. On Sunday, when I went there, Swarbrick, with a very long face, reported that on each morning he had found the stain one step higher. The patient, needless to say, was appreciably worse. When I came down, I had made up my mind. "Look here, Swarbrick," I said. "There is only one thing for it. I must sit up here tonight and see what happens." He was very dubious at first, but I believe the fellow is genuine in his attachment to the house. His final scruple melted when he learned that I should not require him to sit up with me. I enjoined absolute secrecy, and this, in a large rambling place like the Tower, is not difficult to maintain. All the maidservants had fled. The only people sleeping within the walls now, beyond those I have mentioned, are two of Mrs. Aylesford's grandchildren, a girl and a young man whom I merely know by sight, the housekeeper and a footman. All these had retired long before the butler admitted me by an obscure little door, about half an hour after midnight. The staircase with which we are concerned goes up from the dining hall. A much finer, more modern way ascends from the entrance hall. This earlier one, however, only gives access now to 3 rooms, a lovely oak-panelled chamber occupied by my patient, and 2 small rooms, turned nowadays into a boudoir and a bathroom. When Swarbrick had left me in an easy-chair, wrapped in a couple of rugs, in a corner of the dark dining hall, I waited for half an hour, and then proceeded to make my own preparations. Moving very quietly, I crept up the stairs, and, at the top, drove one drawing-pin into the lintel about a foot up, another at the same height into the baluster opposite, and across the stairs fastened a black thread with a small bell hanging over the edge. A touch, and the bell would ring, whether the thread broke or not. At the foot of the stairs I made another attachment and hung another bell. "I think, my unknown friend," I said, as I went back to the chair, "you are cut off above and below now." I won't say that I didn't close my eyes for a minute through the whole night, but if I did sleep, it was only as a watchdog sleeps. A whisper or a creak of board would have found me alert. As it was, however, nothing happened. At 6 o'clock, Swarbrick appeared, respectfully solicitous about my vigil. "We've done it this time, Swarbrick," I said, in modest elation. "Not the ghost of a ghost has appeared. The spell is broken." He had crossed the hall, and was looking rather strangely at the stairs. With a very queer foreboding, I joined him, and followed his glance. By heavens, Wynne, there, on the 6th step up, was a bright red patch. I am not squeamish. I cleared 4 steps at a stride, and stooping down, I dipped my finger into the stuff, and felt its slippery viscidity against my thumb. There could be no doubt about it. It was the genuine thing. In my baffled amazement, I looked in every direction for a possible clue to human agency. Above, more than 20 feet above, were the massive rafters and boarding of the roof itself. By my side reared a solid stone wall, and beneath was simply the room we stood in, for the space below the stairway was not enclosed. I pointed to my arrangement of bells. "Nobody has gone up or down, I'll swear," I said, a little warmly. Between ourselves, I felt a bit of an ass for my pains before the monumental Swarbrick. "No, sir," he agreed. "I had a similar experience myself on Saturday night." "Oh, the deuce you did!" I exclaimed. "Did you sit up then?" "Not exactly, sir," he replied. "But after making all secure at night, I hung a pair of irreplaceable Dresden china cups in a similar way. They were both still intact in the morning, sir." "Well, there you are. I have nothing more to say on the subject. Hope not, you'll be muttering. If the thing doesn't tempt you, say no more about it. If it does, just wire a time, and I'll be at the station. Welcome isn't the word. Yours, as of yore, Jim Tullock. P.S. Can put your man up all right. J.T. Carrados had wired a time, and he was seized on the platform by the awaiting and exuberant Tullock, and guided with elaborate carefulness to the doctor's cart, which was, as its temporary owner explained, knocking about somewhere in the lane outside. "Splendid little horse," he declared. "Give him a hedge to nibble at, and you can leave him to look after himself for hours. Motors? He laughs at them, Wynne. Merely laughs." Parkinson and the luggage found room behind, and the splendid little horse shook his shaggy head and launched out for home. For a mile the conversation was a string of, "Do you ever come across Brown, now? You know Sugden was killed flying. Heard of Marling only last week. He's gone on the stage. By the way, that appalling ass Sanders married a girl with a pot of money and runs horses now." And doubtless it would have continued in a similar strain to the end of the journey, if an encounter with a farmer's country trap had not interrupted its tenor. The lane was very narrow at that point, and the driver of the trap drew into the hedge and stopped to allow the doctor to pass. There was a mutual greeting, and Tullock pulled up also when their hubs were clear. "No more sheep killed, I hope?" he called back. "No, sir, I can't complain that we have," said the driver cheerfully. "But I do hear that Mr. Stone, over at Daneswood, lost one last night." "In the same way, do you mean?" "So I heard. It's a queer business, Doctor." "It's a blackguardly business. It's a marvel what the fellow thinks he's doing." "He'll get nabbed, never fear, sir. He'll do it once too often." "Hope so," said the doctor. "Good day." He shook the reins and turned to his visitor. "One of our local farmer Jarges. It's part of the business to pass the time of day with them all, and ask after the cow or the pig, if no other member of the family happens to be on the sick list." "What is the blackguardly business?" asked Carrados. "Well, that is a bit out of the common, I'll admit. About a week ago, this man, Bailey, found one of his sheep dead in the field. It had been deliberately killed, head cut half off. It hadn't been done for meat, because none was taken. But, curiously enough, something else had been taken. The animal had been opened, and the heart and intestines were gone. What do you think of that, Wynne?" "Revenge, possibly?" "Bailey declares that he hasn't got the shadow of an enemy in the world. His 3 or 4 labourers are quite content. Of course, a thing like that makes a tremendous sensation in a place like this. You may see as many as 5 men talking together almost any day now. And here, on the top of it, comes another case at Stones. It looks like one of those outbreaks that crop up from time to time for no obvious reason, and then die out again." "No reason, Jim?" "Well, if it isn't revenge, and if it isn't food, what is there to be got by it?" "What is there to be got when an animal is killed?" Tulloch stared without enlightenment. "What is there that I am here to trace?" "Godfrey Daniel, Wynne, you don't mean to say that there is any connection between—" "I don't say it," declared Carrados promptly. "But there is very strong reason why we should consider it. It solves a very obvious question that faces us. A pricked thumb does not produce a pool. Did you microscope it?" "Yes, I did. I can only say that it's mammalian. My limited experience doesn't carry me beyond that." "Then what about the entrails, Wynne? Why take those?" "That raises a variety of interesting speculations, certainly." "It may to you. The only thing that occurs to me is that it might be a blind." "A very unfortunate one, if so. A blind is intended to allay curiosity, to suggest an obvious but fictitious motive. This, on the contrary, arouses curiosity. The abstraction of a haunch of mutton would be an excellent blind. Whereas now, as you say, what about the entrails?" Tulloch shook his head. "I've had my shot," he answered. "Can you suggest anything?" "Frankly, I can't," admitted Carrados. "On the face of it, I don't suppose anyone short of an oracle could. Pity our local shrine has got rusty in the joints." He levelled his whip and pointed to a distant silhouette that showed against the last few red streaks in the western sky a mile away. "You see that solitary old outpost of paganism?" The splendid little horse leapt forward in indignant surprise as the extended whip fell sharply across his shoulders. Tulloch's ingenuous face seemed to have caught the rubicundity of the distant sunset. "Oh, I'm beastly sorry, Wynne, old man," he muttered. "I ought to have remembered." "My blindness?" contributed Carrados. "My dear chap, everyone makes a point of forgetting that. It's quite a recognised form of compliment among friends. If it were baldness, I probably should be touchy on the subject. As it's only blindness, I'm not." "I'm very glad you take it so well," said Tulloch. "I was referring to a stone circle that we have here. Perhaps you have heard of it." "The Druid's Altar!" exclaimed Carrados, with an inspiration. "Jim, to my everlasting shame, I had forgotten it." "Oh, well, it isn't much to look at," confessed the practical doctor. Now, in the church there are a few decent monuments. All Anosfords, of course. Anosfords, naturally. Do you know how far that remarkable race goes back? A bit beyond Adam, I should fancy, laughed Tulloch. Well, Darish told me that they really can trace to somewhere before the Conquest. Some antiquarian Johnny has claimed that the foundations of Dunstan's tower cover a Celtic stronghold. Are you interested in that sort of thing? Intensely, replied Carrados. But we must not neglect other things. This gentleman who owned the unfortunate sheep, the second victim now, how far is Daneswood away? About a mile and a half at the most. Carrados turned towards the back seat. Do you think that in 7 minutes' time you would be able to distinguish the details of a red mark on the grass, Parkinson? Parkinson took the effect of 3 objects, the sky above, the herbage by the roadside, and the back of his hand, and then spoke regretfully. I'm afraid not, sir, not with any certainty, he replied. Then we need not trouble Mr. Stone tonight, said Carrados, philosophically. After dinner there was the peaceful pipe that Tulloch had forecast, and mutual reminiscences, until the long clock in the corner, striking the smallest hour of the morning, prompted Tulloch to suggest retirement. I hope you have everything, he remarked tentatively, when he had escorted the guest to his bedroom. Mrs. Jones does for me very well, but you are an unknown quantity to her as yet. I shall be quite all right, you may be sure, replied Carrados, with his engagingly grateful smile. Parkinson will already have seen to everything. We have a complete system, and I know exactly where to find anything I require. Tulloch gave a final glance round. Perhaps you would prefer the window closed, he suggested. Indeed, I should not. It is southwest, isn't it? Yes. And a southwesterly breeze to bring the news. I shall sit here for a little time. He put his hand on the top rail of a chair with unhesitating precision, and drew it to the open casement. There are 1,000 sounds that you, in your arrogance of sight, ignore. 1,000 individual scents of hedge and orchard that come to me up here. I suppose it is quite dark to you now, Jim? What a lot you seeing people must miss. Tulloch guffawed, with his hand on the doorknob. Well, don't let your passion for nocturnal nature study lead you to miss breakfast at 8. My eyes won't, I promise you. Ta-ta! He jigged off to his own room, and in 10 minutes was soundly asleep. But the oak clock in the room beneath marked the quarters one by one, until the next hour struck, and then round the face again until the little finger stood at 3, and still the blind man sat by the open window that looked out over the southwest, interpreting the multitudinous signs of the quiet life that still went on under the dark cover of the warm summer night. "The word lies with you, Wynne," remarked Tulloch at breakfast the next morning. He was 12 minutes late, by the way, and found his guest interested in the titles of Dr. Darish's excellent working library. "I am supposed to be on view here from 9 to 10, and after that I am due at Abbott's farm somewhere about noon. With those reservations, I am at your disposal for the day." "Do you happen to go anywhere near the swine field on your way to Abbott's farm?" asked Carrados. "The swine field? Oh, the Druid's Circle. Yes, one way, and it's as good as any other, passes the wheel track that leads up to it." "Then I should certainly like to inspect the site." "There's really nothing to see, you know," apologized the doctor. "Only a few big rocks on end. They aren't even chiselled smooth." "I am curious," volunteered Carrados, "to discover why 15 stones should be called the judge and jury." "Oh, I can explain that for you," declared Tulloch. "Two of them are near together, with a third block across the tops. That's the judge. The 12 jurymen are scattered here and there. But we'll go, by all means." "There is a public right-of-way, I suppose?" asked Carrados, when, in due course, the trap turned from the highway into a field track. "I don't know about a right," said Tulloch, "but I imagine that anyone goes across who wants to. Of course, it's not a Stonehenge, and we have very few visitors, or the Anosfords might put up some restrictions. As for the natives, there isn't a man who wouldn't sooner walk 10 miles to see a 5-legged calf than cross the road to look at a Phidias. And, for that matter," he added, thoughtfully, "this is the first time I've been really up to the place myself." "It's on Anosford property, then?" "Oh, yes. Most of the parish is, I believe. But this swine field is part of the park. There is an oak plantation across there, or Dunstan's tower would be in sight." They had reached the gate of the enclosure. The doctor got down to open it, as he had done the former ones. "This is locked," he said, coming back to the step. "But we can climb over easy enough. You can get down all right." "Thanks," replied Carrados. He descended and followed Tulloch, stopping to pat the little horse's neck. "He'll be all right," remarked the doctor, with a backward nod. "I fancy Tommy's impressionable years must have been spent between the shafts of a butcher's cart. Now, Wynne, how do we proceed?" "I should like to have your arm over this rough ground. Then, if you will take me from stone to stone." They paced the broken circle leisurely, Carrados judging the appearance of the remains by touch, and by the answers to the innumerable questions that he put. They were approaching the most important monument, the judge, when Tulloch gave a shout of delight. "Oh, the beauty!" he cried, with enthusiasm. "I must see you closer. Wynne, do you mind? A minute?" "Lady, Jim?" murmured Carrados. "Certainly not. I'll stand like Tommy." Tulloch shot off with a laugh, and Carrados heard him racing across the grass, in the direction of the Trilithon. He was still amused when he returned, after a very short interval. "No, Wynne, not a lady, but it occurred to me that you might have been farther off. A beautiful, airy creature, very brightly clad. A purple emperor, in fact. I haven't netted a butterfly for years, but the sight gave me all the old excitement of the chase. Tolerably rare, too, aren't they?" "Generally speaking, they are. I remember waiting in an oak grove with a 20-foot net for a whole day once, and not a solitary emperor crossed my path." "An oak grove? Yes, you said there was an oak plantation here." "I didn't know the trick then. You needn't go to that trouble. His Majesty has rather peculiar tastes for so elegant a being. You just hang a piece of decidedly ripe meat anywhere near." "Yes, Jim?" "Do you notice anything?" demanded the doctor, with his face up to the wind. "Several things," replied Carrados. "Apropos of high meat, do you know, Wynne, I lost that purple emperor here, round the blocks. I thought it must have soared, as I couldn't quite fathom its disappearance. This used to be the Druid's altar, they say. I don't know if you follow me, but it would be a devilish rum go if, eh?" Carrados accepted the suggestion of following Jim's idea with impenetrable gravity. "I haven't the least doubt that you are right," he assented. "Can you get up?" "It's about 10 feet high," reported Tulloch, "and not an inch of crevice to get a foothold on. If only we could bring the trap in here." "I'll give you a back," said Carrados, taking a position against one of the pillars. "You can manage with that?" "Sure you can stand it. Only be as quick as you can." "Wait a minute," said Tulloch, with indecision. "I think someone is coming." "I know there is," admitted Carrados. "But it is only a matter of seconds. Make a dash for it." "No," decided Tulloch. "One looks ridiculous. I believe it is Miss Aylesford. We'd better wait." A young girl, with a long, thin face, light hair, and the palest blue eyes that it would be possible to imagine, had come from the wood and was approaching them hurriedly. She might have been 18, but she was dressed young, and when she spoke, she expressed the ideas of a child. "You ought not to come in here," was her greeting. "It belongs to us." "I am sorry if we are trespassing," apologized Tulloch, colouring with chagrin and surprise. "I was under the impression that Mrs. Aylesford allowed visitors to inspect these ruins. I am Dr. Tulloch." "I don't know anything about that," said the girl, vaguely. "But Dunstan will be very cross if he sees you here. He is always cross if he finds that anyone has been here. He will scold me afterwards, and he makes faces in the night." "We will go," said Tulloch quietly. "I am sorry that we should have unconsciously intruded." He raised his hat and turned to walk away, but Miss Aylesford detained him. "You must not let Dunstan know that I spoke to you about it," she implored him. "That would be as bad. Indeed," she added plaintively, "whatever I do always makes him cruel to me." "We will not mention it, you may be sure," replied the doctor. "Good morning." "Oh, it is no good!" suddenly screamed the girl. "He has seen us. He is coming." Tulloch looked round in the direction that Miss Aylesford's frightened gaze had indicated. A young man whom he knew by sight as her brother had left the cover of the wood and was strolling leisurely towards them. Without waiting to encounter him, the girl turned and fled to hide herself behind the farthest pillar, running with ungainly movements of her long wispish arms, and uttering a low cry as she went. As young Aylesford approached, he courteously raised his hat to the two elder men. He appeared to be a few years older than his sister, and in him her colourless, ovine features were moulded to a firmer cast. "I am afraid that we are trespassing," said the doctor, awkward between his promise to the girl and the necessity of glossing over the situation. "My friend is interested in antiquities." "My unfortunate sister," broke in Aylesford quietly, with a sad smile. "I can guess what she has been saying. You are Dr. Tulloch, are you not?" "Yes." "Our grandmother has a foolish but amiable weakness that she can keep poor Edith's infirmity dark. I cannot pretend to maintain that appearance before a doctor, and I am sure that we can rely on the discretion of your friend." "Oh, certainly," volunteered Tulloch. "He is—" "Merely an amateur," put in Carrados suavely, but with the incisiveness of a scalpel. "You must, of course, have seen that Edith is a little unusual in her conversation," continued the young man. "Fortunately, it is nothing worse than that. She is not helpless, and she is never violent. I have some hope, indeed, that she will outgrow her delusions. I suppose—" he laughed a little as he suggested it. "I suppose she warned you of my displeasure if I saw you here." "There was something of the sort," admitted Tulloch, judging that the circumstances nullified his promise. Aylesford shook his head slowly. "I am sorry that you have had the experience," he remarked. "Let me assure you that you are welcome to stay as long as you like under the shadows of these obsolete fossils, and to come as often as you please. It is a very small courtesy. The place has always been accessible to visitors." "I am relieved to find that I was not mistaken," said the doctor. "When I have read up the subject, I should like to come again," interposed Carrados. "For the present, we have gone all over the ground." He took Tulloch's arm and under the insistent pressure, the doctor turned towards the gate. "Good morning, Mr. Earnesford." "What a thing to come across," murmured Tulloch when they were out of earshot. "I remember Darish making the remark that the girl was simple for her years, or something of that sort, but I only took it that she was backward. I wonder if the old ass knew more than he told me." They were walking without concern across the turf, and had almost reached the gate, when Carrados gave a sharp, involuntary cry of pain, and wrenched his arm free. As he did so, a stone, of dangerous edge and size, fell to the ground between them. "Damnation!" cried Tulloch, his face darkening with resentment. "Are you hurt, old man?" "Come on," curtly replied Carrados, between his set teeth. "Not until I've given that young cub something to remember," cried the outraged doctor truculently. "It was Earnesford, Wynne. I wouldn't have believed it, but I just caught sight of him in time. He laughed and ran behind a pillar when you were hit." "Come on," reiterated Carrados, seizing his friend's arm and compelling him towards the gate. "It was only the funny bone, fortunately. Would you stop to box the village idiot's ears because he puts his tongue out at you?" "Village idiot?" exclaimed Tulloch. "I may only be a thick-skulled, third-rate general practitioner, of no social pretension whatever, but I'm blistered if I'll have my guests insulted by a long-eared pedigree blighter without putting up a few plain words about it. And Earnesford or not, he must take the consequences. He's no village idiot." "No," was Carrados's grim retort. "He is something much more dangerous. The castle maniac." Tulloch would have stopped in sheer amazement, but the recovered arm dragged him relentlessly on. "Earnesford? Mad?" "The girl is on the borderline of imbecility. The man has passed beyond the limit of a more serious phase. The ground has been preparing for generations. Doubtless in him the seed has quietly germinated for years. Now his time has come." "I heard that he was a nice, quiet young fellow, studious and interested in science. He has a workshop and a laboratory." "Yes, anything to occupy his mind. Well, in future he will have a padded room and a keeper." "But the sheep killed by night, and the parts exposed on the Druid's altar? What does it mean, Wynne?" "It means madness, nothing more and nothing less. He is the receptacle for the last dregs of a rotten and decrepit stock that has dwindled down to mental atrophy. I don't believe that there is any method in his midnight orgies. The Earnesfords are certainly a venerable line, and it is faintly possible that its remote ancestors were Druid priests who sacrificed and practised haruspicy on the very spot that we have left. I have no doubt that on that questionable foundation you would find advocates of a more romantic theory." "Moral atavism?" suggested the doctor, shrewdly. "Yes, reincarnation. I prefer the simpler alternative. Earnesford has been so fed up with pride of family and traditions of his ancient race that his mania takes this natural trend. You know what became of his father and mother?" "No, I have never heard them mentioned." "The father is in a private madhouse. The mother, another cousin, by the way, died at 25. "And the bloodstains on the stairs? Is that his work?" "Short of actual proof, I should say yes. It is the realization of another family legend, you see. Earnesford may have an insane grudge against his grandmother, or it may be simply apish malignity put into his mind by the sight of blood." "What do you propose doing, then? We can't leave the man at large." "We have nothing yet to commit him on. You would not sign for a reception order on the strength of seeing him throw a stone. We must contrive to catch him in the act tonight, if possible." Tulloch woke up the little horse with a sympathetic touch. They were ambling along the high road again by this time, and permitted himself to smile. "And how do you propose to do that, Excellency?" he asked. "By sprinkling the 9th step with iodide of nitrogen. A warm night, it will dry in half an hour." "Well, do you know, I never thought of that," admitted the doctor. "Certainly that would give us the alarm if a feather brushed it. But we don't possess a chemist's shop, and I very much doubt if I can put my hand on any iodine." "I brought a couple of ounces," said Carrados, with diffidence. "Also a bottle of 880 ammonia, to be on the safe side." "You really are a bit of a sine qua non, Wynne," declared Tulloch, expressively. "It was such an obvious thing," apologized the blind man. "I suppose Brook Ashfield is too far for one of us to get over to this afternoon?" "In Dorset?" "Yes. Colonel Eustace Ainsford is the responsible head of the family now, and he should be on the spot, if possible. Then we ought to get a couple of men from the county lunatic asylum. We don't know what may be before us." "If it can't be done by train, we must wire, or perhaps Colonel Ainsford is on the telephone. We can go into that as soon as we get back. We are almost at Abbott's farm now. I will cut it down to 15 minutes at the outside. You don't mind waiting here?" "Don't hurry," replied Carrados. "Few cases are matters of minutes. Besides, I told Parkinson to come on here from Daneswood on the chance of our picking him up." "Oh, it's Parkinson, to be sure," said the doctor. "Thought I knew the figure crossing the field. Well, I'll leave you to him." He hastened along the rutty approach to the farmhouse, and Tommy, under the pretext of being driven there by certain pertinacious flies, imperceptibly edged his way towards the long grass by the roadside. In a few minutes Parkinson announced his presence at the step of the vehicle. "I found what you described, sir," he reported. "These are the shapes." Tulloch kept to his time. In less than a quarter of an hour he was back again and gathering up the reins. "That little job is soon worked off," he remarked, with mild satisfaction. "Home now, I suppose, Wynne?" "Yes," assented Carrados. "And I think that the other little job is morally worked off." He held up a small piece of notepaper, cut to a neat octagon, with 2 long sides and 6 short ones. "What familiar object would just about cover that plan, Jim?" "If it isn't implicating myself in any devilment, I should say that one of our 4-ounce bottles would be about the ticket," replied Tulloch. "It very likely does implicate you, to the extent of being one of your 4-ounce bottles, then," said Carrados. "The man who killed Stone's sheep had occasion to use what we will infer to be a 4-ounce bottle. It does not tax the imagination to suggest the use he put it to, nor need we wonder that he found it desirable to wash it afterwards. This small flat bottle that goes conveniently into a waistcoat pocket. On one side of the field, the side remote from the road, Jim, but in the direct line for Dunstan's tower, there is a stream. There he first washed his hands, carefully placing the little bottle on the grass while he did so. That indiscretion has put us in possession of a ground plan, so to speak, of the vessel. Pity it wasn't of the man instead. Of the man also. In the field the earth is baked and unimpressionable, but down by the waterside the conditions are quite favourable, and Parkinson got perfect reproductions of the footprints. Soon, perhaps, we may have an opportunity of making a comparison." The doctor glanced at the neat lines to which the papers Carrados held out had been cut. "It's a moral," he admitted. There's nothing of the hobnailed about those boots, Wynne. Swarbrick had been duly warned, and obedience to his instructions had been ensured by the note that conveyed them, bearing the signature of Colonel Aylesford. Between 11 and 12 o'clock, a light in a certain position gave the intelligence that Dunstan Aylesford was in his bedroom, and the coast quite clear. A little group of silent men approached the tower, and four, crossing one of the two bridges that spanned the moat, melted spectrally away in a dark angle of the walls. Every detail had been arranged. There was no occasion for whispered colloquies about the passages, and, with the exception of the butler's sad and respectful greeting of an Aylesford, scarcely a word was spoken. Carrados, the Colonel, and Parkinson took up their positions in the great dining hall, where Dr. Tulloch had waited on the occasion of his vigil. A screen concealed them from the stairs, and the chairs on which they sat did not creak. All the blind man asked for. The doctor, who had carried a small quantity of some damp powder wrapped in a saturated sheet of blotting paper, occupied himself for 5 minutes distributing it minutely over the surface of the 9th stair. When this was accomplished, he disappeared, and the silence of a sleeping house settled upon the ancient tower. A party, however, is only as quiet as its most restless member, and the Colonel soon discovered a growing inability to do nothing at all, and to do it in absolute silence. After an exemplary hour, he began to breathe whispered comments on the situation into his neighbour's ear, and it required all Carrados's tact and good humour to repress his impatience. 2 o'clock passed, and still nothing had happened. "I begin to feel uncommonly dubious, you know," whispered the Colonel, after listening to the 3rd clock strike the hour. "We stand to get devilishly chaffed if this gets about. Suppose nothing happens." "Then your aunt will probably get up again," replied Carrados. "True. We shall have broken the continuity. But you know, Mr. Carrados, there are some things about this portent, visitation, call it what you will, that even I don't fully understand down to this day. There is no doubt that my grandfather, Oscar Aylesford, who died in 1817, did receive a similar omen, or summons, or whatever it may be. We have it on the authority—" Carrados clicked an almost inaudible sound of warning, and laid an admonishing hand on the Colonel's arm. "Something going on," he breathed. The soldier came to the alert like a terrier at a word, but his straining ears could not distinguish a sound beyond the laboured ticking of the hall clock beyond. "I hear nothing," he muttered to himself. He had not long to wait. Halfway up the stairs, something snapped off like the miniature report of a toy pistol. Before the sound could translate itself to the human brain, another, louder discharge had swallowed it up, and out of its echo a crackling fusillade again marked the dying effects of the scattered explosive. At the first crack, Carrados had swept aside the screen. "Light, Parkinson!" he cried. An electric lantern flashed out and centred its circle of brilliance on the stairs opposite. Its radiance pierced the nebulous balloon of violet smoke that was rising to the roof, and brought out every detail of the wall beyond. "Good heavens!" exclaimed Colonel Aylesford. "There is a stone out! I knew nothing of this." As he spoke, the solid block of masonry slid back into its place, and the wall became as blankly impenetrable as before. "Colonel Aylesford," said Carrados, after a hurried word with Parkinson, "you know the house. Will you take my man and get round to Dunstan's workroom at once? A good deal depends upon securing him immediately." "Am I to leave you here without any protection, sir?" inquired Parkinson, in mild rebellion. "Not without any protection, thank you, Parkinson. I shall be in the dark, remember." They had scarcely gone when Dr. Tullock came stumbling in from the hall and the main stairs beyond, calling on Carrados as he bumped his way past a succession of inopportune pieces of furniture. "Are you there, Wynne?" he demanded, in high-strung irritation. "What the devil's happening? Aylesford hasn't left his room, we'll swear, but hasn't the iodide gone off?" "The iodide has gone off, and Aylesford has left his room, though not by the door. Possibly he is back in it by now." "The deuce!" exclaimed Tullock blankly. "What am I to do?" "Return," began Carrados, but before he could say more, there was a confused noise and a shout outside the window. "We are saved further uncertainty," said the blind man. "He has thrown himself down into the moat." "He will be drowned." "Not if Swarbrick put the drag-rake where he was instructed, and if those keepers are even passably expert," replied Carrados, imperturbably. "After all, drowning— but perhaps you had better go and see, Jim." In a few minutes men began to return to the dining-hall, as though where the blind man was constituted their headquarters. Colonel Aylesford and Parkinson were the first, and immediately afterwards Swarbrick entered from the opposite side, bringing a light. "They've got him out!" exclaimed the colonel. "Upon my word, I don't know whether it's for the best or the worst, Mr. Carrados." He turned to the butler, who was lighting one after another of the candles of the great hanging centrepieces. "Did you know anything of a secret passage giving access to these stairs, Swarbrick?" he inquired. "Not personally, sir," replied Swarbrick. "But we always understood that formerly there was a passage and hiding chamber somewhere, though the positions had been lost. We last had occasion to use it when we were defeated at Naseby, sir." Carrados had walked to the stairs and was examining the wall. "This would be the principal stairway, then?" he asked. "Yes, sir, until we removed the Elizabethan gallery when we restored in 1712. "It is on the same plan as the priest's chamber at Lapwood. If you investigate in the daylight, Colonel Aylesford, you will find that you command a view of both bridges when the stone is open. Very convenient sometimes, I dare say." Very, very," assented the colonel, absently. "Every moment," he explained. "I am dreading that Aunt Eleanor will make her appearance. She must have been disturbed." "Oh, I took that into account," said Tullock, catching the remark as he put his head in at the door and looked round. "I recommended a sleeping draught when I was here this evening. We have got our man in all right now," he continued, "and if we can have a dry suit—" "I will accompany you, sir," said Swarbrick. "Is he violent?" asked the colonel, dropping his voice. "Violent? Well," admitted Tullock, holding out two dripping objects that he had been carrying. "We thought it just as well to cut his boots off." He threw them down in a corner and followed the butler out of the room. Carrados took two pieces of shaped white paper from his pocket and ran his fingers round the outlines. Then he picked up Dunstan Aylesford's boots and submitted them to a similar scrutiny. "Very exact, Parkinson," he remarked approvingly. "Thank you, sir," replied Parkinson, with modest pride. The Ghost at Massingham Mansions.
"Do you believe in ghosts, Max?" inquired Mr. Carlyle. "Only as ghosts," replied Carrados, with decision. "Oh, quite so," assented the private detective, with the air of acquiescence with which he was wont to cloak his moments of obfuscation. Then he added, cautiously, "And how don't you believe in them, pray?" "As public nuisances, or private ones, for that matter," replied his friend. "So long as they are content to behave as ghosts, I am with them. When they begin to meddle with a state of existence that is outside their province, to interfere in business matters and depreciate property, to rattle chains, bang doors, ring bells, predict winners, and to edit magazines, and to attract attention instead of shunning it, I cease to believe. My sympathies are entirely with the sensible old fellow who was awakened in the middle of the night to find a shadowy form standing by the side of his bed and silently regarding him. For a few minutes the disturbed man waited patiently, expecting some awful communication, but the same profound silence was maintained. "Well," he remarked at length, "if you have nothing to do, I have," and turning over went to sleep again. "I have been asked to take up a ghost," Carlyle began to explain. "Then I don't believe in it," declared Carrados. "Why not?" "Because it is a pushful, notoriety-loving ghost, or it would not have gone so far. Probably it wants to get into the Daily Mail. The other people, whoever they are, don't believe in it either, Lewis, or they wouldn't have called you in. They would have gone to Sir Oliver Lodge for an explanation, or to the nearest priest for a stoup of holy water." "Now, I admit that I shall direct my researches towards the forces of this world before I begin to investigate any other," conceded Lewis Carlyle. "And I don't doubt," he added, with his usual bland complacence, "that I shall hail up some mischievous or aggrieved individual before the ghost is many days older. Now that you have brought me so far, do you care to go on round to the place with me, Max, to hear what they have to say about it?" Carrados agreed, with his usual good nature. He rarely met his friend without hearing the details of some new case, for Carlyle's practice had increased vastly since the night when chance had led him into the blind man's study. They discussed the cases according to their interest, and there the matter generally ended, so far as Max Carrados was concerned, until he casually heard the result subsequently from Carlyle's lips, or learned the sequel from the newspaper. But these pages are primarily a record of the methods of the one man whose name they bear, and therefore, for the occasional case that Carrados completed for his friend, there must be assumed the unchronicled scores which the inquiry agent dealt capably with himself. This reminder is perhaps necessary to dissipate the impression that Lewis Carlyle was a pretentious humbug. He was, as a matter of fact, in spite of his amiable foibles and the self-assurance that was, after all, merely an asset of his trade, a shrewd and capable businessman of his world, and behind his office manner, nothing concerned him more than to pocket fees for which he felt that he had failed to render value. Massingham Mansions proved to be a single block of residential flats overlooking a recreation ground. It was, as they afterwards found, an adjunct to a larger estate of similar property situated down another road. A porter residing in the basement looked after the interests of Massingham Mansions. The business office was placed among the other flats. On that morning it presented the appearance of a well-kept, prosperous enough place, a little dull, a little unfinished, a little depressing perhaps, in fact, faintly reminiscent of the superfluous mansions that stand among broad, weedy roads on the outskirts of overgrown seaside resorts. But it was persistently raining at the time when Mr. Carlyle had his first view of it. "It is early to judge," he remarked, after stopping the car in order to verify the name on the brass plate. "But, upon my word, Max,
I really think that our ghost might have discovered more appropriate quarters." At the office to which the porter had directed them, they found a managing clerk and 2 coltish youths in charge. Mr. Carlyle's name produced an appreciable flutter. "The governor isn't here just now, but I have this matter in hand," said the clerk, with an easy air of responsibility, an effect unfortunately marred by a sudden irrepressible giggle from the least overawed of the colts. "Will you kindly step into our private room?" He turned at the door of the inner office and dropped a freezing eye on the offender. "Get those letters copied before you go out to lunch, Binns," he remarked, in a sufficiently loud voice. Then he closed the door quickly before Binns could find a suitable retort. So far it had been plain sailing, but now, brought face to face with the necessity of explaining, the clerk began to develop some hesitancy in beginning. "It's a funny sort of business," he remarked, skirting the difficulty. "Perhaps," admitted Mr. Carlyle, "but that will not embarrass us. Many of the cases that pass through my hands are what you would call funny sorts of business." "I suppose so," responded the young man, "but not through ours. Well, this is at number 11, Massingham. A few nights ago, I suppose it must be more than a week now, Willett, the estate porter, was taking up some luggage to number 75 North Hanger for the people there, when he noticed a light in one of the rooms at 11 Massingham, the back's face, though about 20 or 30 yards away. It struck him as curious, because 11 Massingham is empty and locked up. Naturally, he thought at first that the porter at Massingham, or one of us from the office, had gone up for something. Still, it was so unusual, being late at night, that it was his business to look into it. On his way round, you know where Massingham mansions are, he had to pass here. It was dark, for we'd all been gone hours, but Willett has duplicate keys, and he let himself in. Then he began to think that something must be wrong, for here, hanging up against their number on the board, were the only 2 keys of 11 Massingham that there are supposed to be. He put the keys in his pocket and went on to Massingham. Green, the resident porter there, told him that he hadn't been into number 11 for a week. What was more, no one had passed the outer door, in or out, for a good half-hour. He knew that, because the door springs with a noise when it is opened, no matter how carefully. So the 2 of them went up. The door of number 11 was locked, and inside everything was as it should be. There was no light then, and after looking well round with the lanterns that they carried, they were satisfied that no one was concealed there. "You say lanterns," interrupted Mr. Carlyle. "I suppose they lit the gas, or whatever it is there, as well?" "It is gas, but they could not light it because it was cut off at the meter. We always cut it off when a flat becomes vacant." "What sort of a light was it, then, that Willett saw?" "It was gas, Mr. Carlyle. It is possible to see the bracket in that room from 75 North Hanger. He saw it burning." "Then the meter had been put on again?" "It is in a locked cupboard in the basement. Only the office and the porters have keys. They tried the gas in the room, and it was dead out. They looked at the meter in the basement afterwards, and it was dead off." "Very good," observed Mr. Carlyle, noting the facts in his pocket-book. "What next?" "Well, the next," continued the clerk, "was something that had really happened before. When they got down again, Green and Willett, Green was rather chipping Willett about seeing the light, you know, when he stopped suddenly. He'd remembered something. The day before, the servant at 12 Massingham had asked him who it was that was using the bathroom at number 11, she, of course, knowing that it was empty. He told her that no one used the bathroom. "Well," she said, "we hear the water running and splashing almost every night, and it's funny with no one there." He had thought nothing of it at the time, concluding, as he told her,
that it must be the water in the bathroom of one of the underneath flats that they heard. Of course, he told Willett then, and they went up again and examined the bathroom more closely. Water had certainly been run there, for the sides of the bath were still wet. They tried the taps, and not a drop came. When a flat is empty, we cut off the water, like the gas. "At the same place? The cupboard in the basement?" inquired Carlyle. "No, at the cistern in the roof. The trap is at the top of the stairs, and you need a longish ladder to get there." The next morning, Willett reported what he'd seen, and the governor told me to look into it. We didn't think much of it so far. That night, I happened to be seeing some friends to the station here. I live not so far off, and I thought I might as well take a turn round here on my way home. I knew that if a light was burning, I should be able to see the window lit up from the yard at the back, although the gas itself would be out of sight. And, sure enough, there was the light blazing out of one of the windows of number 11. I won't say that I didn't feel a bit homesick then, but I'd made up my mind to go up. "Good man," murmured Mr. Carlyle, approvingly. "Wait a bit," recommended the clerk, with a shamefaced laugh. So far I had only had to make my mind up. It was then close on midnight, and not a soul about. I came here for the keys, and I also had the luck to remember an old revolver that had been lying about in a drawer of the office for years. It wasn't loaded, but it didn't seem quite so lonely with it. I put it in my pocket and went on to Massingham, taking another turn into the yard to see that the light was still on. Then I went up the stairs as quietly as I could, and let myself into number 11. "You didn't take Willett or Green with you?" The clerk gave Mr. Carlyle a knowing look, as of one smart man who will be appreciated by another. "Willett's a very trustworthy chap," he replied, "and we have every confidence in him. Green also, although he has not been with us so long. But I thought it just as well to do it on my own, you understand, Mr. Carlyle. You didn't look in at Massingham on your way? Well, if you had, you would have seen that there is a pane of glass above every door, frosted glass to the hall doors, and plain over each of those inside. It's to light the halls and passages, you know. Each flat has a small square hall, and a longish passage leading off it. As soon as I opened the door, I could tell that one of the rooms down the passage was lit up, though I could not see the door of it from there. Then I crept very quietly through the hall into the passage. A regular stream of light was shining from above the end door on the left. The room, I knew, was the smallest in the flat. It's generally used for a servant's bedroom, or sometimes for a box room. It was a bit thick, you'll admit. Right at the end of a long passage, and midnight, and after what the others had said. Yes, assented the inquiry agent. But you went on? I went on, tiptoeing without a sound. I got to the door, took out my pistol, put my hand almost on the handle, and then— Well? Prompted Mr. Carlyle, as the narrator paused provokingly, with the dramatic instinct of an expert raconteur. What then? Then the light went out. While my hand was within an inch of the handle, the light went out, as clean as if I had been watched all along, and the thing timed. It went out all at once, without any warning, and without the slightest sound from the beastly room beyond. And then it was as black as hell in the passage, and something seemed to be going to happen. What did you do? I did a slope, acknowledged the clerk, frankly. I broke all the records down that passage, I bet you. You'll laugh, I dare say, and think you would have stood, but you don't know what it was like. I'd been screwing myself up, wondering what I should see in that lighted room when I opened the door. And then the light went out like a knife, and for all I knew, the next second the door would open on me in the dark, and Christ only knows what come out. Probably I should have run also, conceded Mr. Carlyle, tactfully. "And you, Max?" "You see, I always feel at home in the dark," apologized the blind man. "At all events, you got safely away, Mr. "My name's Elliot," responded the clerk. "Yes, you may bet I did. Whether the door opened, and anybody or anything came out or not, I can't say. I didn't look. I certainly did get the idea that I heard the bath water running and swishing as I snatched at the hall door, but I didn't stop to consider that either, and if it was, the noise was lost in the slam of the door, and my clatter as I took about 12 flights of stairs, 6 steps at a time. Then, when I was safely out, I did venture to go round to look up again. And there was that damned light, full on again." "Really?" commented Mr. Carlyle. "That was very audacious of him." "Him? Oh, well, yes, I suppose so. That's what the governor insists, but he hasn't been up there himself in the dark." "Is that as far as you have got?" "It's as far as we can get. The bally thing goes on just as it likes. The very next day we tied up the taps of the gas meter and the water cistern and sealed the string. Bless you, it didn't make a ha'porth of difference. Scarcely a night passes without the light showing, and there's no doubt that the water runs. We put copying ink on the door handles and the taps, and got into it ourselves until there isn't a man about the place that you couldn't implicate." "Has anyone watched up there?" "Willett and Green together did one night. They shut themselves up in the room opposite from 10 till 12, and nothing happened. I was watching the window with a pair of opera glasses from an empty flat here, 85 Northanger. Then they chucked it, and before they could have been down the steps, the light was there. I could see the gas, as plain as I can see this inkstand. I ran down and met them coming to tell me that nothing had happened. The 3 of us sprinted up again, and the light was out, and the flat as deserted as a churchyard. What do you make of that?" "It certainly requires looking into," replied Mr. Carlyle, diplomatically. "Looking into? Well, you're welcome to look all day, and all night too, Mr. Carlyle. It isn't as though it was an old baronial mansion, you see, with sliding panels and secret passages. The place has the date over the front door, 1882. 1882 and haunted, by gosh. It was built for what it is, and there isn't an inch unaccounted for between the slates and the foundation." "These 2 things, the light and the water running, are the only indications there have been?" asked Mr. Carlyle. "So far as we ourselves have seen or heard. I ought perhaps to tell you of something else, however. When this business first started, I made a few casual inquiries here and there among the tenants. Among others, I saw Mr. Belting, who occupies number 9 Massingham, the flat directly beneath number 11. It didn't seem any good making up a cock and bull story, so I put it to him plainly. Had he been annoyed by anything unusual going on at the empty flat above? "If you mean your confounded ghost up there, I have not been particularly annoyed," he said at once, "but Mrs. Belting has, and I should advise you to keep out of her way, at least until she gets another servant." Then he told me that their girl, who slept in the bedroom underneath the little one at number 11, had been going on about noises in the room above, footsteps and tramping, and a bump on the floor, for some time before we heard anything of it. Then one day she suddenly said that she'd had enough of it, and bolted. That was just before Willett first saw the light." "It is being talked about, then, among the tenants?" "You bet," assented Mr. Elliot, pungently. "That's what gets the governor. He wouldn't give a continental if no one knew, but you can't tell where it will end. The people at Northanger don't half like it either. All the children are scared out of their little wits, and none of the slavies will run errands after dark. It'll give the estate a bad name for the next 3 years if it isn't stopped." "It shall be stopped," declared Mr. Carlyle, impressively. Of course, we have our methods for dealing with this sort of thing, but in order to make a clean sweep, it is desirable to put our hands on the offender in flagrante delicto. Tell your principal not to have any further concern in the matter. One of my people will call here for any further details that he may require during the day. Just leave everything as it is in the meanwhile. Good morning, Mr. Elliot. Good morning. A fairly obvious game, I imagine, Max, he commented as they got into the car, although the details are original and the motive not disclosed as yet. I wonder how many of them are in it. Let me know when you find out, said Carrados, and Mr. Carlyle promised. Nearly a week passed, and the expected revelation failed to make its appearance. Then, instead, quite a different note arrived. My dear Max, I wonder if you formed any conclusion of that Massingham Mansions affair from Mr. Elliot's refined narrative of the circumstances. I begin to suspect that Triggett, whom I put on, is somewhat of an ass, though a very remarkable circumstance has come to light which might, if it wasn't a matter of business, offer an explanation of the whole business by stamping it as inexplicable. You know how I value your suggestions. If you happen to be in the neighbourhood, not otherwise, Max, I protest, I should be glad if you would drop in for a chat. Yours sincerely, Lewis Carlyle. Carrados smiled at the ingenuous transparency of the note. He had thought several times of the case since the interview with Elliot, chiefly because he was struck by certain details of the manifestation that divided it from the ordinary methods of the bogey-raiser, an aspect that had apparently made no particular impression on his friend. He was sufficiently interested not to let the day pass without happening to be in the neighbourhood of Bampton Street. "Max," exclaimed Mr. Carlyle, raising an accusing forefinger, "you have come on purpose." "If I have," replied the visitor, "you can reward me with a cup of that excellent beverage that you were able to conjure up from somewhere down in the basement on a former occasion. As a matter of fact, I have." Mr. Carlyle transmitted the order, and then demanded his friend's serious attention. "That ghost at Massingham Mansions. I still don't believe in that particular ghost, Lewis," commented Carrados, in mild speculation. "I never did, of course," replied Carlyle. "But upon my word, Max, I shall have to very soon, as a precautionary measure. Triggett has been able to do nothing, and now he is as good as gone on strike." "Downed? Now, what on earth can an inquiry man down to go on strike, Lewis? Notebooks? So Triggett has got a chill, like our candid friend Elliot, eh?" "He started all right. Said that he didn't mind spending a night or a week in a haunted flat, and, to do him justice, I don't believe he did at first. Then he came across a very curious piece of forgotten local history, a very remarkable coincidence in the circumstances, Max." "I was wondering," said Carrados, "when we should come up against that story, Lewis." "Then you know of it?" exclaimed the inquiry agent, in surprise. "Not at all. Only I guessed it must exist. Here you have the manifestation associated with two things which in themselves are neither unusual nor awe-inspiring, the gas and the water. It requires some association to connect them up, and to give them point and force. That is the story." "Yes," assented his friend, "that is the story, and upon my soul, in the circumstances— well, you shall hear it. It comes partly from the newspapers of many years ago, but only partly, for the circumstances were successfully hushed up in a large measure, and it required the stimulated memories of ancient scandalmongers to fill in the details. Oh, yes, it was a scandal, Max, and would have been a great sensation, too, I do not doubt, only they had no proper pictorial press in those days, poor beggars.
It was very soon after Massingham mansions had been erected. They were called Enderby House in those days, by the way, for the name was changed on account of this very business. The household at number 11 consisted of a comfortable, middle-aged married couple and one servant, a quiet and attractive young creature, one is led to understand. As a matter of fact, I think they were the first tenants of that flat. "The first occupants give the soul to a new house," remarked the blind man gravely. "That is why empty houses have their different characters." "I don't doubt it for a moment," assented Mr. Carlyle in his incisive way. But none of our authorities on this case made any reference to the fact. They did say, however, that the man held a good and responsible position, a position for which high personal character and strict morality were essential. He was also well known and regarded in quiet but substantial local circles, where serious views prevailed. He was, in short, a man of notorious respectability. The first chapter of the tragedy opened with the painful death of the prepossessing handmaiden. Suicide, poor creature. She didn't appear one morning, and the flat was full of the reek of gas. With great promptitude, the master threw all the windows open and called up the porter. They burst open the door of the little bedroom at the end of the passage, and there was the thing as clear as daylight for any coroner's jury to see. The door was locked on the inside, and the extinguished gas was turned full on. It was only a tiny room, with no fireplace, and the ventilation of a closed, well-fitting door and window was negligible in the circumstances. At all events, the girl was proved to have been dead for several hours when they reached her, and the doctor who conducted the autopsy crowned the convincing fabric of circumstances when he mentioned, as delicately as possible, that the girl had a very pressing reason for dreading an inevitable misfortune that would shortly overtake her. The jury returned the obvious verdict. There have been a great many undiscovered crimes in the history of mankind, Max, but it is by no means every ingenious plot that carries. After the inquest, at which our gentleman doubtless cut a very proper and impressive figure, the barbed whisper began to insinuate and to grow in freedom. It is sheerly impossible to judge how these things start, but we know that once they have been begun, they gather material like an avalanche. It was remembered by someone at the flat underneath that late on the fatal night a window in the principal bedroom above had been heard to open, top and bottom, very quietly. Certain other sounds of movement in the night did not tally with the tale of sleep-wrapped innocence. Sceptical busybodies were anxious to demonstrate practically, to those who differed from them on this question, that it was quite easy to extinguish a gas jet in one room by blowing down the gas pipe in another. And in this connection there was evidence that the lady of the flat had spoken to her friends more than once of her sentimental young servant's extravagant habit of reading herself to sleep occasionally with the light full on. Why was nothing heard at the inquest, they demanded, of the curious fact that an open novelette lay on the counterpane when the room was broken into? 100 trifling circumstances were adduced, arrangements that the girl had been making for the future, down to the last evening of her life, interpretable hints that she had dropped to her acquaintances, her views on suicide and the best means to that end, a favourite topic, it would seem, among her class, her possession of certain comparatively expensive trinkets on a salary of a very few shillings a week, and so on. Finally, some rather more definite and important piece of evidence must have been conveyed to the authorities, for we know now that one fine day a warrant was issued. Somehow, rumour preceded its execution. The eminently respectable gentleman with whom it was concerned did not wait to argue out the merits of the case. He locked himself in the bathroom, and when the police arrived, they found that instead of an arrest, they had to arrange the details for another inquest. "A very convincing episode," conceded Carrados, in response to his friend's expectant air. "And now her spirit passes the long winter evenings, turning the gas on and off, and the one amusement of his consists in doing the same with the bath water.
or the other way, the other way about, Lewis. Truly, one half the world knows not how the other half lives. All your cheap humour won't induce Trigget to spend another night in that flat, Max, retorted Mr. Carlyle. Nor, I am afraid, will it help me through this business in any other way. Then I'll give you a hint that may, said Carrados. Try your respectable gentleman's way of settling difficulties. What is that? Demanded his friend. Blow down the pipes, Lewis. Blow down the pipes? Repeated Carlyle. At all events, try it. I infer that Mr. Trigget has not experimented in that direction. But what will it do, Max? Possibly it will demonstrate where the other end goes to. But the other end goes to the meter. I suggest not. Not without some interference with its progress. I have already met your Mr. Trigget, you know, Lewis. An excellent and reliable man, within his limits, but he is at his best posted outside the door of an hotel, waiting to see the correspondent go in. He hasn't enough imagination for this case, not enough to carry him away from what would be his own obvious method of doing it, to what is someone else's, equally obvious, but quite different method. Unless I am doing him an injustice, he will have spent most of his time trying to catch someone getting into the flat to turn the gas and water on and off, whereas I conjecture that no one does go into the flat, because it is perfectly simple, ingenious but simple, to produce these phenomena without. Then, when Mr. Trigget has satisfied himself that it is physically impossible for anyone to be going in and out, and when, on the top of it, he comes across this romantic tragedy, a tale that might psychologically explain the ghost, simply because the ghost is moulded on the tragedy, then, of course, Mr. Trigget's mental process is swept away from its moorings, and his feet begin to get cold. That is very curious and suggestive, said Mr. Carlyle. I certainly assumed. But shall we have Trigget up and question him on the point? I think he ought to be here now, if he isn't detained at the Bull. Carrados assented, and in a few minutes Mr. Trigget presented himself at the door of the private office. He was a melancholy-looking, middle-aged little man, with an ineradicable air of being exactly what he was, and the searcher for deeper or subtler indications of character would only be rewarded by a latent pessimism, grounded on the depressing probability that he would never be anything else. "Come in, Trigget," called out Mr. Carlyle, when his employee diffidently appeared. "Come in. Mr. Carrados would like to hear some of the details of the Massingham Mansions case." "Not the first time I have availed myself of the benefit of your inquiries, Mr. Trigget," nodded the blind man. "Good afternoon." "Good afternoon, sir," replied Trigget, with gloomy deference. "It's very handsome of you to put it in that way, Mr. Carrados, sir. But this isn't another Tarpley Templeton case, if I may say so, sir. That was as plain as a pikestaff, after all, sir." "When we saw the pikestaff, Mr. Trigget, yes, it was," admitted Carrados, with a smile. "But this is insoluble? Ah, well. When I was a boy, I used to be extraordinarily fond of ghost stories, I remember. But even while reading them, I always had an uneasy suspicion that when it came to the necessary detail of explaining the mystery, I should be defrauded with some subterfuge, as, by an ingenious arrangement of hidden wires, the artful muggles had contrived, etc., or an optical illusion effected by means of concealed mirrors revealed the modus operandi of the apparition. I thought that I had been swindled. I think so still. I hope there are no ingenious wires or concealed mirrors here, Mr. Trigget." Mr. Trigget looked mildly sagacious, but hopelessly puzzled. It was his misfortune that in him the necessities of his business and the proclivities of his nature were at variance, so that he ordinarily presented the curious anomaly
of looking equally alert and tired. "Wires, sir?" he began, with faint amusement. "Not only wires, but anything that might account for what is going on," interposed Mr. Carlyle. "Mr. Carrados means this, Trigget. You have reported that it is impossible for anyone to be concealed in the flat, or to have secret access to it." "I have tested every inch of space in all the rooms, Mr. Carrados, sir," protested the hurt Trigget. "I have examined every board, and, you may say, every nail in the floor, the skirting boards, the window frames, and, in fact, wherever a board or a nail exists. There are no secret ways in or out. Then I have taken the most elaborate precautions against the doors and windows being used for surreptitious ingress and egress. They have not been used, sir. For the past week I am the only person who has been in and out of the flat, Mr. Carrados. And yet night after night the gas that is cut off at the meter is lit and turned out again, and the water that is cut off at the cistern splashes about in the bath up to the second I let myself in. Then it's as quiet as the grave, and everything is exactly as I left it. It isn't human, Mr. Carrados, sir, and flesh and blood can't stand it. Not in the middle of the night, that is to say." "You see nothing further, Mr. Trigget?" "I don't indeed, Mr. Carrados. I would suggest doing away with the gas in that room altogether. As a box room it wouldn't need one." "And the bathroom?" "That might be turned into a small bedroom, and all the water fittings removed. Then, to provide a bathroom—" "Yes, yes," interrupted Mr. Carlyle impatiently. "But we are retained to discover who is causing this annoyance, and to detect the means, not to suggest structural alterations in the flat, Trigget. The fact is that, after having put in a week on this job, you have failed to bring us an inch nearer its solution. Now, Mr. Carrados has suggested—" Mr. Carlyle was not usually detained among the finer shades of humour, but some appreciation of the grotesqueness of the advice required him to control his voice as he put the matter in its baldest form. "Mr. Carrados has suggested that instead of spending the time measuring the chimneys and listening to the wallpaper, if you had simply blown down the gas pipe—" Carrados was inclined to laugh, although he thought it rather too bad of Lewis. "Not quite in those terms, Mr. Trigget," he interposed. "Blow down the gas pipe, sir?" repeated the amazed man. "What for?" "To ascertain where the other end comes out," replied Carlyle. "But don't you see, sir, that is a detail until you ascertain how it is being done? The pipe may be tapped between the bath and the cistern. Naturally, I considered that. As a matter of fact, the water pipe isn't tapped. It goes straight up from the bath to the cistern in the attic above, a distance of only a few feet, and I have examined it. The gas pipe, it is true, passes through a number of flats, and without pulling up all the floors, it isn't practicable to trace it. But how does that help us, Mr. Carrados? The gas tap has to be turned on and off. You can't do that with these hidden wires. It has to be lit. I've never heard of lighting gas by optical illusions, sir. Somebody must get in and out of the flat, or else it isn't human. I've spent a week, a very trying week, sir, in endeavouring to ascertain how it could be done. I haven't shirked cold and wet and solitude, sir, in the discharge of my duty. I've freely placed my poor gifts of observation and intelligence, such as they are, at the service—" "Not freely, Trigget," interposed his employer with decision. "I am speaking under a deep sense of injury, Mr. Carlyle," retorted Mr. Trigget, who, having had time to think it over, had now come to the conclusion that he was not appreciated. "I am alluding to a moral attitude, such as we all possess. I am very grieved by what has been suggested. I didn't expect it of you, Mr. Carlyle, sir. Indeed, I did not. For a week I have done everything that it has been possible to do. Everything that a long experience could suggest. And now, as I understand it, sir, you complain that I didn't blow down the gas pipe, sir. It's hard, sir. It's very hard." "Oh, well, for heaven's sake don't cry about it, Triggett," exclaimed Mr. Carlyle. "You're always sobbing about the place over something or other. We know you did your best. God help you," he added aside. "I did, Mr. Carlyle. Indeed I did, sir. And I thank you for that appreciative tribute to my services. I value it highly, very highly indeed, sir." A tremulous note in the rather impassioned delivery made it increasingly plain that Mr. Triggett's regimen had not been confined entirely to solid food that day. His wrongs were forgotten, and he approached Mr. Carrados with an engaging air of secrecy. "What is this tip about blowing down the gas pipe, sir?" he whispered confidentially. "The old dog's always willing to learn something new." "Max," said Mr. Carlyle curtly, "is there anything more that we need detain Triggett for?" "Just this," replied Carrados, after a moment's thought. "The gas bracket. It has a mantle attachment on." "Oh, no, Mr. Carrados," confided the old dog, with the affectation of imparting rather valuable information. "Not a mantle on. Oh, no, certainly no mantle. Indeed not a mantle at all." Mr. Carlyle looked at his friend curiously. It was half evident that something might have miscarried. Furthermore, it was obvious that the warmth of the room and the stress of emotion were beginning to have a disastrous effect on the level of Mr. Triggett's ideas and speech. "A globe?" suggested Carrados. "A globe? No, sir, not even a globe, in the strict sense of the word. No globe, that is to say, Mr. Carrados. In fact, nothing like a globe." "What is there, then?" demanded the blind man, without any break in his unruffled patience. "There may be another way, but surely there must be some attachment." "No," said Mr. Triggett, with precision. "No attachment at all. Nothing at all. Nothing whatsoever. Just the ordinary or common or penny plain gas jet, and above it the what you may call it thingamabob." "The shade. Gas consumer, of course," exclaimed Carrados. "That is it." "The tin thingamabob," insisted Mr. Triggett, with slow dignity. "Call it what you will. Its purpose is self-evident. It acts as a disparator, a distributor, that is to say." "Lewis," struck in Carrados joyously, "are you good for settling it tonight?" "Certainly, my dear fellow, if you can really give the time." "Good. It's years since I last tackled a ghost. What about—" His look indicated the other member of the council. "Would he be of any assistance?" "Perhaps, then." "What time?" "Say 11:30. "Triggett," rapped out his employer sharply, "meet us at the corner of Middlewood and Enderby Roads at 11:30 sharp tonight. If you can't manage it, I shall not require your services again." "Certainly, sir. I shall not fail to be punctual," replied Triggett without a tremor. The appearance of an almost incredible sobriety had possessed him in the face of warning, and both in speech and manner he was again exactly the man as he had entered the room. "I regard it as a great honour, Mr. Carrados, to be associated with you in this business, sir." "In the meanwhile," remarked Carrados, "if you find the time hang heavy on your hands, you might look up the subject of platinum black. It may be the new tip you want." "Certainly, sir. But do you mind giving me a hint as to what platinum black is?" "It is a chemical that has the remarkable property of igniting hydrogen or coal gas by mere contact," replied Carrados. "Think how useful that may be if you haven't got a match." To mark the happy occasion, Mr. Carlyle had insisted on taking his friend off to witness a popular musical comedy. Carrados had a few preparations to make, a few accessories to procure for the night's work, but the whole business had come within the compass of an hour, and the theatre spanned the interval between dinner at the Palm Tree and the time when they left the car at the appointed meeting place. Mr. Trigget was already there, in an irreproachable state of normal dejection. Parkinson accompanied the party, bringing with him the baggage of the expedition. "Anything going on, Trigget?" inquired Mr. Carlyle. "I've made a turn round the place, sir, and the light was on," was the reply. "I didn't go up, for fear of disturbing the conditions before you saw them. That was about 10 minutes ago. Are you going into the yard to look again? I have all the keys, of course." "Do we, Max?" queried Mr. Carlyle. "Mr. Trigget might. We need not all go. He can catch us up again." He caught them up again before they had reached the outer door. "It's still on, sir," he reported. "Do we use any special caution, Max?" asked Carlyle. "Oh, no. Just as though we were friends of the ghost, calling in the ordinary way." Trigget, who retained the keys, preceded the party up the stairs till the top was reached. He stood a moment at the door of number 11, examining by the light of the electric lamp he carried his private marks there, and pointing out to the others in a whisper that they had not been tampered with. All at once, a most dismal wail, lingering, piercing, and ending in something like a sob that died away because the life that gave it utterance had died with it, drawled forebodingly through the echoing emptiness of the deserted flat. Trigget had just snapped off his light, and in the darkness a startled exclamation sprang from Mr. Carlyle's lips. "It's all right, sir," said the little man, with a private satisfaction that he had the diplomacy to conceal. "Bit creepy, isn't it, especially when you hear it by yourself up here for the first time? It's only the end of the bath water running out." He had opened the door, and was conducting them to the room at the end of the passage. A faint aurora had been visible from that direction when they first entered the hall, but it was cut off before they could identify its source. "That's what happens," muttered Trigget. He threw open the bedroom door without waiting to examine his marks there, and they crowded into the tiny chamber. Under the beams of the lamps they carried, it was brilliantly, though erratically, illuminated. All turned towards the central object of their quest, a tarnished gas bracket of the plainest description. A few inches above it hung the metal disc that Trigget had alluded to, for the ceiling was low, and at that point it was brought even nearer to the gas by corresponding with the slant of the roof outside. With the prescience so habitual with him that it had ceased to cause remark among his associates, Carrados walked straight to the gas bracket and touched the burner. "Still warm," he remarked. "And so are we getting now. A thoroughly material ghost, you perceive, Lewis?" "But still turned off, don't you see, Mr. Carrados, sir?" put in Trigget eagerly. "And yet no one's passed out." "Still turned off, and still turned on," commented the blind man. "What do you mean, Max?" "The small screwdriver, Parkinson," requested Carrados. "Well, upon my word," dropped Mr. Carlyle expressively, for in no longer time than it takes to record the fact, Max Carrados had removed a screw and then knocked out the tap. He held it up towards them, and they all at once saw that so much of the metal had been filed away that the gas passed through, no matter how the tap stood. "How on earth did you know of that?" "Because it wasn't practicable to do the thing in any other way. Now, unhook the shade, Parkinson, carefully." The warning was not altogether unnecessary, for the man had to stand on tiptoes before he could comply. Carrados received the dingy metal cone and lightly touched its inner surface. "Ah, here, at the apex, to be sure," he remarked. "The gas is bound to get there, and there, Lewis, you have an ever-lit, and yet a truly safety match, so far as gas is concerned.
You can buy the thing for £1, I believe."
Mr. Carlyle was examining the tiny apparatus with interest. So small that it might have passed for the mummy of a midget hanging from a cobweb, it appeared to consist of an insignificant black pellet and an inch of the finest wire. I've never heard of it. And this will really light the gas?" "As often as you like. That is the whole bag of tricks." Mr. Carlyle turned a censorious eye upon his lieutenant, but Trigget was equal to the occasion, and met it without embarrassment. "I hadn't heard of it either, sir," he remarked conversationally. "Gracious, what won't they be getting out next, Mr. Carlyle?" Now for the mystery of the water. Carrados was finding his way to the bathroom, and they followed him down the passage and across the hall. "In its way, I think that this is really more ingenious than the gas, for, as Mr. Trigget has proved for us, the water does not come from the cistern. The taps, you perceive, are absolutely dry." "It is forced up?" suggested Mr. Carlyle, nodding towards the outlet. "That is the obvious alternative. We will test it presently." The blind man was down on his hands and knees, following the lines of the different pipes. 2 degrees more cold are not conclusive, because, in any case, the water had gone out that way. Mr. Trigget, you know the ropes. Will you be so obliging as to go up to the cistern and turn the water on?" "I shall need a ladder, sir." "Parkinson?" "We have a folding ladder out here," said Parkinson, touching Mr. Trigget's arm. "One moment," interposed Carrados, rising from his investigation among the pipes. "This requires some care. I want you to do it without making a sound or showing a light, if that is possible. Parkinson will help you. Wait until you hear us raising a diversion at the other end of the flat. Come, Lewis." The diversion took the form of tapping the wall and skirting board in the other haunted room. When Trigget presented himself to report that the water was now on, Carrados put him to continue the singular exercise with Mr. Carlyle, while he himself slipped back to the bathroom. "The pump, Parkinson," he commanded in a brisk whisper to his man, who was waiting in the hall. The appliance was not unlike a powerful tire pump, with some modifications. One tube from it was quickly fitted to the outlet pipe of the bath. Another trailed a loose end into the bath itself, ready to take up the water. There were a few other details, the work of moments. Then Carrados turned on the tap, silencing the inflow by the attachment of short lengths of rubber tube. When the water had risen a few inches, he slipped off to the other room, told his rather mystified confederates there that he wanted a little more noise and bustle put into their performance, and was back again in the bathroom. "Now, Parkinson," he directed, and turned off the tap. There was about a foot of water in the bath. Parkinson stood on the broad base of the pump and tried to drive down the handle. It scarcely moved. "Harder," urged Carrados, interpreting every detail of sound with perfect accuracy. Parkinson set his teeth and lunged again. Again he seemed to come up against a solid wall of resistance. "Keep trying. Something must give," said his master encouragingly. "Here, let me." He threw his weight into the balance, and for a moment they hung like a group poised before action. Then, somewhere, something did give, and the sheathing plunger drew. "Now, like blazes, till the bath is empty. Then you can tell the others to stop hammering." Parkinson, looking round to acquiesce, found himself alone, for with silent step and quickened senses, Carrados was already passing down the dark flights of the broad stone stairway. It was perhaps 3 minutes later, when an excited gentleman, in the state of disrobement that is tacitly regarded as falling upon the punctum secum in times of fire, flood, and nocturnal emergency, shot out of the door of number 7, and, bounding up the intervening flights of steps, pounded with the knocker on the door of number 9. As someone did not appear with the instantaneity of a jack-in-the-box, he proceeded to repeat the summons, interspersing it with an occasional "I say," shouted through the letterbox. The light above the door made it unconvincing to effect that no one was at home. The gentleman at the door trumpeted the fact through his channel of communication, and demanded instant attention. So immersed was he with his own grievance, in fact, that he failed to notice the approach of someone on the other side, and the sudden opening of the door, when it did take place, surprised him on his knees at his neighbour's doorstep, a large and consequential-looking personage, as revealed in the light from the hall, wearing the silk hat that he had instinctively snatched up, but with his braces hanging down. "Mr. Tupworthy of number 7, isn't it?" quickly interposed the new man, before his visitor could speak. "But why this homage? Permit me to raise you, sir." "Confound it all!" snorted Mr. Tupworthy indignantly. "You're flooding my flat. The water's coming through my bathroom ceiling in bucketfuls. The plaster'll fall next. Can't you stop it? Has a pipe burst or something?" "Something, I imagine," replied number 9 with serene detachment. "At all events, it appears to be over now." "So I should hope," was the irate retort. "It's bad enough as it is. I shall go round to the office and complain. I'll tell you what it is, Mr. Belting. These mansions are becoming a pandemonium, sir, a veritable pandemonium." "Capital idea. We'll go together and complain. 2 will be more effective," suggested Mr. Belting. "But not tonight, Mr. Tupworthy. We should not find anyone there. The office will be closed. Say tomorrow." "I had no intention of anything so preposterous as going there tonight. I am in no condition to go. If I don't get my feet into hot water at once, I shall be laid up with a severe cold. Doubtless you haven't noticed it, but I am wet through to the skin. Saturated, sir." Mr. Belting shook his head sagely. "Always a mistake to try to stop water coming through the ceiling," he remarked. "It will come, you know. Finds its own level and all that." "I did not try to stop it. At least, not voluntarily. A temporary emergency necessitated a slight rearrangement of our accommodation. I tell you this in confidence. I was sleeping in the bathroom." At the revelation of so notable a catastrophe, Mr. Belting actually seemed to stagger. Possibly his eyes filled with tears. Certainly he had to turn and wipe away his emotion before he could proceed. Not right under it," he whispered. "I imagine so," replied Mr. Tupworthy. "I do not conceive that I could have been placed more centrally. I received the full cataract in the region of the ear. Well, if I may rely on you that it has stopped, I will terminate our interview for the present." "Good night," responded the still tremulous Belting. "Good night, or good morning, to be exact." He waited with the door open to light the first flight of stairs for Mr. Tupworthy's descent. Before the door was closed, another figure stepped down quietly from the obscurity of the steps leading upwards. "Mr. Belting, I believe," said the stranger. "My name is Carrados. I have been looking over the flat above. Can you spare me a few minutes?" "What, Mr. Max Carrados?" "The same," smiled the owner of the name. "Come in, Mr. Carrados," exclaimed Belting, not only without embarrassment, but with positive affection in his voice. "Come in, by all means. I've heard of you more than once. Delighted to meet you. This way. I know. He put a hand on his guest's arm, and insisted on steering his course until he deposited him in an easy-chair before a fire. "This looks like being a great night. What will you have?" Carrados put the suggestion aside, and raised a corner of the situation. "I am afraid that I don't come altogether as a friend," he hinted.
"It's no good," replied his host. "I can't regard you in any other light after this. You heard Tupworthy, but you haven't seen the man, Mr. Carrados. I know, I've heard, but no wealth of the imagination can ever really quite reconstruct Tupworthy, the shoddy magnifico, in his immense porcine complacency, his monumental self-importance, and sleeping right underneath. Gods, but we have lived tonight. Why ever did you stop?" "You associate me with this business?" "Associate you? My dear Mr. Carrados, I give you the full, glorious credit for the one entirely successful piece of low comedy humour in real life that I have ever encountered. Indeed, in a legal and pecuniary sense, I hold you absolutely responsible." "Oh," exclaimed Carrados, beginning to laugh quietly. Then he continued, "I think that I shall come through that all right. I shall refer you to Mr. Carlyle, the private inquiry agent, and he will doubtless pass you on to your landlord, for whom he is acting. And I imagine that he, in turn, will throw all the responsibility on the ingenious gentleman who has put them to so much trouble. Can you guess the result of my investigation in the flat above?" "Guess, Mr. Carrados? I don't need to guess. I know. You don't suppose I thought for a moment that such transparent devices as 2 intercepted pipes and an automatic gas lighter would impose on a man of intelligence? They were only contrived to mystify the credulous imagination of clerks and porters." "You admit it, then?" "Admit? Good gracious, of course I admit it, Mr. Carrados. What's the use of denying it?" "Precisely. I am glad you see that. And yet you seem far from being a mere practical joker. Does your confidence extend to the length of letting me into your object?" "Between ourselves," replied Mr. Belting, "I haven't the least objection, but I wish that you would have, say, a cup of coffee. Mrs. Belting is still up, I believe. She would be charmed to have the opportunity. No? Well, just as you like. Now, my object. You must understand, Mr. Carrados, that I am a man of sufficient leisure and adequate means for the small position we maintain. But I am not unoccupied, not idle. On the contrary, I am always busy. I don't approve of any man passing his time aimlessly. I have a number of interests in life, hobbies, if you like. You should appreciate that, as you are a private criminologist. I am, among other things which don't concern us now, a private retributionist. On every side, people are becoming far too careless and negligent. An era of irresponsibility has set in. Nobody troubles to keep his word, to carry out literally his undertakings. In my small way, I try to set that right by showing them the logical development of their ways. I am, in fact, the sworn enemy of anything approaching sloppiness. You smile at that?" "It is a point of view," replied Carrados. "I was wondering how the phrase at this moment would convey itself, say, to Mr. Tupworthy's ear." Mr. Belting doubled up. "But don't remind me of Tupworthy, or I can't get on," he said. "In my method, I follow the system of Herbert Spencer towards children. Of course, you are familiar with his treatise on education. If a rough boy persists, after warnings, in tearing or soiling all his clothes, don't scold him for what, after all, is only a natural and healthy instinct overdone. But equally, of course, don't punish yourself by buying him other clothes. When the time comes for the children to be taken to an entertainment, little Tommy cannot go with them. It would not be seemly, and he is too ashamed to go in rags. He begins to see the force of practical logic. Very well. If a tradesman promises explicitly, delivery of his goods by a certain time, and he fails, he finds that he is then unable to leave them. I pay on delivery, by the way. If a man undertakes to make me an article like another, I am painstaking, Mr. Carrados. I point out at the time exactly like I want it, and it is, as it generally is,
on completion, something quite different. I decline to be easy-going and to be put off with it. I take the simplest and most obvious instances. I could multiply indefinitely. It is, of course, frequently inconvenient to me, but it establishes a standard. "I see that you are a dangerous man, Mr. Belting," remarked Carrados. "If most men were like you, our national character would be undermined. People would have to behave properly. If most men were like me, we should constitute an intolerable nuisance," replied Belting seriously. "A necessary reaction towards sloppiness would set in, and find me at its head. I am always with minorities." "And the case in point?" "The present trouble centres round the kitchen sink. It is cracked and leaks. A trivial cause for so elaborate an outcome, you may say, but you will doubtless remember that 2 men quarrelling once at a spring as to who should use it first involved half Europe in a war, and the whole tragedy of Lear sprang from a silly business round a word. I hadn't noticed the sink when we took this flat, but the landlord had solemnly sworn to do everything that was necessary. Is a new sink necessary to replace the cracked one? Obviously. Well, you know what landlords are. Possibly you are one yourself. They promise you heaven until you have signed the agreement, and then they tell you to go to hell. Suggested that we'd probably broken the sink ourselves, and would certainly be looked to replace it. An excellent servant caught a cold, standing in the drip, and left. Was I to be driven into paying for a new sink myself? Very well, I thought. If the reasonable complaint of one tenant is nothing to you, see how you like the unreasonable complaints of 50. The method served a useful purpose, too. When Mrs. Belting heard that old tale about the tragedy at number 11, she was terribly upset. Vowed that she couldn't stay alone in here at night on any consideration. "My dear," I said, "don't worry yourself about ghosts. I'll make as good a one as ever lived, and then when you see how it takes other people in, just remember next time you hear of another that someone's pulling the string. And I really don't think that she'll ever be afraid of ghosts again." "Thank you," said Carrados, rising. "Altogether, I have spent a very entertaining evening, Mr. Belting. I hope your retaliatory method won't get you into serious trouble this time." "Why should it?" demanded Belting quickly. "Oh, well, tenants are complaining. The property is being depreciated. The landlord may think that he has legal redress against you." "But surely I'm at liberty to light the gas or use the bath in my own flat, when and how I like." A curious look had come into Mr. Belting's smiling face. A curious note must have sounded in his voice. Carrados was warned, and, being warned, guessed. "You are a wonderful man," he said, with upraised hand. "I capitulate. Tell me how it is, won't you?" I knew the man at 11. His tenancy isn't really up till March, but he got an appointment in the north and had to go. His 2 unexpired months weren't worth troubling about, so I got him to sublet the flat to me, all quite regularly, for a nominal consideration, and not to mention it. But he gave up the keys? No, he left them in the door, and the porter took them away. Very unwarrantable of him. Surely I can keep my keys where I like. However, as I had another— Really, Mr. Carrados, you hardly imagine that unless I had an absolute right to be there, I should penetrate into a flat, tamper with the gas and water, knock the place about, tramp up and down. "I go," said Carrados, "to get our people out in haste. Good night." "Good night, Mr. Carrados. It's been a great privilege to meet you. Sorry I can't persuade you." You've been listening to a bite-sized audiobook, read by me, Simon Stanhope. If you enjoy these stories and would like to help me to keep producing new content, you can find links in the video description to my Patreon page or to buy me a coffee. Another way to support me is through my Bandcamp page, bitesizedaudio.bandcamp.com, where you can hear my narrations of many more classic short stories, as well as purchase and download them to keep. This recording is copyright Bitesized Audio 2024. Thank you for listening.